Chapter 1, The 3 years are up. Xiao Feng, it's been 3 years and your realm is still stuck at the late second grade blood condensation realm without any progress. The geniuses of the same class have all far surpassed you. I don't want to continue living like this. Let's break up. Inside the cafe, Lu Ruiqin, who was wearing a short mini skirt, expressionlessly looked at the man across from her and spoke resolutely. Xiao Feng sat on the sofa opposite her and looked at her dumbfounded after hearing this, caught off guard by this sudden announcement. Also, I have broken through the third grade innate realm, and the school has promoted me to a key class, so I have a bright future in the future, while you can only stay put forever. That beginner grade advancement pill that you borrowed 2 million from the bank to purchase for me, that was your personal behavior and has nothing to do with me. After this, you and I don't have to cross paths again. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. Lu Ruiqin's words were icy cold, without a trace of temperature. Xiao Feng stood up violently. How can you be like this? I gave my everything for you. How can you treat me like this? 3 years ago, when everyone's martial arts qualifications had only just awakened, Xiao Feng stood out from the rest with his initial martial arts qualification of the peak of the first grade, leaving his peers far behind, and then even more so. He made a strong breakthrough to the early stage of the second grade blood condensation realm within a short period of time, and then he broke through to the peak of the second grade blood condensation realm unimpededly, with the name of the Jinbo vase. As a childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruiqin confessed her love for him, and with the help of Xiao Feng's family resources, her martial arts path also improved by leaps and bounds. At that time, their pair was regarded as a good story by everyone. However, there were unforeseen winds and clouds in the sky. Xiao Feng's family suffered a sudden change, and after his parents died after bankruptcy, his state of mind suffered a heavy blow, and his realm had stagnated since then. Ruiqin, why are you doing this to me? Could it be that I am not good enough for you? Xiao Feng's heart ached like a knife. Why? Lu Ruiqin sneered. How dare you ask why? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Xiao Feng, wake up. You're not the same person you used to be. The current you can't give me what I want. Truth be told, since your realm has stagnated, the only reason why I haven't broken up with you is because you have a portion of the considerable inheritance left to you by your parents in your hands. Thanks to you, I was able to rank in the third grade innate realm in 3 years and catch up with those geniuses. Anyway, you're already an invalid nowadays. Giving you the tonic purchased from your inheritance to use is purely a waste. After saying that, Lu Ruiqin lifted up the small bag on the sofa that had a black bag with a gold silk pattern and turned around to leave. And that style was one that Xiao Feng had never seen him carry before. Xiao Feng stood frozen in place, looking at her departing back, at a loss, not knowing what to say, what to do. To leave is not, to stay is not. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's head was hit by a heavy hammer. Severe pain, as if there were thousands of horses and armies running in his mind. A large number of unfamiliar memories surging into him. The severe pain made it difficult for him to hold himself, and he held his hands on the table to maintain his center of gravity, lest he fall. Seeing this, Lu Ruiqin was filled with disgust, thinking that this was Xiao Feng's way of gaining sympathy. Xiao Feng, don't pretend. You think that I will be soft-hearted just because you pretend like this? Bah! You are also worthy. You make me even more disgusted by doing this. Saying that, Lu Ruiqin quickly walked towards the door. Right at this moment, a strange and mysterious voice sounded in Xiao Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the 1 week 1 realm system. With the appearance of the system voice, the headache eased slightly. Xiao Feng slowly retracted his hand and sat back down on the sofa, roughly understanding the situation with his earthling's memory. Is this the system? Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the option. You will have the following choices. Choice 1. Let the system absorb all of your emotions towards Lu Ruiqin, rewarding an automatic breakthrough to the third grade innate realm. Choice 2. Go after Lu Ruiqin and become infatuated with her, rewarding a 20% increase in my masculinity. Before Lu Ruiqin could go out, a tall and handsome figure pushed the door in. This person was dressed in an exquisite black tuxedo suit, about 1 meter 18 in height, with a confident and gentle smile on his face. Xiao Feng recognized him, the son of the mayor of Baobao City, the heavenly pride of the Baobao No. 1 High Martial High School, a strong person in the middle stage of the middle grade realm, 4th grade inner dipper realm. Wang Yao. With his strength at the middle stage of the 4th grade inner dipper realm, he had been guaranteed admission to Kyoto University early on and was a genius known throughout the country. Seeing Wang Yao come in, Lu Ruiqin was first stunned. Then in surprise, she darted over and pouted. Honey, why did you come? Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Wang Yao, who was not far away. He knew that Wang Yao's father, Wang Futon, was the culprit who caused his parents to go bankrupt and commit suicide, only that he had never had the strength to avenge them. Wang Yao wrapped his arms around Lu Ruiqin, who was a head shorter than him, and gently stroked her soft hair. Ruiqin, I really missed you too much, so I came early to see you. Nasty. Lu Ruiqing lightly punched Wang Yao's chest. Well, I brought you a gift. I just left it in the car and forgot to take it, so go pick it up. I still have some things to announce to Xiaofeng. Lu Ruiqing's eyes glowed with excitement, and glanced at the calm Xiaofeng. The novel opened its mouth, as if it was afraid that the next conversation would be overheard by him. That thing is done. Aha! Wang Yao paced over, with teasing and provocation in his eyes, looking straight at Xiaofeng. Ruiqing is now my girlfriend. I can give her a better future, so don't be delusional. Xiaofeng, who had fused the memories of the Earthlings, had a sudden change in temperament and his eyes were as cold as frost. Then I wish you good luck. The corners of Wang Yao's mouth rose in triumph as he condescendingly scrutinized Xiaofeng on the sofa. Xiaofeng, I forgot to tell you that you cheated a bank loan of $2 million to purchase the primary advancement pill in the name of cultivation. Such behavior is a serious violation of the school rules. The school board has unanimously resolved to expel you from the school, and the colleges and universities in Baobao City will never employ you again. Expel me? On what grounds? Because the mayor is your father? The principal is your uncle? You think I don't care? You'll see, now that I have the system. When I advance to the 9th grade or even the absolute peak realm, I will place your head on the desk of your old man and your uncle. Wait and see. Xiaofeng smiled coldly and got up and stepped outside the cafe. I hope that in the future, you and that woman will not kneel down and beg for forgiveness. System, I'll choose one of them. Draw out all my emotions towards Lu Ruiqing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing one and receiving a reward for directly breaking through the 3rd grade. Just stepping out of the cafe door, a blazing sensation rushed straight to the heavenly spirit. From the 2nd grade blood condensation realm breakthrough to the 3rd grade innate realm, his body was soothed, seemingly with inexhaustible strength, just wanting to find a place to vent it all out. When Xiaofeng left, Wang Yao walked out of the cafe without any hesitation. He was completely unimpressed by Xiaofeng's threat. In his eyes, Xiaofeng was just a mole cricket. He couldn't turn over any waves. Lu Ruiqing held the gift given by Wang Yao and ran happily. Oh my god, darling, advanced cultivation pills, worth 7 million apiece. I love you. Chapter 2 S-Class Martial Arts. At this moment, Xiaofeng was standing in front of the entrance of a large gate similar to a triumphal arch, with a few large, radiant, golden characters engraved at the very top. Treasure Bottle No. 1 High Martial School. Shortly after Wang Yao informed him that he had been expelled from the martial arts school, the relevant organization of the martial arts school had also sent a message related to his withdrawal, with the overall meaning being that he should hurry to come to the school to go through the formalities of leaving the school. Xiaofeng exhaled a cloudy breath and took a step towards the inside, but just before he took 2 steps, an unkind voice came from behind him. Yo, isn't this Xiaofeng? How come you weren't expelled? The voice carried some mocking banter and more gloating. Xiaofeng knew who it was as soon as he heard the voice. Li Longcheng, the 2nd son of Li Tianhao, the boss of the underground mob in Baobao State. This person relied on the fact that his father was an underground gangster boss and did nothing wrong on campus, except for those schools with prominent status and family history. Almost everyone was bullied by him. Both of them were at the peak of 2nd grade blood condensation. Only that Li Longqing relied on the fact that he had more people and didn't suppress and taunt him on weekdays. Xiaofeng, I remember, aren't you a genius in practicing martial arts? 2 years ago, you already broke through to the peak of 2nd grade blood condensation. How come you haven't made the slightest progress after 2 years? Li Longqing sneered at Xiaofeng with the means of exposing his scars. The students who were coming and going at the door stopped what they were doing and looked at Xiaofeng with strange eyes when they heard Li Longqing yelling like this. He is Xiaofeng. Ha! The punk who is forever stuck at the 2nd grade blood condensation realm? Not too good looking either. Didn't the legend say that he was tremendously handsome? He's still in the martial arts school? I haven't heard from him in the past few years and thought he had transferred to another school. Li Longqing thought of one thing that made him particularly cool. That was to show off his greatness to the crowd with so many people noticing this matter, beating up this former heavenly pride, stepping on him under his feet and trampling on his dignity ruthlessly. To tell you the good news, I broke through to the 3rd grade innate realm yesterday. Saying that, Li Longqing took a heavy step forward, and the aura of the martial Dao 3rd grade innate realm erupted from his body. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as his eyes swept around, glancing at the expressions of the crowd when they knew he had broken through to the 3rd grade innate realm, and was very satisfied with that. Some were surprised. Grasshopper, Li Longqing has broken through to the 3rd grade innate realm. Some were incredulous. This is the martial Dao 3rd grade innate realm. It's too strong. Some were worried about Xiaofeng's next encounter. Zip, 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 zip. Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head. He also wanted to see how the crowd would react when they knew that he had broken through to the 3rd grade innate realm. Right at this moment, the system's voice came. Ding! Triggering mission. Choose mission 1. beat the hell out of Li Longqing, rewarding the S-ranked martial art supernatural regeneration. Choose mission 2, admit to begging for forgiveness. Reward S-rank martial arts skill 1000 faces. Oh, exempt. Xiao Feng's brows were delighted. He could not have imagined that he would trigger a mission at this time. Both are S-ranked martial skills, but judging from their names, the effects should be different. Supernatural regeneration should be an extremely strong recovery type skill that can be more in line with my current lack of corresponding martial skills. 1000 faces sounds a bit like a disguise type skill, but the exact effect is unknown. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Feng finally decided to beat the crap out of Li Longqing, and it was obvious that the choice was a bit more tempting to him. His eyes brightened slightly as he slowly raised his right hand and made a provocative gesture towards him and smiled evilly, somewhat looking down on him. Li Longqing was full of disdain, thinking that this was just Xiao Feng's bluff. Glancing at the guards at the door and seeing that they didn't seem to have any intention of stepping in to stop him, Xiao Feng, I'll see if you're still pretending when I beat you up to the point that you call my father, and lie on the ground begging for forgiveness. He stretched out a finger. One move. I only need one move to beat you down. Some people were first stunned when they heard this. How is that possible? Although Xiao Feng has been stuck at the peak of the second grade blood condensation realm for many years, but after all, Li Longqing has only been promoted to the third grade innate. How could he possibly knock him out in one move? Li Longqing smiled coldly, lamenting at their ignorance. After I was promoted to the third grade, my father gave me a volume of a grade martial skills, grade A. When someone heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy, Li Xiao Nba, to have a grade A martial skill at the third grade, you have to know that besides Wang Yao, there are almost not many people in our school who have grade A martial skills. Then this Xiao Feng is going to be out of luck. I heard that his parents died early from bankruptcy. It's impossible for him to come up with high-level martial arts. As Li Longqing listened to the people around him bragging about him, his heart was greatly satisfied, while his eyes were as sharp as a jackal's and tiger's as he stared at Xiao Feng. At that moment, the aura that had erupted from his body suddenly contracted into his body, his left foot slightly rubbing the ground and pulling backward, the knees of both feet bending down, making a forceful wonton. A breeze blew through the street, lifting up the mud and dust on the ground, stirring up a chill in people. Surrounding the crowd of onlookers have held their breath, will open their eyes blinking, afraid to miss everything that happens next. Li Longqing's knee slightly moved. He suddenly struck. The whole person disappeared into a stream of light, directly pounced on Xiao Feng and waved out a fist forceful, sinking tiger. At this time, Xiao Feng finally did something, only to see him not slow to raise his right arm, palm clenched fist. Fist appeared at a touch of red. He violently turned toward the back of the air and swung a fist. An explosion of sound. The speed was so fast that most of the people present could not see it at all, and when they saw his behavior, they thought that he was pretending to be a god. Boom dash! Xiao Feng's fist stirred up the airflow so that the crowd could not open their eyes. The air as water encountered magma as a thick water mist. Water mist obscured the two figures, so that some people watching the battle outside could not see the situation inside. A breeze blew again. The water mist slowly dispersed. Inside revealed two figures, one standing and one lying down, but because of the water mist, the crowd couldn't tell who was who. Is it an A-class martial skill? It's really terrifying as hell. This Xiao Feng can be miserable. Looking at this situation, he won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. At this time, a woman wearing a blue and white Western-style dress, with an exquisitely beautiful face and pupils as brilliant as sapphires smiled faintly, as if she already knew the result, and turned around to walk towards the interior of the school. As the water mist slowly dispersed, the crowd only gradually saw the situation inside, only a little different. Contrary to what they thought in their heads that the one standing was Li Longqing, and the one lying on his back was Xiao Feng. Standing is Xiao Feng, lying is Li Longqing. The crowd had sucked in a mouthful of cool air, their mouths were wide open, and their minds were blank. What is the situation? Li Longqing, who was a third-grade innate and possessed A-grade martial arts skills, and whose strength was considered to be at the upper level in the martial arts school, was actually punched in seconds by a waste who had been silent for 2 years, doing nothing, and who hadn't made the slightest progress in his realm. Chapter 3, Igor the Holy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Mission 1 and obtaining the reward S-ranked martial skill, Supernatural Regeneration. The relevant records of the S-class martial skill, Supernatural Regeneration, were quickly integrated into his head, and he naturally knew how to use it without having to learn it at all. S-class martial skill, Supernatural Regeneration Mastery Level Beginner, has been automatically integrated into the body. As the more skillful it is used, the level of mastery improves as well. Is this an S-class martial skill? It feels so subtle. I really want to try the effects now. However, Xiao Feng quickly dismissed this thought. He did not come here to fight. With that, he skimmed towards Li Longqing, who had fainted on the ground, and coldly spoke. You're not the only one who knows a great martial skills. My martial skills have gone through thousands of refinements. And you still want to win against me? Do you deserve it? After saying that, Xiaofeng turned around and directly crossed over Li Longqing's body, and walked straight towards the main gate of the martial arts school. The crowd of onlookers were already shocked and could not say anything. They all subconsciously made a channel for him. Xiaofeng had just swiped his card to go in, and the gate guard, a grandpa who was drinking tea, gave him some warning in a whisper the moment he passed by. Don't be too sharp. Xiaofeng's footsteps lurched when he heard this, and his eyebrows rose slightly as he stared blankly at the grandpa who was wearing a security uniform to give him a reminder. The other party did not look at him, still rocking the bamboo recliner and sipping tea by himself. With Xiaofeng's departure, the crowd only gradually came back to their senses and could not help but sigh and exclaim, "My God, is this Xiaofeng so strong? Then why haven't I heard of him for 2 years?" Suddenly, someone sneered, "What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he can only ever be a second-grade blood condensation realm. One must know that the minimum threshold to step into a first-grade high martial university requires at least a third-grade innate realm, and with the fact that he'll always be stuck on a second-grade blood condensation realm, it's possible that some third-grade high martial trash universities won't even accept him." After someone said this, their hearts felt a bit more comfortable and they sighed in relief. Everyone was bubbling with the common thought that Xiaofeng's life would be like this, but they could still go to a decent university to obtain resources for cultivation, while Xiaofeng could only go to some trash or even not be able to go to a university. Most people didn't know that Xiaofeng had been expelled from school and it was no longer possible for him to get into a university, posing no threat to their worries. Treasure Bottle No. 1 High Martial High School, covering a vast area, fully equipped and advanced, with a perfect teaching system. The lowest serving teacher had reached the middle grade realm 5th grade outer deity realm, while its principal was the peak of the high grade realm 7th grade Zongshi realm, and it was famous in the Daxia because of its abundance of geniuses. The main gate of the martial arts school is still some distance away from the faculty office, and on the way, it is necessary to pass through a sacred sword square surrounded by bamboo forests and a huge dueling arena that imitates the Roman Colosseum before seeing the office building where the faculty office is located a few kilometers away. Xiaofeng walked alone on the remote man-made path, encountering a few pedestrians along the way. Normally, Xiaofeng's behavior was low-key and he rarely spoke to people. Not many people in the school knew that he was still around. Li Longqing counted as one. To be honest, originally wanted to quietly develop in the school to the 4th grade of the internal astral realm after a hit. Who knows that he was falsely accused of expulsion? He was lazy to explain. Here does not leave the master own place. There is a system and the mix is certainly not bad. He recalled the name of the system, a Weka realm. If it is really like it so say, then he can be big. Not long to reach the 8 products 9 products, and even the legendary martial arts god realm. Although today is only Monday, from Sunday there is still a period of time, but really make people itch. Thinking about it, he walked to the front of the sacred sword square, which couldn't help but make Xiaofeng recall a paragraph of his teacher's explanation of the sacred sword square. Said, in the center of the holy sword square, that huge altar in the center, the rusty long sword inserted. It is said that it is a 9th grade martial arts saint realm legacy relics. Whoever can pull it out will be able to inherit the legacy of the martial arts saint realm powerhouses. Of course, there had been countless attempts over the centuries, but they had all ended in failure without exception. And there was no shortage of strong people such as the 8th grade golden body realm and the 9th grade martial saint realm. Since he could take a detour, very few people would go through the bamboo forest and pass by the sacred sword plaza like Xiaofeng did. And soon, Xiaofeng arrived not far from the sacred sword plaza. When he had just awakened 3 years ago, he had unearthed that he actually had a slight connection with the holy sword, but after trying to pull out the sword, he still failed and did not try again after that. However, Xiaofeng had just taken a step into the sacred sword plaza, and a faint golden light appeared at his heart, while the rusty sacred sword appeared to shake slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Choose Mission 1. Take the St. Igor's saber and reward the S-ranked martial skill 1000 faces. Choose Mission 2. Leave here and pretend that nothing happened, rewarding the late stage of the 3rd grade innate realm. Xiaofeng first took a step back to exit the sacred sword square, and the shimmering light in his heart disappeared. So that sacred sword is the relic of a saint. Looking at the system, I should be able to remove it now. The S-class martial skill 1000 faces and the 3rd grade late innate realm are both so wanted. Xiaofeng couldn't wait to do both of them. My current A rank and above martial skills are only the A rank martial skill Explosive Inflammation Fist and the S rank martial skill Supernatural Regeneration, lacking high level and powerful martial skills. Although this 1000 faces wasn't a bullish offensive martial skill at first glance, it was good to have one more S-ranked card. The late stage of the 3rd grade innate realm is indeed tantalizing, but you can't fight without a good card. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and first took a tentative step inside the sacred sword plaza. and the faint golden light lit up with it. And then he carefully took 2 and 3 steps to confirm that there was nothing out of the ordinary before boldly walking towards the center of the plaza. Like 2 years ago, his heart thumped rhythmically, seemingly very excited and happy about what was about to happen next. Xiaofeng came to the center of the sacred sword square and was only half a step away from the sacred sword that was inserted on the stone platform that was painted with strange runes, and he slowly stretched his hand out and held onto the hilt of that sacred sword. He tried to pull up the holy sword, but found that the holy sword was the same as 2 years ago, without the slightest movement of being pulled up. Suddenly, a mysterious power suddenly surged into his arm holding the holy sword, and that power was like a golden electromagnetic ring continuously channeling towards the holy sword. Ding! Seal breaking program activated. About to break the seal of Saint Igor's sword, Xiaofeng was flabbergasted, and then realized that the holy sword that was originally tightly inserted on the stone platform appeared to loosen, and was gripped by him very easily. Boom! The majestic golden light rushed up to the sky, generating gusts of energy ripples in the sky. The white clouds in a radius of 100 miles were dispersed by the residual power generated by the golden light, and the treasure vase was clear for 10,000 miles. The entire martial arts school, the entire treasure bottle, all noticed this abnormality. The students of Treasure Bottle High Martial First High School looked up at this shocking scene, not knowing what had happened. The principal's office. There was no one inside, but the chairs were still spinning, and the coffee was still steaming smoke out. Chapter 4: The Fallen. The golden light was disorganized, and its composition of a tiny light cluster was like snowflakes gently drifting down from the air. But anyone who was touched by the small light cluster would have a warm feeling welling up in their body. All the teachers and students of Baoping Gaowu No. 1 middle school stopped what they were doing and looked up at this incredible sight. After some people came back to their senses and determined the direction from which the golden light was emitted, an incredible thought surfaced in their minds and they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Quickly look! That direction is the Holy Sword Square. Someone has pulled out that holy sword. Right. Someone must have pulled out the holy sword. Other than the students who were out, anyone who could see the golden light almost rushed towards the Holy Sword Square. The golden light gradually dissipated, and a figure was revealed in the center of the Holy Sword Square. This person was tall, with a head of long golden hair floating in the wind, holding a white golden holy sword with a cross pattern inlaid by 7 colored gems, with an exquisite and beautiful shape, and exuding a strong aura within his body. A careful identification would reveal that this person was Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng hovered in midair and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which caused the surrounding air to amplify, forming a path of air fluctuations. 8th grade golden body realm. Although I can only maintain this state for 10 minutes, I think it should be enough. Congratulations to the host for completing task 1, and obtaining the reward S grade martial skill 1000 faces. Bang! 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 Not far away came a burst of sonic booms. A light shadow was flying towards the side. The person who came was none other than the principal of the first middle school of the Treasure Bottle High Martial Arts, the peak powerhouse of the 7th grade Zhongshe realm. Lu Kuan-shang. Xiaofeng glanced in that direction and then put his left hand over his face. The moment his left hand touched his face, his facial features rapidly changed, and in a very short period of time, he transformed from a standard handsome boy's face into a pentagonal square-headed, bearded and scruffy Hulk. This was the S-grade martial art 1000 faces, able to mimic any face he had ever seen. Of course, if this was all it was not worthy of being called S-grade. One of its most important characteristics was that it was able to mimic any martial art below S-grade. In the next moment, Lu Kuan-shang had already arrived 100 meters away from Xiaofeng. He came to a violent stop and hovered in mid-air. The resulting airflow blew the corners of his white robe. He did not dare to make a sudden move. For one thing, he did not know whether the other party was a friend or foe. And secondly, the 8th grade golden body realm aura emanating from the other party made him 3 times more fearful. At first, his attention was focused on the holy sword with its bright golden light. Is this the legendary saint's sword? There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. But when Lu Kuan-shang remembered to look at what person was on the opposite side, he froze for a moment, simply because the person on the opposite side actually looked exactly like him. 8th grade Jindan realm and possessing a martial skill or supreme treasure that forges mimicry abilities. Who could such a strong person be? Returning to his senses, he asked Xiaofeng with some doubt in his eyes. This friend, why do you need to hide your head? The sage stipulates that the sacred sword belongs to whoever pulls it out, and since the sacred sword was pulled out by you, it naturally belongs to you. Are you still afraid that we will get greedy and do something stupid like destroying the reputation and robbing it without authorization? Xiaofeng obtained some of the memory fragments inherited after touching the holy sword and knew some things about the holy sword's role, so he couldn't help but secretly spit out in his heart. Oh, right now you don't see it yet. When you notice that this holy sword has the ability to absorb the blessings of heaven and earth, suppress evil spirits, and is related to the feng shui of the martial arts school and the fate of the school, You might go crazy looking for me all over the world, not hiding your head, waiting to be wanted by you all over the country. Ah, Xiaofeng stared at Lu Kuansheng. His expression did not have the slightest difference. He was calm and relaxed, and spoke blandly. You know, this kind of thing not many people are willing to let others know who they are. While the two were talking, people arrived here one after another, and soon the ground around the sacred sword square was surrounded by a black crowd. Xiaofeng knew that this place was not suitable to stay for a long time. He needed to find an excuse to leave as soon as possible. Once 10 minutes had passed, once the statute of limitations of the 8th grade Jindan Realm experience card had expired and his true strength was exposed, he didn't know how many people would have crooked thoughts about this sacred sword. The school administration might not, but those students who had identities and backgrounds couldn't be sure about that. The purpose of my school authority is simple. It is to figure out the ability of this holy sword. I hope that Your Excellency. Before the words fell, a majestic and thick breath erupted from Xiaofeng's body, and the might of the 8th grade Jindan realm was displayed in all directions. The pressure it produced caused everyone present to almost gasp for air, like a god or devil descending into the world, unrivaled in the world. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the 8th grade Jindan realm? It was indeed strong and domineering. If I don't say it, what can you do? Xiaofeng smiled coldly, his eyes staring sharply at Lu Kuansheng. Seeing this, Lu Kuansheng raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat that appeared on his forehead. Now even though he had reached the peak of the 7th grade of the Zhongshu realm, and the 8th grade was only one step away, but the difference between this step was a world of difference. If he really wanted to fight hard, even if all the people present went together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to stop this mysterious 8th grade powerhouse. He could only helplessly cupped his fists and made amends. Sorry for offending Senior. Since Senior is not willing to let people know, we naturally do not have the power to force ourselves. I wish Senior a safe journey. Hearing Lu Kuansheng say this, Xiaofeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, he was very nervous at this moment. He had to maintain the majesty of a strong man and also show the belly of a strong man. The two needed to be controlled at a just right level. If he had not relied on the 1,000 faces, he might have been suspected by the other party long ago. In that case, I still have important matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Xiaofeng, who held the golden sacred sword in his hand, stepped into the air under the eyes of everyone and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the sacred sword plaza and arriving at a place 100 meters away. Just as he had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this matter had been resolved peacefully, an accident occurred. The golden-colored holy sword suddenly changed, and the sacred and gentle golden light that was originally wrapped around the holy sword gradually turned into a dark and depraved dull purple color. Xiaofeng frowned when he saw this and then felt that something was not good and wanted to speed up and leave this place with the sword when the dull purple black gas around the holy sword exploded like a bomb. However, any living thing that was contaminated by it would inevitably quickly wither away, and a fine-skinned and tender person would instantly turn into a thin and withered corpse, with only a handful of bones seeming to be left on his entire body except for the layer of dry and wrinkled skin. Even worse, that holy sword seemed to be frantically stealing that residual power from his body, causing him to fall from the 8th grade Jindan realm to the peak of the 7th grade Zhongshu realm. This situation showed no signs of stopping. The holy sword was like a bottomless pit, constantly sucking in the surrounding power. Seeing this, Lu Kuansheng's eyes were stunned. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he exclaimed out in shock, "Fallen sword! You are the fallen!" Lu Kuansheng's voice was slightly incredulous, but it was so strong and loud that the entire martial arts school echoed with his voice. When everyone heard the familiar yet unfamiliar name Fallen One, they were stunned, and memories of Fallen One emerged in their minds. The Fallen Cultists, Vicious and Murderous Heretics. Chapter 5, The Mole. The Fallen? Sword of the Fallen? Holy, pitiful this is. A cold sweat broke out on Xiaofeng's forehead, and an urge to kill surged in his heart. At the same time, the qi and blood in his body continued to drain without the slightest sign of stopping. Suddenly, a huge fire dragon condensed from a blazing fire came towards his rear at an extremely fast speed. Xiaofeng's face was grave, his body twisted, his toes tapped the void, and with the help of the resistance in the air, he bounced backward by a distance of several meters, and the fire dragon brushed against him, narrowly dodging it. The distance between the two was only a difference of millimeters. At such a close distance, Xiaofeng truly felt the terrifying high temperature of the fire dragon. If not for the brief power he gained with the help of the sacred sword, I am afraid that he would have long been melted and vaporized by the high temperatures with the strength of the 3rd grade. Although he had dodged this sneak attack, he did not dare to relax his guard in the slightest. As expected, the fire dragon was in hot pursuit and made a 180-degree dragon turn back, once again pouncing towards Xiaofeng. Seeing this, Xiaofeng no longer held back, and with the holy sword in his hand, a dark purple energy was attached to the sword, violently chopping horizontally towards the direction of the fire dragon. A swift and domineering dull purple blade chopped out, hardening the fire dragon and splitting it into two halves, causing it to gradually dissipate in mid-air, leaving behind only a little residual warmth. The middle school students of the martial arts school who saw the scene could not help but marvel. So powerful. This person is so strong. He actually hardened the principal's martial skill and chopped it up. Xiaofeng sighed helplessly and turned to look at Lu Kuan-shang, only to see that the flaming aperture surrounding his arm had not completely dissipated. Principal Lu, you don't think that I really don't dare to fight back, do you? To start a war here, aren't you afraid of tearing down your school? Lu Kuan-shang's face was gloomy, his pupils filled with killing intent. Fallen one, you who shows off your evil, killing you alone will save thousands of people. All the teachers and students of the first middle school listened to the order. Those of the 6th grade and above will hunt the fallen one with me, and the rest will evacuate this place as soon as possible to avoid being affected by the battle. Xiaofeng held the holy sword tightly in his hand. He was not willing to stay here for a long time. Now that this peaks 7th grade experience card that had descended from the 8th grade, there might only be a minute or two left. If he was delayed for a while longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. He directly hardened himself against the attacks coming from all directions. His legs stomped hard, and instantly flew out hundreds of meters again. Where is the devil going? A peak 6th grade god-gathering realm powerhouse blocked Xiaofeng's path in front of him, holding an object similar to a copper bell in his hand and shaking it with great force. Clanging copper bells came out. The sound of the copper bell carried an extremely strong spiritual attack, and anyone who heard it would have a splitting headache and a feeling that life was worse than death. The surrounding crowd covered their ears, but this could not diminish its effect in the slightest, and one by one, they slumped to the ground in pain. However, Xiaofeng did not seem to be affected in the slightest, and he hardened himself against the copper bell's spiritual attack, directly barging past it. At the same time, Xiaofeng realized that among the bustling crowd, there was an acquaintance of his, and an escape plan surfaced in his mind, and the corner of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Lu Kuan-shang, who came after him from the back, saw the student who was lying on the ground and crying in pain. He hurriedly shouted, "Old Li, you can't use this right now. There are so many students in the neighborhood." The person who was called Old Li had no choice but to take the copper bell back into his nascent sphere and turn towards Xiaofeng to chase after him. Xiaofeng slightly glanced back. "Since you guys are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous." He pretended to escape and then killed a horseback shot. Old Li, who was in close pursuit, was also taken aback. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He was blasted in the chest by Xiaofeng's fist and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The whole person smashed into the ground like a meteor. There is a break. A gust of ripples appeared in the void behind Xiaofeng, and a 6th grade early god-gathering realm martial artist leapt out from within, clutching a turquoise dagger that glowed with green fluorescence in his hand as he slashed towards Xiaofeng's back. Just when the dagger was still 0.001 millimeters away from Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng disappeared. That person also missed his chance. Everyone at the scene, including Lu Kuan-shang, was stunned. Where was Xiaofeng? Up there! Someone exclaimed, only to see that Xiaofeng somehow had one more person in his hands, and this person was lifted up high by him and held tightly by the neck. The crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. This person was no other than the son of the mayor of Baobao City, Wang Yao. Wang Yao said, also unlucky. Just returned to the school, found the holy sword square strange. Will follow the crowd fart run over. Who knew that he just ran into a big battle between the two sides, and was just about to sneak away, but was caught by Xiaofeng, who was on the run. Xiaofeng was panting heavily at the moment, but on his face was more of a sinister cold smile. It could be said that he hadn't found a place to step on the iron shoes, but he had gotten it without making any effort, and one of the two objects of vengeance had actually been caught by one of him. Wang Yao's legs stomped around in the void. His eyes gradually turned white towards the top. The fear of suffocation and death spread all over his body. He hoarsely opened his mouth with difficulty. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I guarantee they won't hurt you. Lu Kuan-shang and his group of strong men surrounded the duo in 3 layers, but none of them dared to act rashly. After all, they all recognized that the person who was captured was the mayor's only son, Wang Yao. If something happens to Wang Yao here, this group of old men will suffer, at least to shed layers of skin. The students have not completely evacuated. Many people rely on their own strength, do not know the high ground to stay down. Wang Yao is one of this group of people, and this group of people at this moment not a mouth wide open, incredulous about what they see. This scene, high martial arts school and the strength of the strongest, once in 100 years of genius of the 4th grade of the internal astral realm in the middle of the Wang Yao, surprisingly disappeared in an instant, and reappeared, has been carried like a chicken was carried to the mid-air. This is the gap between strengths, without really experiencing the world. They are just frogs in the bottom of the well. Subsequently, something even more shocking happened to them as well as the school personnel. Xiaofeng, who had choked Wang Yao's neck, was currently panting heavily. The qi and blood in his body was rapidly draining away. and his body was vaguely becoming illusory. Xiaofeng knew that the experience had entered the final countdown. Because of the rapid loss of qi and blood, the meridians in his body were disorganized, and the effect of the 1,000 faces gradually dissipated, and his body shape and appearance gradually returned to its original appearance. At this moment, Lu Kuan-shang and the crowd, their hearts were tight, all wanting to see what this fallen one who could pull out the holy sword and contaminate it actually looked like. In their imagination, it was either a 1,000-year-old monster, or an old man in his twilight years, or a middle-aged man if he was a bit younger, which was their inherent perception of a high-grade powerhouse. However, when they looked at Xiaofeng's gradually fading face, they were stunned. The other party was not only not the image of the bone-thin old man that they had imagined, but instead, he was a fine-skinned, handsome-looking young man who was of a similar age to them. The crowd could not help but feel a little puzzled. This person looked a little familiar and seemed to have seen him somewhere, but could not recall who he was for a moment. Someone seemed to recognize him, with a little questioning and disbelief in his tone. Xiaofeng? After such a reminder from this person, everyone's heads felt like they had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and all of them couldn't help but buzz for a moment as things about Xiaofeng automatically surfaced in their minds. Xiaofeng? That trash who has been stuck at the second-grade blood condensation realm for 2 years. Impossible, right? That fallen one is in existence at the peak of the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade, just like the headmaster. So how could it be possible? Xiaofeng? Lu Kuan-shang first froze after hearing this familiar name, as if he had seen or heard of it somewhere. Rumble dash. Lu Kuan-shang remembered the genius of the martial arts school 2 years ago. After that, because of certain reasons, the realm was forever stuck in the 2nd grade. No matter what methods were tried, they were of no help. Not long ago Xiaofeng was expelled from the school for defrauding a bank loan, while that expulsion notice was signed by him personally. Chapter 6, Survival. Lu Kuan-shang violently glanced at the vice principal beside him, Shen Wanshi, who was in charge of this expulsion of Xiaofeng, only to see the other party's face turn blue, with a look of having seen a ghost, muttering under his breath, "Impossible, how, why?" Lu Kuan-shang instantly guessed some clues and snorted coldly, "When this matter is over, then I will find you to settle the score." On the other side, Wang Yao, who watched Xiaofeng recover his original form, his eyes stared like bronze bells, wanting to speak but unable to do so due to his neck being stuck. Just as Xiaofeng was about to lay his hands on him, a hopeful voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Mission 1, kill Wang Yao. Rewarded with S-Class Elixir Tyrannical Qi Dan and a helicopter to the peak of the 4th grade Inner Gang Realm. Task 2, spare Wang Yao. Reward S-Grade Talisman, Teleportation Talisman. Can randomly teleport to any corner of the treasure bottle." Xiaofeng's heart was overjoyed. He did not expect the system to appear at this time of life and death, and the rewards were rich and tantalizing. It was just that the options made him a bit entangled. To be honest, Xiaofeng couldn't wait to immediately thwart Wang Yao. The reward of being helicoptered to the peak of the 4th rank after killing Wang Yao was indeed tempting. However, at this time, he was already trapped in a heavy siege. The other party had a peak 7th rank Zhongshe realm powerhouse, and dozens of experts of the 5th and 6th rank. The strength of the peak of the 4th rank was not enough to be looked at all. The teleportation talisman was his only chance to escape, but he did not want to let go of this time when he could seriously injure Wang Yao. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofeng made his final decision and stared at Wang Yao with fierce and sharp eyes. Wang Yao immediately felt his body go cold and goosebumps all over his body, only feeling a strong killing intent coming from the other party. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, Xiaofeng moved. He took advantage of the last few seconds of his strength enhancement experience, and his left hand, which was holding the holy sword, violently lifted up and stabbed towards the direction of Wang Yao's heart. Not good. Lu Kuan-shang sensed something bad and rushed towards Xiaofeng's direction with his own extreme speed, but the two of them were separated by nearly 1,000 meters, so it was too late to save him. Who knows? Xiaofeng's left hand that was originally going to stab at Wang Yao's heart suddenly changed direction. His hand rose up and his sword fell. Blood splattered everywhere, and he chopped off Wang Yao's entire right arm. At the same time, Xiaofeng injected the minuscule amount of dark purple gas he was able to manipulate into Wang Yao's body along his broken arm and laughed loudly. "Headmaster Lu, still want to chase after him? In 5 seconds, if you don't go and expel the gas from his body, he will definitely die." After saying that, Xiaofeng threw Wang Yao towards the right with force. Lu Kuan-shang, who had originally rushed towards Xiaofeng, violently braked his footsteps, and after viciously glaring at Xiaofeng, he flew towards Wang Yao's direction. "Congratulations, you have completed task 2, rewarded with an S-rank talisman, Teleportation Talisman." A talisman engraved with a strange pattern and flowing with some fine golden liquid appeared out of thin air in Xiaofeng's hand. Xiaofeng held it tightly and injected the only trace of qi and blood left into it. After the talisman was injected with qi and blood, A small golden-colored spell formation appeared on top of Xiao Feng's head, and a light golden light shone down from the spell formation, wrapping him in it. When Shen Wanqiu saw this, he was startled and said, "Not good. He is going to escape with the help of the talisman. Quickly stop him." Xiao Feng's strength had returned to its original state after he injected the last trace of his qi and blood into the talisman. He shouted, "Everyone, I will remember today's events. We will meet again." After saying that, he teleported away and disappeared in place. At the same time, Lu Kuanshang rushed back from a short distance holding Wang Yao, who had broken his arm. His face blew. "Shen Wanqiu, I hope you can give me an explanation that satisfies me." In a certain neighborhood in Old Alley in Baobao City, a silhouette fell from the air and smashed heavily into the ground. Because his strength had first jumped up and then plummeted, Xiao Feng's body was overwhelmed. His breathing was not smooth and his pulse was weak. His eyelids gradually sank as he thought in his heart, "Has it come to this? But it's good. At least it has left footprints." Suddenly, a stream of pure dull purple energy surged out from the sword of the fallen beside him and slowly and orderly poured into Xiao Feng's body. Xiao Feng instantly came to his senses and gasped for air. Although his head could not rotate yet, he understood what was happening after seeing the pure dull purple energy. He felt that his internal and external injuries were rapidly recovering, and in a short while, certain parts of his body were able to move, starting with his fingertips, followed by his neck, arms, and thighs. The entire person quickly recovered to his optimal state, and Xiao Feng stood up with a backflip as a touch of excitement appeared on his face. He sensed that his strength had been greatly improved, soaring from the early stage of the third grade innate realm to the late stage of the third grade innate realm in one go. As the saying goes, there must be a blessing in the aftermath of a great calamity. Xiao Feng had not yet regained his senses from his joy when he realized that the fallen sword that had caused him to be hunted down and killed had disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Feng felt a hot burning sensation coming from the back of his left hand, and when he looked down, he realized that there was a sword-shaped tattoo on the back of his hand for no reason, and the sword was engraved with a flashing gemstone. This sword was the sword of the fallen, and at the same time, a memory image surfaced in his mind. Through the images that flooded into his memory, Xiao Feng had a certain initial understanding of the origins of the sword. The sword originated from the underground world known as the mining cavern, and other than the person who possessed the sword, any other outsiders who entered it would inexplicably die. Xiao Feng stood up and felt every ache and pain brought on by his body's skin. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A pity. If I didn't have to run away, that Wang Yao guy would have almost been hand-sliced by me. What am I going to do next? Going back is impossible to go back. Anyone who is recognized as a fallen one, as long as they are caught, there is no chance of explaining that they might be made dead. Wandering? Not a dime of me is indeed quite suitable. Now I can only take one step and see what happens. To be honest, I quite want to show others the changes I have made now. As he watched, Xiao Feng froze. He saw a person who made him very disgusted. Lu Roiqin, good fellow. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Xiao Feng hurriedly flickered his body and while hiding in a pile of miscellaneous goods, he half stretched his head out to observe the situation. He only heard the other party looking around and seemed to be illuminating something. It should be in this neighborhood. Where did it run off to? That damn key must still be in that guy Xiao Feng's hands. Key? Xiao Feng, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but frown. What key? How come I don't know? Just as Xiao Feng wanted to go out and question it to his face, his footsteps paused. No, I'm not lightly injured right now. Although I have supernatural regeneration, it requires a lot of qi and blood to be consumed, and now that guy is also a third grade, it's really a bit hard to deal with. Xiao Feng's body flashed and he himself left the place very lightly. The so-called gentleman's revenge is not too late. Wait, I'll let you kneel on the ground and lick my shoes when I'm 7th or 8th grade. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng sighed helplessly. It's a pity that I am now in possession of the sword of the fallen, having become a fallen one, and I can't let that damned group of grade A's and the group that looked down on me to have a little lesson. Chapter 7, The Vampire Duke. Wait a minute, what does this have to do with the fallen? Xiao Feng was puzzled. His entire body was in a state of confusion. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Xiao Feng slightly closed his eyes and slowly and orderly followed the pattern on the back of his hand to run his body's qi and blood. His hand gently flung out and a long sword entwined with black mist appeared in his hand, only that its radiance was no longer as bright and glittering as when he had just pulled it out earlier. Sword of the Fallen? Oh, it feels like the specialized Sword of the Fallen. I just don't know what characteristics this sword has. Do you know about it? System? The Sword of the Fallen is of unknown grade and possesses two major characteristics. Special 1. Qi and blood extraction. For every person killed, a portion of qi and blood can be stored. Special 2. Plunder. A killed target can be randomly plundered for their martial arts. Up to 5 martial arts can be stored. Trait 3. Instantaneous movement. Can instantly move within 20 meters of oneself. Characteristic 4. can be exempted from all golden contamination from the mining cave? After listening to the system's explanation, Xiaofeng had a general understanding of the fallen sword, and suddenly a bold idea flashed in his mind. Exempt from all spiritual pollution from the mining cave? Doesn't that mean I can enter that underground world? If I'm cornered one day, I'll just run over there. I'd like to see what they can do to me. Anyway, the location of that place has been automatically branded in my mind. Xiaofeng's heart rejoiced. What he had to do now was very simple. Since the system was called the 1 week 1 realm system, as long as he could linger for a month or two, it wouldn't be too late to kill his way back when his realm was upgraded. By then, turning this world upside down is not impossible. He stopped just after stepping out of the alleyway entrance. The sky in front of him a few hundred meters away was filled with police officers wearing special police battle armor, a high-end fighter jet hovering in the air, and countless detectors scanning back and forth on the ground. Xiaofeng froze and muttered, "What is this situation? Have I violated the laws of heaven? There is no need to arrest me like this, right?" Looking up, a huge holographic projection emerged in the sky, with a sweet-looking lady sitting in a chair in the center. "Attention all citizens, the latest news has just come in from Baobao Gaowu No. 1 Middle School. A character suspected to be a fallen one has been found. Xiaofeng, a former student of Baobao Gaowu No. 1 Middle School. The following is his information. Please call the police as soon as you find him. This person is vicious and has injured dozens of people. The city's pride, Mr. Wang Yao, lost an arm in his heroic fight with him, for which we are deeply sorry, while wishing Mr. Wang Yao a speedy recovery. In addition, the mayor, Mr. Wang Futon, is extremely angry about this matter, and after deliberation has decided to set a $10 million bonus for the capture of this villain, and those who provide favorable and accurate clues will be rewarded with $500,000. After saying that, the TV station released all of Xiaofeng's information, including his name, photo, personality, etc. Xiaofeng, male, 18 years old, height around 180 centimeters, peak of the second-grade blood condensation realm, possesses randomly altered appearance martial arts or treasures, etc. Xiaofeng was silent, his heart almost cursed. I Lu a bean, can I catch myself in the past, and then I collect the money myself? No? This undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty for him to survive. The whole 10 million this is enough to make friends and family crazy. Xiaofeng took the sword of the fallen back into his body and began to think of countermeasures. Going out now is definitely not an option. He would probably be surrounded by police friction within seconds of going out. Since I'm immune to the poisonous gas of the underground world, and outsiders can't get in, going to that place might be the best option for me. But the question is how to get there. Not to mention whether or not I can get out of Treasure Bottle City. Even if I can, that place is 100,000 miles away from Treasure Bottle City. And if I take the main road, I'll have to pass through sentry posts all the way. So it would be strange if I'm not exposed. If you take the Mountain Wild Road, but not here in the Treasure Bottle Metropolis, there is no Mountain Wild Road. Xiaofeng could not help but fall into silence. He had thought of forging an identity, or taking out someone to steal their identity, but the latter idea was quickly rejected by him. Firstly, out of a matter of principle, and secondly, the risk was too great. In today's era where everyone practiced martial arts, who could guarantee that the other party was not a formidable character? Oh, exempt, found it, so it's here. Hearing that unfamiliar voice, Xiaofeng's tiger body shook and goosebumps rose all over his body. He sensed an extremely eerie and terrifying aura behind him, and the oppression brought about by the other party far exceeded that of the principal of the first middle school of the Treasure Bottle Gaowu, Lu Kuanxing, which meant that the other party was at least an 8th grade golden body realm level powerhouse. Xiaofeng turned around violently and instantly drew out the fallen sword that he had just retracted, while constantly walking carefully towards the back. When he fixed his eyes, he saw a man with a straight but slightly slim figure, wearing a red suit, with pale, cold and bloodless skin, deep dark red pupils, and 2 canine teeth poking out from below his upper lip, who was sticking his hands in his pants pockets and staring at him with a curious look as if he was looking at a novelty species. Xiaofeng could not help but gulp at the sight of this person. He had seen this person on the S-Class Criminals Wanted list on his cell phone. The 4th seat of the Fallen, codenamed Duke of Bloodsucking, the peak of the 8th grade Jindan realm. Xiaofeng stood frozen in place, not knowing what to say or do. He was afraid that if he made the slightest move, his head would fall to the ground and his life would be in jeopardy. And the other party did not have the slightest intention to kill him. Just staring straight at the black sword in his hand, the two men were frozen face to face like this. Xiaofeng didn't know what the other party was thinking at the moment. He only knew that at the moment he was already sweating. The other party was a strong person at the peak of the 8th grade Jindan realm. Can you run away? Can one run away? Interesting. You actually managed to get your hands on that fallen sword that has been ownerless for years. How interesting. The The blood-sucking Duke narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Xiaofeng in front of him and spoke to himself. Xiaofeng was confused about this. He only knew about the word fallen or the organization from the internet, and knew that they were ruthless and murderous. As for what they wanted and what they were doing, Xiaofeng did not know anything about it. You come with me. The aura emitted by the Sword of the Fallen will be troublesome if it is discovered by those old guys. Old guys? Xiaofeng was confused by what he heard. Who are the old guys? Lu Kuan-shang? No, Lu Kuan-shang was only at the peak of the 7th grade. Could it be that there were other powerful characters hidden in Baobao City? Xiaofeng had no choice. The system did not give him any hints or help. At this moment he did not have the slightest ability to resist the blood-sucking Duke. He could only obediently follow him away. Soon after the two left, an old man with white hair and long beard appeared in the sky above where Xiaofeng was just now with a group of people. Behind him followed two people. One was Lu Kuansheng, the principal of the first middle school of Baobao Gaowu and the peak of the 7th grade Zhongshe realm, and the other was Wang Futong, the mayor of Baobao City and the late 7th grade. The two were respectful to this old man, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. Oh, surprisingly, he has already left, and hasn't left a single breath behind. Wang Futong bent over, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Elder Mr. Fifth Element, I'll send people to conduct a carpet search in the vicinity, and definitely won't let the fallen one leave the treasure bottle alive. Speaking of this, Wang Futong gritted his teeth, a large part of which was because he wanted to help his son avenge the severing of his arm. Chapter 8, The Destroyer. In the haze of the night, two figures appeared on a deserted old street. The buildings in the old street looked a bit old, with traces of the initial stage of the city. Xiaofeng followed closely behind the vampire duke, his heart in his throat. He was not sure how long he had been walking. He only felt that the surroundings were getting more and more eerie and cold. Suddenly, Vampire Duke stopped without warning. Xiaofeng saw this, also hurried to stop. The two just stood in the center of the street. A black bat hung upside down on a pole. Its originally closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of bizarre scarlet pupils. Blood-sucking Duke, tapping his toes on the ground, a dark red invisible energy cover instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Immediately afterward, a splash of bright red blood dripped down his arm to the ground. He half squatted down and used the blood to outline a strange pattern on the ground, then made a prayer gesture and spoke in a mysterious and unfamiliar language. Lord Black Emperor, the person you are looking for has been found. It is the one in the prophecy who is able to use the fallen sword. Xiaofeng couldn't help but gulp as he listened to the unfamiliar language, completely unaware of what the other party was trying to do, and secretly cursed countless times in his heart. Don't you, this isn't me. It's the system that's messing with me. If I had known, I wouldn't have coveted that S-class martial arts skill 1,000 faces. If I hadn't coveted it, I might have gone back to my home to hide for a few weeks, and then I would have been able to make a splash when I came out of the mountains, pretending to be a bully, embracing people on the right and on the left. So how refreshing it would be. But now it's bad. First I was chased by those guys from the school. It was not easy to escape. And then I bumped into a fallen 1/8th grade Jindan realm peak bigot, and I still don't know what the other party wants to do to me. Xiaofeng's face was pale. His head was thinking fast. Escaping was obviously impossible. He could only hope that good luck would come and the other party would not kill him, or the system would come to his rescue. Soon, the blood-sucking Duke completed his transmission, and his scarlet pupils looked at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng shivered and immediately straightened his body and asked with a pale face, "Tell me, what exactly do you want? If you want to kill me, then make it painful." The blood-sucking Duke looked calm, no waves on his face. "It's very simple. Lord Black Emperor wants you to join us. After you reach the 7th rank, we will send you to the Sahara underground world to help Lord Black Emperor look for an item." When Xiaofeng heard this, he could not help but frown. What if I refuse? No, you won't refuse. The blood-sucking Duke's expression remained cold and his hands were stuck in his pockets. "Even if you want to refuse, we have a way to make you agree." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Task 1, Join the Fallen. Rewarded with immunity to all contractual restrictions without the Fallen being aware of it. Mission 2, Refuse. Reward. The system's voice paused for a moment. Reward, starting over, rebirth. But the time of rebirth is uncertain. Xiaofeng's head buzzed when he heard the words start over. Start over? What does this mean? Is it going back to a certain point in time to start over? Or is it completely reincarnating as a human being? It did not take long for Xiaofeng to calm down. With his memories on Earth, he knew the truth of curiosity killed the cat. He was unable to determine the point in time when he was reborn, and if he was reincarnated, then he would lose a lot of money. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and his eyes became firm, listening to the rewards of Task 1. Even if I join the Fallen, it seems that I won't lose much. He slowly raised his head and looked at the blood-sucking Duke. Fine, I promise to join you, but only if you protect me. The blood-sucking duke nodded after hearing this, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a piece of parchment with the same pattern printed on the back as the ceremony held earlier appeared in his hand. Drop your blood onto the contract, and after that, as long as you have the slightest thought of betrayal, your form will be destroyed and you will never be able to turn back. Of course, as long as you obey us, the benefits will naturally come to you. Xiaofeng lightly breathed a sigh of relief as the nail of his right thumb slightly cut through the skin of his index finger, and a drop of bright red blood dripped down onto the parchment. The parchment rippled in layers, and Xiaofeng's name and portrait automatically surfaced on it. Xiaofeng could clearly feel a constantly flashing red dot appearing in his head, or rather in the depths of his soul, which meant that the contract was signed successfully. After the ceremony of signing the contract was completed, the blood-sucking duke put away the parchment. Give yourself a code name. Xiaofeng lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and said, Life Chopper. The blood-sucking duke did not say anything more, and was considered to have acquiesced to this code name. At the same time, Xiaofeng saw his figure become blurry and illusory, and in the blink of an eye, the blood-sucking duke's body turned into a black bat and flew away in all directions. At the place where he disappeared, a small parcel and a black token engraved with the words Life Chopper were left behind. The token was carved with strange patterns, and on the back was a pattern of a crown crossed with a sword. Xiaofeng put the token into his nascent sphere, bent down and carefully picked up the small package on the ground and opened it. There was not much in the package, only a note, a photo and an ID card. The note read, Decapitator. Your mission is to cooperate with the other fallen ones to create panic and disaster in Treasure Bottle to welcome the God of Death. The hidden stronghold of the fallen ones is the evil dragon bar, and after completing the mission, you will be able to obtain the appropriate merits to exchange for items. Xiaofeng read the note and shook his head with a bitter smile. I never thought that I would really become a fallen one. With a wave of Xiaofeng's hand, the note floated into midair and ignited a flash of green flame, instantly turning into ashes. At the same time, the constantly flickering red dot in his soul was quietly erased by an invisible and mysterious force. Xiaofeng changed his height and appearance according to the likeness on the ID card in the package, then walked towards the evil dragon bar not far away. After the battle at the first middle school of the Treasure Bottle High Marshal, he had a deep realization and his strength had been raised to the middle stage of the third grade innate realm. In a European-style castle standing on top of a mountain, the blood-sucking duke was kneeling on one knee, his head lowered, not daring to look directly at the person wearing a golden crown above him. Lord Black Emperor, I have something that may offend you, and I don't know if it's appropriate to speak. The Black Emperor opened those pupils that were like reincarnation eyes, and a suffocatingly powerful pressure came over him. What we need is a dead soldier. The blood-sucking duke immediately broke out into a cold sweat. Kneeling on one knee, he didn't dare to move the slightest bit. Sorry for offending you. As he said that, the blood-sucking duke drew out the sword at his waist, and without hesitation, stabbed towards his abdomen. When the tip of the sword was only a few millimeters away from his abdomen, the sword stopped. Let's forget about it this time. Yes. Chapter 9, Moon Shadow. Late at night, the evil dragon bar was filled with people. The music was deafening, the wine was fragrant, and people were dancing and partying to their heart's content. Xiaofeng followed the route told by the blood-sucking duke and arrived not far from the entrance of the evil dragon bar, and a pungent smell of alcohol entered his mouth. At the same time, something unusual happened in the surroundings. The whistling sound of the wind blowing through the street came to an abrupt end, and the old and dim street lamps on the side of the road suddenly went out. Xiaofeng immediately realized that the situation was not right, and stopped his footsteps, looking around with vigilant eyes, his left hand gripping the sharp sword of the fallen tightly, always ready to deal with unexpected situations. At this moment, a ball of turquoise light slowly coalesced in front of Xiaofeng, and a maid dressed in black robes and wearing a turquoise mask appeared in front of him with her hands holding a metal box engraved with delicate patterns. Hello Mr. Decimator, I am the attendant of Lord Black Emperor. This is Lord Black Emperor welcoming you to join the Fallen presents you with a gift. Gift? Xiaofeng was puzzled in his heart, but he still took the golden box that was floating. Xiaofeng couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the golden box in his hand. This joining the Fallen Ones even has new member benefits. He opened the metal box with trepidation, and as soon as the box was opened, 7-colored light flashed out and a magic cube hovered in the center of the metal box. The attendant spoke indifferently. Grade A treasure, Destiny Ring, capable of condensing the surrounding chi and blood to enhance the speed of cultivation. After saying this, the attendant disappeared and the surroundings returned to normal. Xiaofeng frowned. He did not expect his first supreme treasure to arrive so easily. Although it was not S grade, a grade was quite good. Stopping the fate ring in his hand to watch, its hole was made of reddish precious jade, and its shape was roughly about the same size as a ring. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Black Emperor, when I run away one day, I'll take this treasure with me. But it's also very strange. Xiaofeng lowered his head and secretly pondered. if it's really as the blood-sucking Duke said, then shouldn't they vigorously cultivate me and send me directly to the underground world when I reach the 7th rank? What exactly do they want? Thinking about it, he had already walked to the entrance of the evil dragon bar. Two burly men looked at him with fierce faces. One of them stretched out his wide and rough palm and said loudly, "VIP card. Without a VIP card, idle people cannot enter." VIP card? Xiaofeng could not help but feel puzzled in his heart. But he did not receive this thing? Could it be that the blood-sucking Duke had forgotten to give it to him? If the Xiaofeng of the past, he might have just turned around and left, waiting for an opportunity to blend in. However, now that he had become an openly visible fallen one, he needed to create a unique personality in front of the fallen ones, so that he would have less resistance when running away. Thus, Xiaofeng did not obediently leave, but instead, with an icy cold face and calm demeanor, he violently threw out the black sword in his left hand and swiftly slid it towards the throat of one of the security guards. That security guard's face showed a look of horror, and he did not have time to react in any way before his head was cut off, and his corpse was separated, with blood splattering everywhere. The other security guard came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled out his pistol and wanted to pull the trigger to fire. However, his cell phone was sent flying by Xiaofeng with a powerful kickback. Xiaofeng swept his gaze to a nearby building and said coldly, "Come out. I know you guys are nearby." Instantly, the surroundings became silent, and the sounds of music, hot dancing and revelry in the tavern continued. Suddenly, a huge fireball came from behind him. The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth rose slightly and without looking back, he raised his hand and fiercely caught the huge fireball, which stopped. Xiaofeng immediately unleashed the mimicry ability of Thousand Faces, and the spinning fireball quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A silhouette rushed out from behind the fireball, holding a halberd tightly in both hands, and ruthlessly smashed towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Not only did he not retreat, instead, he took a heavy step forward and punched one of the hooded sneak attackers to stun him. "Oh, let me see who it is." Xiaofeng half crouched down and prepared to lift the cloth tied around the face of the sneak attacker. Suddenly, an ice arrow with a sharp severe cold shot out from the darkness. The ice arrow flew towards Xiaofeng at high speed, and the ground was lifted up by a path of ice spikes. Suddenly, Xiaofeng twisted his body and unleashed the copying ability of Thousand Faces Man again, and an identical ice arrow appeared out of thin air. Boom! The two ice arrows collided with each other, sending out a loud explosion sound, and the surrounding ground and the wall at the entrance of the evil dragon bar were lifted up by a thick layer of frost. 4th grade Inner Deity Realm. Xiaofeng gripped the sword of the fallen in his left hand and prepared to go all out as black smoke rolled around his body. The woman in the cloak was also not willing to show weakness, and every time she took a step forward, the ground would lift up a snowflake. Just as the two were preparing to strike in the nick of time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. "Alright, have you had enough?" An extremely powerful aura erupted from this person, hardening the two of them back. Xiaofeng barely managed to stabilize his stance after continuously turning several times in the air, and carrying the holy sword. He stared tightly at the old man in front of him who had white hair and wore black and red robes. Xiaofeng judged from the aura that the old man had just erupted that the old man in front of him was at least a peak 7th grade powerhouse. Peak 7th grade? The old man turned around, his deep, pitch-black pupils staring tightly at Xiaofeng, and after carefully sizing him up, he slightly nodded. "You are qualified." Qualified? Xiaofeng did not understand what he meant by that, only to see the other party slowly raise his hand and a touch of turquoise-colored light mass appeared in his hand. Xiaofeng's body subconsciously retreated a few steps back, only to see the other party raise the smudge of green light mass above his head. At this moment, after the woman who had sneaked up on him saw the visitor, she violently half-kneeled on the ground and said, "Greetings to Lord Moon Shadow." Hearing the other party's name, Xiaofeng immediately felt his scalp tingle and subconsciously wanted to run away, but suddenly remembered that he had already joined the fallen ones. The light mass landed on the burned person, whose burnt and charred skin gradually returned to normal, and the entire person slowed down. With his hands behind his back and his feet off the ground, the moon shadow slowly floated towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng also calmed down at this moment, thinking, he is now a key figure of the Black Emperor. He does not believe that the other party will do anything to him. The moon shadow let out a hoarse voice and said, "How are you, Mr. Face Chopper? I am the moon shadow of the 51st seat." Xiaofeng forced back the fear in his heart and nodded slightly, saying, "Hello, Mr. Moon Shadow. I am also very pleased to meet you. Come in with me, Mr. Special Fallen One." Chapter 10, The Value of Depravity. Xiaofeng followed the moon shadow towards the dragon bar, where the one he had knocked out earlier was carried away on a stretcher. When he entered the dragon bar, Xiaofeng's eyes were dazzled by the colorful lights. The first thing he saw when he entered the inside was actually a girl who was pole dancing on the stage. The lower side was crowded with all kinds of men. Xiaofeng swept through the crowd of people and suddenly his gaze stopped violently. he saw a man wearing a white suit with black sunglasses under his eyes, and each of his left and right sides had their arms around a beautiful girl. Wang Yao? Xiao Feng looked at the man with some incredulity. Although the other party had done some camouflage, he still could not escape Xiao Feng's eyes. Why is that guy here? Isn't he the cleanest man in the whole school? Moon Shadow noticed the change in Xiao Feng's eyes and spoke with a smile. What? You guys know each other? Oh, he's the biggest member of the WoW. Xiao Feng shook his head at this and could only say, NB. He just came over here to get high soon after his broken hand was recovered. While Xiao Feng was considering whether or not to go and finish off the other party, Wang Yao suddenly got up and ran towards the outside. You just joined the Fallen, so you must not know what we're going to do yet, right? Xiao Feng nodded, recognizing what the other party had said. Our purpose is actually very simple, and that is to make people fall. Make people fall? Xiao Feng frowned slightly and asked in a puzzled voice, is there any significance to this? Of course. Once a person is corrupted, they will produce a kind of corrupted energy, and we have a way to collect this kind of corrupted value, which is the key to resurrecting Lord Creator. Creator? Xiao Feng could not help but be shocked when he heard this name. He had seen this name in his mythology textbook. Legend had it that this was a lord who had created the world, an all-knowing and all-powerful god. Moon Shadow led Xiao Feng through the bar to the door of a room and continued to speak hoarsely. You will naturally know about these when your status improves later. After saying that, he stopped. Alright, here it is. You can go in. Xiao Feng arrived in front of an old wooden door and looked sideways at Moon Shadow. After seeing the other party nodding, he took a deep breath, raised his hand, gripped the handle of the wooden door and gently twisted it. Click dash. The wooden door made a rattling sound, and just as the door opened, a smell of alcohol mixed with cigarettes hit his face. Yo-ho, new faces. Xiao Feng looked inward and saw the person who spoke at first glance. This person had a bald head, was bare-chested, and was sitting paralyzed on the sofa with a huge bottle of wine in his hand. At this moment, Moon Shadow walked in and said, Drunkard. He is the person that Lord Black Emperor specifically named. Our new member Life Chopper. The person known as Drunkard was stunned, his expression becoming grave as he raised his bottle and took a sip before nodding silently. Got it. I won't hit him. Afterwards, the Moon Shadow turned around and walked towards the door, and the wooden door closed with him. Xiao Feng was filled with doubt, not understanding what both sides meant by this. Hitting on him? What is going on here? The drunkard smothered a mouthful of wine and threw the empty bottle behind him. The bottle not only didn't break when it fell on the ground, but also bounced up like a spring. He stared at Xiao Feng with sharp eyes. Our main purpose. That old fellow Moon Ghost has told you about it, right? You can call me Wine Ghost. I'm mainly responsible for liaison and distributing tasks. If you have something to do, you can come here for a drink. Of course, you have to pay. Before he finished speaking, the Wine Ghost threw something like a compass to Xiao Feng. We fallen ones are not many in number, and more of us are vassals who depend on their subordinates, and you are the second person to become a fallen one with the third grade innate realm. Fallen one, and your seat is number 91. The second? Who was the first one? Xiao Feng thought in his heart, but felt that asking at this moment would make him appear uneducated, so he held back. Xiao Feng flipped the compass over, and the number 91 was clearly engraved on its back. 91? He followed his memories from Earth and inexplicably associated it with a certain software. Would this be too much of a coincidence? We'll issue you a mission through the compass, and completing the relevant mission will earn you the corresponding fallen value, which can be exchanged for the corresponding things. Drunkard made a demonstration and pressed the button on the third row of the compass, and a holographic projection image floated in mid-air. In the holographic projection screen, rows and rows of items automatically slid, with rows and rows of numerical values representing prices marked underneath, with S-Class, A-Class Supreme Treasures, martial arts, pills, and even populations being sold. Although Xiao Feng's face did not move, his heart was already ecstatic. He would be able to exchange whatever he lacked in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Within 4 days, the fallen value will be collected to 4,000, rewarding the 4th grade inner deity realm. Current progress 0. Holy, there's even a mission like this. What a succession of good things. Drunkard picked up the cigar sitting on the table, lit it up and inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of white gas. The fingers of his other hand gently tapped the tabletop, and the turquoise gemstone ring he wore on his finger emitted a flash of green light, and a bronze mask appeared on the tabletop. Lord Black Emperor said that this is a gift for you, an S-ranked supreme treasure, a god's grid mask, capable of concealing your own aura, and no one below the 9th grade martial saint realm will be able to detect your true realm rank. At the same time there are some specific functions, and Xiao Feng was excited when he heard this. He did not expect there to be such a good thing. He was worried that he would be suspected if he raised his realm too quickly. Say, who exactly is this Black Emperor? Such a valuable thing said to be given away just like that. Xiaofeng had just stretched out his hand and was about to take a look at the god grid mask, but the drunkard blocked it with a wine pot. Don't be in a hurry. Lord Black Emperor said that if you accept this gift, you have to complete a task. Xiaofeng sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world, but this godhead mask is too important to him. Good, Mr. Drunkard. Let's hear it. Drunkard smiled heatedly. Infiltrate the treasure bottle Gao Wu First High School, become a student there, and lurk around inside, searching for a demigod grade supreme treasure. The destiny diagram. When those words were finished, a long silence fell over the room. No kidding? Xiaofeng asked suspiciously. The drunkard nodded seriously. No kidding. Xiaofeng wanted to curse straight in his heart. It can still be like this? I just slipped out of that place, and now you want to send me back? Think my life is too long? But after weighing the pros and cons, Xiaofeng decided to agree. What he needed most right now was time, and hiding in the school was relatively safer. When he go to the 9th grade Martial Saint realm, he would still be afraid of these people? Good. Yes. The drunkard seemed to have anticipated this and snapped his fingers, and a person walked in outside the door. This person Xiaofeng had seen just a short while ago, and was one of the two people who had fought with him earlier. Gulina, this is Yes partner, Mr. Life Chopper, and will be joining you on a mission in Treasure Bottle 1 afterwards. The drunkard spoke as he puffed on his cigar. Gurina? Xiaofeng suddenly felt that this name sounded a bit familiar, but for a moment, he could not recall where he had heard it before. Xiaofeng then looked at her, and the other party seemed to have sensed it and nodded slightly, saying, Hello, Mr. Decimator, I am Gulina, and I am also a fallen one, and my code name is Gulina. She then removed the black cap from her black cloak, revealing an angelic face. This person possessed a head of long, shiny black hair, with a delicate face, perfect features, and eyes that were like brilliant sapphires. This person Xiaofeng had seen and recognized, and was another celestial pride whose strength was second only to Wang Yao in the Treasure Bottle High Martial First High School. Not long ago, he went back to the Treasure Bottle High Martial First Middle School and ran into Li Longqing, and this Miss Gulina was also present when he fought with Li Longqing. The other party seemed to know him in general. Hello, Destiny Chopper, or Mr. Xiaofeng. Chapter 11, Blood and Qi. After leaving the room where the drunkard was, Xiaofeng did not immediately leave the evil dragon bar and instead came to the vicinity of Wang Yao earlier to try and see if he was still there. The result was of course not what he thought. Wang Yao himself had already left long ago. It's a pity that I didn't use my cell phone to record it just now, or else after it was sent to the confession wall in Treasure Bottle No. 1 Middle School, the hearts of countless young girls would have been broken. When Xiaofeng was about to leave, a girl with a convex front and a hot body walked with a smile on her face. Handsome guy, do you want a drink? Xiaofeng recognized this girl. It was one of the two girls that Wang Yao had previously wrapped his arms around. Pretty girl, the handsome guy who just stayed with you, do you know each other? The girl answered his question with great certainty. Of course, he's the biggest VIP customer here. How do you want to flatter people? No, just think he looks quite familiar. Xiaofeng's head was distant. Seeing that he could not ask anything, he walked towards the entrance of the evil dragon bar. Just after walking to the entrance, Xiaofeng collided with the duo of Gulina. I really didn't expect you to be a fallen one. Xiaofeng's tone carried some incredulity and doubt. Aren't you also one now? After saying that, Gulina walked towards, speeding up her steps towards the front, while Xiaofeng followed closely behind. Something's wrong? Gulina turned back and glanced at Xiaofeng behind her. The organization hasn't arranged housing for me yet, so I'm borrowing some money, Xiaofeng said with an awkward smile. At this moment, he was penniless and had a home to return to. He could be called a pauper. Gulina threw a $100 bill onto its face and left without looking back. Late at night, Xiaofeng took the $100 that Gulina lent him and found a cheap lodging to stay. Half lying on the bed, Xiaofeng looked at the ceiling with a face of hopelessness. He thought to himself that he is at least a member of the World Evil Organization. Although the number of official members of the organization is not large, but the top management are all big brothers in the 7th, 8th and even 9th realms. How come he is living in such a shabby way? Why is he so shabby? Can't the organization have a little bit of housing and other employee benefits? Thinking of this, Xiaofeng violently got up, took out the compass that the drunkard had given him, and opened the holographic projection screen according to its model. The first thing that came into his eyes was a girl with blonde hair, cat ears and tail, who was being auctioned off, and the fallen value that she had obtained had risen sharply, and had already risen to 15,000 fallen value. Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly and sighed. It's true that you can buy anything. Soon, he found what he was looking for, fallen value to gold coins. The exchange rate was 1 to 100, which meant that 1 point of fallen value could be exchanged for 100 pieces. Found it. I didn't expect it to be there. It's just that I don't know how to receive it and how to obtain the fallen value. Xiaofeng was pondering. when the sound of smashing suddenly came from the next house. Not long after, heavy footsteps came from the stairs, and the door to Xiao Feng's rented room was opened from the outside, and a girl wearing a pink casual dress with reddish circles under her eyes hurriedly walked in and closed the door with her backhand. Save me. Seeing this, Xiao Feng could not help but wonder. Hey, miss, did you go to the wrong room? Don't you know that it's a dangerous thing to break into someone else's room indiscriminately? Knock knock. Someone outside knocked hard on the door, accompanied by a stormy shout. The person inside, hurry up and come out. I know you're in there. If you don't come out, you'll be in for it when I go in. Saying that, the person outside started to bang on the door. The girl's face turned pale with fear, and she pressed herself against the door, trying to keep the other person out. Seeing that the door was about to be smashed open, the girl said with tears in her eyes and with a choked voice, please let me go. My father is Aranquak. He's very rich. I'll give you as much money as you want. Boom dash. The door could not withstand the impact and was slammed open from the outside. The girl was bounced off by the impact of the slammed door and couldn't help but take a quick step back towards the direction of the big bed. Humph. Miss Gua, I've already ambushed my men outside. Do you think you can run away? The one who came in was a handsome-looking young guy. He was wearing a white bathrobe, and there was still some blood on his forehead. I don't care about money. I'm more interested in your pretty face. After saying that, the young guy turned his gaze to Xiao Feng, who was sitting on the bed with an indifferent face. How is there someone else here? Go and finish him off and dispose of the body a bit cleaner. A villainous smile appeared on Wang Zikai's face as he looked at Xiao Feng with a smug expression. Yes, young master. With that said, two big men wearing black clothes with a straight and majestic figure walked in, each holding a long knife, and walked menacingly towards Xiao Feng, who was sitting on the bed. Wang Zikai sneered and walked over. Humph. Blame yourself. Blame yourself for being too unlucky. Blame me for being too perverted. Ha 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 ha. However, before the laughter fell, two miserable screams came. Wang Zikai's body trembled as he violently looked towards Xiao Feng, only to see that the other party was piercing through the body of one of them with a long sword entwined with black qi. With a slight movement of his wrist, Xiao Feng quickly pulled out the sword of the fallen and flung it violently, resulting in the life of the other person. Congratulations to the host, gaining 2 points of fallen value. What? Xiao Feng's heart secretly rejoiced when he heard the system say this. The system can still be like this, as much as it can tamper with the way of obtaining fallen value. Seeing Xiao Feng kill so decisively, the room fell into a short silence. Guo Xiaoyi's mouth was wide open. Seeing a murder scene for the first time, she was very scared inwardly, but at this moment, facing a threat to her life, as if she was grasping a life-saving straw, she hurriedly ran over. Seeing this, Wang Zikai couldn't help but curse. Damn! Surprisingly, it's a martial artist. Immediately, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, he inserted his hands into his pockets. Friend, I hope that you will not intervene in what is going on between us. If you leave now, I, Wang Zikai, will treat this matter as if it did not happen. The words did not fall. Xiao Feng without warning towards him straight pounced over. Wang Zikai was so scared that his legs were soft and could not walk. A bodyguard beside him wanted to go forward to block, took out the dagger in his sleeve, and fiercely stabbed at Xiao Feng. Who knows, Xiao Feng did not dodge at all, allowing the knife to pierce through his hand. At the same time, the long sword he held tightly in his left hand had already stabbed the bodyguard in front of his eyes. The fallen sword kept enlarging in the bodyguard's eyes, and eventually, the knife penetrated his neck, and with a flick of his hand, his head fell to the ground. The crowd present was shocked speechless upon seeing the scene. Xiao Feng turned around and looked at the crowd extremely surrounding Wang Zikai. Young master, be careful. The crowd of bodyguards embraced the perimeter of Wang Zikai and slowly distanced themselves from Xiao Feng under his escort. At this moment, 4 ice-cold iron chains attacked from all around, attempting to control Xiao Feng, who had also unleashed his Thousand Faces Man replication ability at this moment. Seeing Xiao Feng being bound by the ice-cold chains, Wang Zikai shouted in panic. Li Wu, quickly! Kill him! Kill him quickly! The person known as Li Wu ran over quickly, wearing an ice ring in his left hand with the 4 ice chains that bound Xiao Feng sticking out of it, and carrying a weapon similar to a wolfsbane in his right hand. When Li Wu was still about 5 steps away from Xiao Feng had already broken free from his bindings, and those ice chains were cut to pieces. Xiao Feng flung his hand and the same 4 ice chains shot out from his right hand and flew straight towards Li Wu. Li Wu first froze for a moment when he saw the ice chains, then mocked. Kid, you are too naive. He gripped that silver-colored wolf-tooth rod with both hands, sank back half a step with his right foot, and violently swung out the rod, directly smashing those 4 ice chains. The scene stirred up a spray of water, and Li Wu was complacent about it. Humph, you're a tiny 3rd grade innate realm mid-stage using a B-grade top-level martial skill. I'm sure your chi and blood should be running out soon, right? I'm a 4th grade inner deity realm. I have much more chi and blood than you. Who knows? The next second, Silver light appeared. Xiaofeng's entire body pierced out from the water mist. Not at all like he had insufficient qi and blood. He gripped the longsword with both hands and charged straight towards Li Wu. Blood dripped down. Li Wu's eyes were full of incomprehension and doubt. How is it that you still have qi and blood? After saying that, the whole person fell down with a flutter. Xiaofeng shook his head at this and muttered to himself silently. The Sword of the Fallen is capable of storing blood and qi. Chapter 12, Enrollment of New Students. Xiaofeng took his long sword back into its scabbard and wanted to chase after Wang Zikai, but when he saw that the other party had already run away, he dismissed the idea. Hui Xiaoyi, who was hiding in the corner, witnessed this scene and her entire body froze in place in shock. It was hard for her to imagine that so many people on the other side were so easily taken care of by this stranger in front of her. Xiaofeng put away the Sword of the Fallen and slowly walked towards Gui Xiaoyi, raising his hand at the same time. Gui Xiaoyi subconsciously stepped back, her voice carrying panic. What are you doing? Money. Didn't you say before that you would give me money if I helped you? Xiaofeng replied with a serious look. Just this matter. I thought you were going to do something bad to me. Gui Xiaoyi scratched her head in some embarrassment. Xiaofeng was instantly a bit speechless. What is this little girl thinking in her head? I don't have any money on me right now. Why don't you leave a contact information and I'll transfer it to you later? Gui Xiaoyi asked cautiously. After all, she had seen this man kill without blinking an eye with her own eyes. Her heart was more or less afraid. Xiaofeng laughed bitterly in his heart. He couldn't use his cell phone, bank card or anything else. Forget it, you can tell me what's going on when you have the chance. Also, you should hurry up and get out of here now. The people from the law enforcement team should be arriving soon. Gui Xiaoyi listened to Xiaofeng's words and jogged around the corpse on the ground, but she accidentally knocked over the table beside her, scattering the documents on the table all over the place. Sorry. Gui Xiaoyi hurriedly squatted down and picked up the fallen documents. Suddenly, after she got a good look at one of the papers, she cried out in surprise. So you're a freshman in the first middle school? Xiaofeng had a helpless face and thought to himself that this girl was really clumsy, so just hurry up and go. He walked forward, snatched the documents and identification with one hand, and said helplessly, remember to keep today's incident a secret, and when others ask, just say that you ran into a mysterious expert, and helped you drive away the bad guys and then left. After saying that, Xiaofeng opened the window, holding the suitcase in one hand and pressing the black hat on his head with the other, and leapt down. Hey! Gui Xiaoyi hurriedly ran to the window and looked downwards, but Xiaofeng was no longer in sight. She plopped down on the window and looked at the darkness below. Her eyes seemed to have made some sort of determination. On the other hand, Xiaofeng was walking alone on the pedestrian thoroughfare. His destination was the Baobao Gaowu First High School. Luckily, the name I randomly made up when registering at the Folk Hotel shouldn't be traced back to me, although there is a risk of being exposed. Today's harvest is not bad. Xiaofeng turned into a corner and leaned against the wall, taking out his compass to check. His fallen value had been collected to 941, which meant that he could now exchange it for more than $90,000. But how exactly is this fallen value calculated? I remember that the two people I killed were both around the middle stage of the first grade body tempering realm, but the fallen values they gave were much different. One gave 100 points and the other only 10. Forget it, let's ignore this and exchange a little to try first. Xiaofeng decided to first use the extra 41 points of fallen value to exchange for $4,100. As soon as the holographic projection screen showed the completion of the exchange, a purple gold-colored bank card was transmitted over through the spell formation. I'll go. This is fast enough. Xiaofeng then used the money to buy a cell phone and set up a phone card at the 24-hour business hall. In this information age, it was really inconvenient to not have a cell phone and a phone. Then, he looked for a folk hotel, tossing and turning for a day. Xiaofeng had already spent $500, and couldn't help but sigh that he was really short of money. Early the next morning, Xiaofeng got up early to greet a brand new day. Today is the day when the new students of Baobao Gaowu No. 1 middle school enroll. The entrance of the school is crowded. In addition to the new students, there are many parents accompanying them. Xiaofeng used the identification and enrollment certificate given to him by the Fallen to sneak into the school without any problems, and the preliminary action of searching for the demigod-level treasure destiny diagram went smoothly. Xiaofeng lined up for a long time before entering the school, and once again saw the old man who had given him a hint at the school entrance last time. Perhaps it was because he was wearing the sigil mask that the old man did not recognize him. As soon as he walked through the school gates, a big, burly boy wearing a white school uniform and a volunteer sign approached him with a big smile on his face. Hello senior, I am your senior. Are you here alone? Xiaofeng nodded. My parents aren't in Treasure Bottle, so I came here by myself. Oh, in that case, the boy revealed a wry smile. My name is Fanggang. Xiaofeng thought in his heart. Fanggang? That's the bastard who specializes in tricking freshmen into buying inferior pills? Humph. Staring at me? It's just right to experiment with you to test how this fallen value of mine is obtained. On the surface, Xiaofeng put on a clueless look. Hello senior, my name is Chao Yuan. I'm not too familiar with the school environment. Can senior tell me about it? He. Looks like a good fool. We can knock him out more this time. Fang Gang had already made a calculation in his heart and rubbed his hands together. That's for sure. It's my job to help my junior. Xiaofeng sneered in his heart. Wait and see. Let's see how I'll play you to death. Senior, I heard that there are many advanced martial arts practicing pills for sale in the school. Do you know where they are? Xiaofeng was the first to ask. Yo-ho, isn't this business delivered to your door? Fang Gang was pleased in his heart, feeling that the first sale of the day was going to be a success. There is. Our first middle school is a prestigious school ranked in the top 20 in the country, so pills are naturally available. School brother, which kind of elixir do you want? Oh, no matter what kind of elixir, as long as the grade is high, I'll take them all. Xiaofeng displayed a look of being rich and careless. Crap, what an ingrate. This time, I'm going to make a fortune. Fang Gang's eyes twinkled. School brother, I happen to have a few unused high-level elixirs here. The original price is 20,000 apiece. How about I sell you 5,000? Fang Gang hesitated for a moment, or decided to lower the price to 5,000. He was afraid to ask for too high a price to scare people away. The original price of a high-level elixir is 20,000 apiece? You think I don't know the market? 200,000 is more like it. Xiaofeng's eyes rolled and he continued. Senior Fang Gang, I can't let you suffer either. You only sold me 5,000 for one high-level elixir. That's too cheap. Let's do it this way. I'll buy one for 20,000. At the original price. Do you think it's okay? Fang Gang froze, then reacted and nodded his head in a hurry. Good. He. Today is really lucky. Ran into such a stupid money master. Ook. Senior, I only have $100,000 in my hand right now. I don't have the money on me. I'll give you the rest later. Fang Gang nodded with satisfaction and patted his chest to guarantee. No problem. We'll pay with one hand and deliver with the other when the time comes. Chapter 13, The Rooftop. Xiaofeng was walking on the school path, while Fang Gang was carrying various school-issued equipments in big bags and following him. With a smile on his face, he was introducing various places in the school to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng deliberately put on a curious expression on his face, but in his heart, he was calculating how to pit Fang Gang without moving. As he was walking, he saw a group of people walking not far ahead. The one at the head was wearing light red clothes, surrounded by a group of people, squeezing away the people around him, shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Xiaofeng's heart was secretly happy to see this person, thinking that it was really hard to find a place for him, and it took him no time to get there. He was worried about not having a chance to pit Fang Gang, and this opportunity came. When Fang Gang saw the person in front of him, he was stunned, and his heart panicked inexplicably. He hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Senior, the person in front of him is our school bully, Li Longcheng, and his strength has already reached the early stage of the 3rd grade, so when you see him in the future, you have to avoid him a little bit further." Then, Fang Gang suddenly sneered again. "But don't worry, even if he dares to come and bully you, you only need to report my name, and he will definitely not dare to do anything to you." Xiaofeng nodded his head slightly and purposely amplified his voice so that the people not far ahead could hear it. "Then Senior Fang Gang can definitely beat that guy Li Longcheng to death?" Fang Gang's entire body froze and hurriedly swooped over to cover Xiaofeng's mouth. "Lower your voice. Of course I'm a little bit better than him, but if he hears me, it'll be troublesome. I've already heard it." "Hey!" Fang Gang was startled and hurriedly withdrew several steps backward, hitting the tree trunk with a thud. His voice stuttered a bit and said, Li brother, good afternoon under." Li Longcheng had already come closer at this moment, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his eyes staring sharply at Fang Gang. "What? I heard that you are better than me?" This. Fang Gang was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. At this time, Xiaofeng was still adding fuel to the fire. "Right, my brother Fang. He said that one hand is enough to beat you. I'm telling you, you don't want to provoke me." Fang Gang's heart was already half cold at this moment. His legs kept trembling. Li brother, listen to my explanation. Go, take him to the martial arts fighting arena to spar. Li Longqing turned around, completely ignoring the presence of Xiaofeng on the side, and walked straight in the direction of the fighting stadium. In his eyes, Xiaofeng was just a rookie at the early 1st grade, and was not worth his hand at all. Fang Gang was being carried by 2 people on the left and right and walked in the direction of the fighting arena, leaving 1 person behind to watch Xiaofeng. Ding! Congratulations to the host, disciplining the evil Fang Gang, rewarded with 251 fallen values. Oh X. Sure enough, it's pretty much the same as what I thought. The system has changed the way of obtaining fallen values. As long as one disciplines someone who has fallen, they can obtain the corresponding fallen values. Fong Gang has been cheating new students for years as a way to quickly earn money and not miss out on their proper work. And this is one way of falling. Now I have 1151 fallen values. I now have S-ranked feats, supernatural regeneration and 1000 faces. My self-protection ability is extremely strong. The only shortcoming is the lack of powerful martial arts skills for active attacks. Although the Sword of the Fallen is very strong. But that thing can't be taken out casually. We need to find some time to go to the Fallen Market to see if we can get a volume of more powerful S-rank or A-rank offensive martial arts. Also, the system said that upgrading to the 4th grade requires 4000 fallen values. And I don't know if that's a total or what it means. In any case, we have to find time to get a little more fallen values just in case there are any accidents when the time comes. Just as he was still pondering, someone came over and interrupted his thoughts. Oh oi, kid, you're a new student, right? The person who spoke asked menacingly. Xiao Feng nodded. Yes, I am a new student. Xiao Feng recognized this person. He was Li Longqing's follower, called Lu Pipe. Seeing that you are a freshman, senior, I will give you a chance. Give me $1,000 and our boss will pretend that this matter did not happen. Otherwise, Lu Pipe's body erupted with an aura of an early 2nd grade. I guess beating him up can gain a lot of fallen value, right? Xiao Feng secretly smiled and put on a cowardly look. Senior, I don't have that much cash with me. Why don't you follow me to the ATM to get money? If you follow me, you are not afraid of me running away, right? Lu Pipe thought about it and thought that it made sense. Besides, the opposite party was only at the 1st grade body hardening realm. What did he have to be afraid of? Even if this brat wanted to play tricks on him, he definitely couldn't beat him. Thus, Xiao Feng led Lu Guan towards the direction where the ATM machine was placed, and Lu Guan followed behind him to prevent him from escaping. After walking for a short while, a black crowd appeared in front of him, blocking the entire road to death, making it difficult to move an inch at all. Senior, is there another way? There are too many people here. Even if we go over there, it's almost time to get off work, right? Xiao Feng asked knowingly. In fact, he knew that there was another road to his destination. His purpose was to lure Lu Pipe to a place with fewer people and then make his move. Lu Pipe looked at the dark crowd in front of him and sighed helplessly. You come with me. With that, Xiao Feng followed Lu Pipe into a side of the school building and then followed him to the top of the building by elevator. Lu Pipe's meaning was obvious. Since the nearby buildings were relatively close to each other, one could jump from the roof of this building to the roof of another. The slowly rising elevator finally reached the roof and Xiao Feng followed Lu Guan to the rooftop. Lu Guan walked ahead with his hands in his pockets. Just follow me and jump. Don't blame me if you fall. Suddenly, a gust of fist wind came, extremely fast and powerful. Lu Pipe was startled, subconsciously twisted his head. The fist wind brushed past his shoulder, but still left a scratch on his face. Lu Pipe felt the hotness on his face, and subconsciously touched the blood on his face with his hand, looking incredulously at Wang Yao who was not far in front of him. Of course, this Wang Yao was an illusion created by Xiao Feng using the 1000 Faces ability. Wang Yao. Lu Pipe was stunned and completely lost his mind to find Xiao Feng's whereabouts again. Why are you here? Before he could respond, Xiao Feng's left leg slightly stored power. After taking a step out, he stretched out a hand and grabbed one of Lu Pipe's arms. Then his body gently turned around and gave him a heavy backdrop. At the same time his hand formed a knife shape and slashed at his neck. And Lu Pipe, who had suffered from this series of blows, fainted in this way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 260 fallen values. Xiao Feng stood in place and shook his arm. Not bad. It's even a bit more than that, Fong Gang. I wonder how much it would be if it was Li Longqing. A bold idea surfaced in his mind, and a hunting plan gradually took shape. With that, he pulled out a fountain pen and a piece of white paper from his pocket and wrote a sentence on it. Come to me if you don't want to, Wang Yao. Chapter 14, Cousin. In the center of the martial arts arena, Li Longqing flung out his arm and glanced at Fong Gang, who was lying on the ground and whose skin he had beaten to a pulp, and coldly mocked. Just you, and you still say you're a little bit better than me? Just as he was complacently preparing to leave, a junior brother hurriedly ran over, clutching a note in his hand, and shouted, Brotherly, something big has happened. That guy Zhou Min has been beaten up. What? Li Longqing couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Although Zhou Min was only in the 2nd grade blood condensation realm, it was reasonable to say that he wouldn't be able to defeat a freshman in the early 1st grade, only to see that little brother then said, It's Wang Yao. Brother Wang made a move. Brother Wang. Li Longqing shivered. Although he was reckless, but not stupid, no matter in terms of strength or background, Wang Yao was something he couldn't afford to mess with. Is it confirmed to be Brother Wang? Li Longqing asked. The junior brother nodded his head hurriedly. Confirmed. Zhou Min woke up shortly after being carried to the infirmary. he said it himself. After hearing this, Li Longqing lowered his head and pondered. That guy looks like he has a bit of a background. Surprisingly, he was able to get Wang Yao to fight for him. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and kicked 2 feet towards Fang Gang, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "Hey, I'll give you a chance. That kid you were with in the morning, what's his relationship with you?" After settling Zhou Min, Xiaofeng quickly left the scene and headed downstairs. Destiny diagram? What is that thing? I've been in this school for almost 3 years, and I didn't even know that there was a demigod-level supreme treasure in the school. Where should I go to inquire about it again? Forget it, let's ignore all this for now. It's already Thursday today, and I'm still 3,000 short of the 4,000 fallen values that the system wants. How can a demigod-level supreme treasure be so easy to find? And advancing to the 4th rank is my current priority. As Xiaofeng walked, he saw a huge announcement board affixed to the wall not far away with a few large words written on it. Fallen value, Xiaofeng, a brazen and evil person who stole the school's holy sword, swindled bank loans, and molested ignorant girls, is expelled. What? Said Xiaofeng with a blank look on his face. Wait a minute, Fallen One is just fine. What's with stealing the school's holy sword and molesting ignorant girls? Didn't it say that the holy sword belongs to whoever pulls it out? Also, I absolutely deny molesting ignorant girls. I didn't do it. A soft voice came from the side. What? Watching your honorable deeds? Xiaofeng froze and turned his head, realizing that at some point, Gu Lina had already come beside him. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't done most of them, Xiaofeng explained to her. So, you still did a small part of it? Gu Lina secretly taunted, sort of avenging the beating she received from Xiaofeng last night. Lina, why are you here? A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle walked out from one of the classrooms. Xiaofeng looked over and recognized the boy as Shinju, who was the 3rd in the entire school of Treasure Bottle High Martial First High School and at the peak of the 3rd grade blood condensation realm. Shinju had just taken a few steps out of the classroom when he saw Xiaofeng standing next to Gu Lina, and his heart could not help but thump as he frowned and asked, Lina, who is he? Gu Lina did not answer, but only smiled at Xiaofeng, patted his shoulder with her white hand and left, not even looking at Shinju since the beginning. Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled and did not understand what she meant by this, but when eyes full of killing intent and hostility shot at him, he understood. Turning his head, he saw Shinju staring at him viciously. Shinju first twisted his head to look at Kalina's back, which had already disappeared, and after making sure that she was completely gone, he completely disregarded his gentlemanly image and took big steps towards Xiaofeng, asking with a threatening tone, Kid, you're a freshman, right? How come I haven't seen you in school? Xiaofeng was speechless. He had long heard that Shinju was Gu Lina's #1 suitor in school. Being misunderstood by him like this could be troublesome. With a turn of his mind, he calculated, well, hello senior, do you know my cousin? Cousin? When Shinju heard these 2 words, his heart thumped, and with a hint of unbelief and surprise, he asked, are you saying that Gu Lina is your cousin? Xiaofeng put on an innocent face and nodded at him. Yes, senior, what's wrong? Humph, this licking dog is going to take the bait. How do you prove it? Shinju asked. Xiaofeng shrugged, wouldn't you just ask my cousin directly? At this time, Xiaofeng's identity of being Galina's cousin had almost materialized in Shinju's heart. He thought to himself that the main reason why Gu Lina was usually indifferent to him was because of her unique interests and cold personality, and this was exactly what attracted him to her. If he could pull in this Galina's cousin, it would be the same as capturing Galina's preferences, and after that, wouldn't it be a breeze to take Gulina down? Shinju thought of this and immediately changed her face, her tone becoming gentle and kind. Then, Senior, let's make a friend, right? Although Senior doesn't have much ability, he can still help you in school. Xiaofeng secretly rejoiced, waiting for these words. Hello Senior, my name is Chao Yuan, Senior D Class 1. Shinju didn't care which class Xiaofeng was in. In his eyes, Xiaofeng's identity information was the most important. Aha, hello, my name is Shinju, let's add a WeChat. After both sides added WeChat, Shinju hummed happily and left. Xiaofeng saw that the sky was getting dark, so he walked towards the direction of Senior B Class 1. Although Xiaofeng was fairly familiar with the path of the school was just too big. The entire school was divided into 4 campuses, A, B, C, and D. The students, teaching resources, and infrastructure of each campus varied greatly. Campus A had the best facilities and teaching resources, but the most basic requirement to become a member of Campus A was to reach the 3rd grade realm and above. The Grade B campus was for students of the 2nd grade, and so on, with the Grade D campus having the lowest requirements. When Xiaofeng arrived at his classroom, the time was already very late, and there was no imagined rowdy scene in the corridor. Instead, it was extraordinarily quiet. Something's not right. It's too wrong. Xiaofeng glanced at the time on his cell phone. 5:55. this is also not yet a class? Xiaofeng walked towards the classroom with the sign of grade D class 1 with a doubtful heart, and just as he reached the door, an ominous premonition surged to his heart. Sure enough, when he looked inside the classroom, he saw a familiar back figure. Inside the classroom, standing on the podium was a young girl with a slim figure, dressed plainly, and possessing a head of long black hair. She leaned a long ruler against her back, and was staring intently at the students sitting on the tables below. This person Xiaofeng recognized. It was none other than his former homeroom teacher, and probably the current homeroom teacher as well. Chapter 15. Xiaofeng froze for a moment after seeing this person and secretly thought, not right. The old class is the youngest early-stage 6th grade god-gathering realm powerhouse in the treasure vase. Even if he can't go to class A, the top class B should be a handful. So how come he would come to the freshman's class D? Yan Lily seemed to notice Xiaofeng's presence and turned around, looking him up and down with her eyes, the slightest hint of doubt showing on her face. Realizing that the situation was not good, Xiaofeng immediately stood up straight and shouted, "Report!" Yan Lily looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, and after confirming that the other party was not late, she nodded slightly and said, "Come in." Xiaofeng wistfully brushed past her, and a faint hint of rose fragrance drilled into his nose. Xiaofeng took large strides and walked over to the back row seats. To be honest, during the past few years at school, since his own realm had remained stagnant, he had spent a lot of time delving into monster knowledge. Even though he was only in the 3rd year, the monster knowledge he had stockpiled was even richer than the average martial arts school college student. Therefore, there was no need for him to sit in the front row, so he could just answer casually during the exams and mix his grades with a medium one. As for cultivation, now that he has the system and the Fallen One's compass black market to help him, the resources he has and the speed of cultivation far exceeds that of others. Xiaofeng's intention was to use the relatively peaceful days at school to raise his realm. If he really had the chance to obtain the demigod-level destiny diagram treasure, he wouldn't give it to the Black Emperor. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself? While he was thinking, a loud noise came from outside, interrupting his thoughts. Good day, Ms. Lily. I'm the new student Guo Xiaoyi. I'm sorry I'm late. Only to see a girl dressed in a Lolita-style court dress walk in from outside, with a hat carved with white flower petals on her head. As soon as she came in, most of the boys instantly went from listlessness to glowing eyes, and their hearts began to thump. Wow, look, she's so pretty. Yeah, my heart is beating out of my chest. Is this what love at first sight feels like? An angelic smile bloomed on the girl's face as she walked to the center of the podium and bowed slightly to the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Guo Xiaoyi. From now on we'll be classmates, so please take care of us. Guo Xiaoyi? Xiaofeng could not help but feel puzzled. So familiar. It seems like I've heard it somewhere. It seems to be. Xiaofeng's eyes widened violently. If not for the fact that his own determination was still good, I'm afraid that he would have stood up and pointed at her, shouting, "It's you! Crap! How is this guy also in this class?" Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yan Lily walked over to Guo Xiaoyi and put her hands on her shoulders, a sweet smile on her face as she said, "Xiaoyi, you find a seat first, okay? Teacher is going to talk about something." Aha! Guo Xiaoyi nodded, then raised her head and scanned around the classroom for everyone. Some of the boys' hearts beat violently, and there was a common expectation in their hearts. Pick me. Finally, Guo Xiaoyi's gaze rested on someone in the back row, and upon seeing this person, the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she murmured softly, "Humph, finally found you." Xiaofeng naturally noticed the sight she cast and could not help but shiver, muttering secretly, "It can't be directed at me." Soon, Guo Xiaoyi walked next to Xiaofeng under the gaze of a crowd of eyes, squeezing out an unknown genuine smile on her face as she softly asked, "Classmate, can I sit next to you?" Kaching dash. A sound of a broken heart quietly resounded in the large classroom. However, what was even more unexpected was that Xiaofeng directly said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to sit with you. If you want to sit in this seat, I can let you have it." What? That guy dares to reject such a cute girl. "Sit with me. I don't mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you? How dare you reject my goddess?" The classroom was in an uproar. Silence. The originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down again. Everyone raised their heads in unison and looked towards Yan Lily, who stood in the center of the podium. The aura of a 6th grade god-gathering realm powerhouse faintly permeated the entire classroom. Xiaofeng could not help but swallow his saliva. He knew that this was Yan Lily's domain of order. Within a certain range, she was able to set the appropriate rules for everyone to follow. "Xiaoyi, you sit in the front." Guo Xiaoyi immediately showed a dejected look, lowered her head, and walked listlessly towards the seat in front, responding under her breath, "Yes, Teacher Lily." Seeing this, Xiaofeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, sitting together with her, I still don't know how rowdy it would be, and I might even expose my secret if I'm not careful. Yan Lily first looked around the crowd with very stern eyes, and after nodding slightly, she began to speak. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the classroom, allowing every student to hear her clearly. Hello everyone, my name is Yan Lily. I will be your homeroom teacher from now on, mainly in charge of the course Monsterology. I hope everyone will support me more in the future. Rumble. A thunderous and enthusiastic applause rang out in the classroom, and when she stretched out one palm to signal the crowd to stop, the classroom quickly quieted down again. First of all, I'm very glad that everyone can come to Bao Bao Gawu No. 1 Middle School, and I'm sure that you all have a certain understanding of the school as well. Xiao Feng propped up his chin with one hand and twirled his ballpoint pen with the other hand in boredom, pondering in his heart what to eat for tonight's midnight snack. After all, he hadn't even eaten dinner yet, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Suddenly, someone tapped his arm. Xiao Feng turned his head to see that it was a male classmate, only to see that the classmate threw a lime green slip of paper at him with a fierce face. Xiao Feng frowned, thinking that it was another one of Guo Xiaoyi's tricks. He opened the note and realized that the situation was not right. The note read, "You are not worthy of MS. Guo Xiaoyi, if you have the ability to get out of school tonight, meet at Green Flower Park. Let's fight it out in a manly way and decide where Guo Xiaoyi belongs." Xiao Feng, who read the content of the note, could not help but frown and said to himself, "Which dumbass is this again? A showdown?" With that said, Xiao Feng shook his head. He looked towards the direction where the note was handed out in an attempt to find out the person who handed out the note. However, he found at least a dozen gazes staring straight at him. Xiao Feng was speechless for a while and said in his heart, "AI, young people, they are really in the throes of spring. They don't even understand how messy people's private lives are, and then they treat each other as lifelong companions." When he thought of this, Xiao Feng's thoughts paused for a moment, and the woman that he detested, Lu Royale Qin, could not help but appear in his mind. Just wait. I really look forward to seeing your expression when you see me. Tomorrow is Thursday, and I'm still more than 3,000 short of 4,000 fallen values. I'll have to sleep a little later tonight, and go to the street to see if there are any jerks that I can earn fallen values from. Time passed quickly, and the bell for class dismissal echoed throughout the campus. Xiao Feng was just about to leave when he was stopped in front by a few boys. Chapter 16, Treasure. Xiao Feng looked at the three people in front of him with a strange look. This can't be that they are afraid that I will run away and come over to block me in advance, right? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? He deliberately pretended to be a bit unintelligent as he snapped, "So it's a fool." One of them laughed coldly and spoke, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Our boss wants to meet you." Boss? Sounds a bit interesting. Just as Xiao Feng was about to reply, Guo Xiaoyi ran over at some point. She also spoke righteously. "Just meet. Who's afraid of who? Also, tell Dai Qingrong that I won't agree to him. Xiao Feng and I are true love." After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng turned his head with a confused expression and hurriedly shook it off. Rushing back a few steps, "Hey, have you got it wrong? Who is true love with you? We've only met once." "Okay." When Guo Xiaoyi heard this, her eyes squeezed out a hint of tears and put on a pitiful look. "Oh, I just want to repay you for being so brave that night." Rumble. A lightning bolt flashed through the brain of the boy who noticed the situation, completely filtering out the first few sentences and only noticing the latter one. "You were so brave that night. Ugh, beast." Xiao Feng's entire body lived speechless. Hey, you guys don't misunderstand. Last night I just drove away a few people and saved her." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Feng slowly sighed in relief in his heart. He was almost killed by this girl. Now it's good. There is no chance that he originally wanted to spend these few days calmly. He walked towards the door and flung his arms out. "Tell your boss that I don't have much interest in dueling children, and it's definitely not what you think." Yan Lily, who was hiding in a corner, saw the scene and quietly left, her heart slowly sighing in relief. In this year's enrollment of the first secondary school of Bao Bao Gawu, there were 10 new students who were enrolled with Class A qualifications, and Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong were 2 of those 10. However, I don't know what the reason is, but Guo Xiaoyi convinced her father to allow her to transfer to Class D. Dai Changrong heard that Guo Xiaoyi had transferred to Class D on her own, and she also clamored to be transferred there. Originally, the school leaders were 10,000 times against it, but for some reason changed their opinion. From Yan Lily's perspective, Guo Xiaoyi was running towards Xiao Feng or Xiao Feng's role as Chao Yuan, and Dai Changrong was running towards Guo Xiaoyi, so this explanation at least makes some sense. After school, Xiao Feng walked alone along the crowd towards the east gate of the school. He planned to sneak around the neighborhood twice to look for the fallen people before going back. As for where it would be easiest to find these people, naturally it would be places like bars, casinos, brothels or massage parlors. There were all sorts of luxury cars parked in the fixed parking lot outside the entrance. Xiao Feng had just left the school's main gate when Guo Xiaoyi had chased after him at some point. "Wait for me." Wait for me. What for? Xiaofeng looked at her suspiciously, not knowing what this energetic and shameless little girl actually wanted. He. I know a place where there is a treasure, but that place is a bit dangerous. Can you help me? She once again revealed that pathetic look. Treasure? Xiaofeng frowned and instantly became slightly interested. Tell me about it? There are too many people here. It's not convenient. Let's change the place. It just so happens that I know of a nice restaurant nearby. Let's go over there and talk. Guo Xiaoyi revealed a pure smile. To be honest, if he hadn't experienced that incident last night, he would have really thought that this girl was a lively, cheerful, cute and sociable girl. The two of them had just not taken a few steps before Xiaofeng noticed that there were quite a few gazes nearby that were watching him. No way? They all chased him here? The people he was referring to were naturally those boys in the class. Because Guo Xiaoyi was wearing something special, many people subconsciously looked over and whispered underneath. Wow, that girl is so cute. Aha, is she a freshman? Haven't seen it before? Guo Xiaoyi, who was on the side, was very happy to hear these comments from others about her, humming a little song as she bounced forward. Xiaofeng purposely sped up his pace to walk ahead in order to avoid suspicion, pulling away from her for a while. At this time, a boy wearing a black tuxedo walked over. Looking at his appearance, he was not very old, roughly 18 or 19 years old. He stepped in front of Guo Xiaoyi and bowed to her gentlemanly. Hello miss, my name is Xiang Liang, my father is Xiang Hong. Can I invite you to dinner tonight? Xiang Hong? Xiaofeng knew this person, a well-known real estate tycoon in Baobao City. Only rumor had it that his real industry actually involved gambling and other gray industries. Who knows? The next second Guo Xiaoyi ran beside Xiaofeng with small steps, her small hand wrapped around his shoulder. Sorry, I have an appointment. Xiang Liang froze for a second, smiled slightly, nodded his head to signal, and then left. He entered into the car, took the champagne handed over by the butler and took a slight sip. Guo Xiaoyi's figure in his mind for a long time. To him, what he couldn't get was always the best. Go, help me check the identity of that girl just now. Yes. Inside a restaurant not far from the school, Xiaofeng and Guo Xiaoyi were sitting face to face. The dishes had already been served and the two began to talk. Tell us, what's going on with the treasure? Although Xiaofeng possessed the system and the compass black market, he actually did not have too much interest in the so-called treasure, only that he felt that this Guo Xiaoyi was too annoying and needed to find an excuse to get away from her in a hurry. Guo Xiaoyi looked left and right. After confirming that no one was around, she spoke in a low voice. I'll tell you. You mustn't tell anyone else. Xiaofeng felt a bit puzzled and nodded. I promise. You swear. Good. I swear. Seeing this, Guo Xiaoyi continued to speak in a small voice. To tell you a secret. That is, the secret of the treasure. That is something I discovered unintentionally. There is a demigod-level treasure destiny diagram that is one level higher than the S-level supreme treasure hidden in our school. Hearing this, the juice Xiaofeng had just drank was almost sprayed out in shock, and with a slight panic in his eyes, he suspected that his true identity had been exposed. After calming down, he forced himself to be calm and put on an expression of curiosity and disbelief. Have you been tricked by someone again? Guo Xiaoyi puffed out her cheeks when she heard Xiaofeng say this and said somewhat angrily, You're the one who's been tricked. I've truly sensed it. Sensed? Xiaofeng was shocked. If he didn't really know that there was a demigod-level treasure destiny diagram hidden in the school, he would have really thought that Guo Xiaoyi had gotten drunk on juice. Chapter 17, The Map of Destiny. Oh, Xiaofeng trailed off meaningfully and looked at Guo Xiaoyi's eyes with interest. How did you know? Guo Xiaoyi's face slightly reddened. What for? Why are you looking at me like that? If Guo Xiaoyi really knew where the destiny map was, then Xiaofeng could really pick up a big leak. The only problem was that his current realm level was still too low. In case he was found out, he would have to take off a layer of skin even if he didn't die. You don't believe me when I say it. I dreamt it. Seeing the other party withdraw their eyes, Guo Xiaoyi sighed in relief. Dreamed it? Xiaofeng frowned and continued to take a sip of juice. Then how can you be sure if it's true? What if we find it then and realize it's empty? It won't. It must be real. Guo Xiaoyi excitedly stood up, then realized that this was a bit inappropriate and hurriedly sat down. Dreams have always been quite accurate. Xiaofeng smiled without saying anything, and spoke in the tone of a child playing house. Come on, then tell me where the demigod-level destiny map is? Guo Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Then you are agreeing. Xiaofeng shook his head. Not necessarily. I don't even know where the treasure is. What if it's dangerous? You reveal some of the contents. I'll see if it's dangerous. Fine. Guo Xiaoyi lowered her head somewhat demoralized. To be honest, I don't know its exact location either. I only know that it can turn into anything. Sometimes it's a stone, sometimes it's an animal, and sometimes it's a person. Xiaofeng savored every word Guo Xiaoyi just said. Sometimes a rock, sometimes an animal, sometimes a person? How come it sounds a bit similar to my Thousand Faces man? All of which can change. He glanced at the time. seeing that it was close to 10:30, and stood up. Okay, it's getting late, so go back first. I'll think about it and get back to you. Wait. Guo Xiaoyi hurriedly chased after him. Something else? Xiao Feng gave him a puzzled look. You see it's getting late. Isn't it a bit unsafe for me to go home alone? Xiao Feng was speechless. Isn't your family rich? Why also want me to send? You directly put your family that group of beaters to greet to escort you. What the cow ghosts? Snakes and gods see have to hide a few kilometers away. If you really can't open a drop, directly home is not on the line? Guo Xiaoyi shook her head with a small face. No, this is not fun. It's not interesting at all. If you don't take me back, I won't tell you the relevant secrets. He almost bit out that Xiao Feng was interested in the demigod-grade destiny diagram as a threat to the other party. Xiao Feng could not do anything about him. Who would have thought that this quirky, not too old little boy, the previous article used he to refer to Guo Xiaoyi, here it is unified as a boy, would even know that the destiny diagram was in the school, and judging by the tone of his voice, it seemed that he might still be able to continue to obtain the corresponding information. Gotta have it. From you can it. Xiao Feng finished paying the money and walked towards the outside with Guo Xiaoyi, and soon the two of them walked to the side of the road. He was just about to call a taxi when Guo Xiaoyi interrupted. My house is nearby. No need to take a taxi. Xiao Feng was speechless for a moment. Then you still need me to escort what? There are so many people in the neighborhood. Are you really afraid that someone will abduct you? There is no way. But after all, he has already promised others, and can only fulfill his duties straight away. Along the way, Guo Xiaoyi from time to find some boring topics to chat with him. Xiao Feng is casually perfunctory. Not a moment to send him to the family villa. Guo Xiaoyi's home is located in a very luxurious location. Is a famous villa area in Baobao? Because of the proximity of Baobao Gaowu First High School and various administrative centers, the houses here are often priced without a market. Xiao Feng was speechless for a while, and after bidding him farewell, he quickly walked towards the hotel he rented, crossed the commercial street, and came to the residential area. For some reason, the flow of people around became less and less, and in the end, there was no one around. Xiao Feng sensed that something was wrong, stopped his steps and looked around the surroundings. Turning his head, he found a group of fierce and vicious people were blocking all the front and back of him. Who are you guys? Xiao Feng's left hand moved slightly, always ready to summon the sword of the fallen out to deal with the next crisis. The leader was a big man whose head was covered with a wide black scarf, wearing a jacket and a cowboy hat, with a large sword as tall as half of his body in the palm of his hand, and he asked towards a middle-aged man in a suit next to him. Is it him? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Yes, it's him. Xiao Feng also recognized the middle-aged man in suit. He had seen him in the hotel last night, and his owner was the same Wang Zikai that he had almost killed. Humph, kid, your time to die has come. Give up resistance and I can still let you die easier. The big man propped his big sword on the ground and an aura of a mid-ranking 4th grade inner gang realm erupted from his body. The other 12 or 3 people also erupted with varying ranks. There were those of the 3rd grade innate realm, those of the 2nd grade blood condensation realm, and even more were of the 1st grade body tempering realm. Xiao Feng stood still without showing a bit of panic on his face. With the S-grade martial skill, supernatural regeneration and the 1,000 faces that possessed the ability to replicate, it was inevitable that he would have to run. Only that he wanted to maximize the benefits before he did so. He turned around violently and chose to run in the opposite direction from that mid-4th grade inner deity realm big man. He wasn't stupid enough to fight a bunch of people head-on. Seeing that he was going to escape, the big man chased after him in the lead and yelled at the group of juniors in front of him. You guys stop him. Don't let him pass. Just as he finished speaking, an early stage of the 3rd grade innate realm leapt out from the crowd, and after landing smoothly on the ground, a light blue spell formation surfaced in his hand, and he softly recited an incantation under his breath. Water prison. After saying that, he violently smashed towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng remained very calm, his body tilted backward towards the ground with a sliding shovel, skillfully dodging the small water ball. The water balloon flew past and smashed straight into the face of an insignificant little person. The water balloon suddenly burst open and became bigger, firmly controlling it like a water prison. Xiao Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately not touching that thing head-on, when he turned his head and saw the corners of the other person's mouth rising slightly. At this moment the distance between the two was less than 10 meters. This person's hands phase into a triangle. Xiao Feng subconsciously felt bad, hastily break and turn around to complete a difficult action, stomped back hard, once again pulled away to 20 meters. That person was stunned, did not expect the other party to react so fast, but the attack that was about to be launched has been unable to stop. Suddenly hundreds of water balloons that are the same as the previous water balloon quickly flew to. After executing that strike, this person's chi and blood was also close to bottoming out. After all, using such a wide range of attacks at once, With his current level of the third grade innate realm he would not be able to withstand it. Xiaofeng backed up on his way. A figure approached at high speed. Silver light fell and Xiaofeng's back was cut out with a huge wound. Chapter 18, the 4th grade. However, the severe pain caused Xiaofeng to subconsciously close his eyes slightly and fall forward. However, the supernatural regeneration was instantly activated, and the huge and hideous wound recovered rapidly with a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. At the same time, with the execution of his Thousand Faces ability, Xiaofeng gained an opportunity to use his water balloon. He violently turned around and threw the water ball towards the big man behind him. When the big man saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. He recognized the power of this water ball and knew that once he was controlled by it, he would be in great trouble. Thus, without hesitation, he threw the large sword in his hand towards the front with great force, causing the large sword and the water ball to collide together in the air. The water ball exploded with a bang, instantly wrapping the greatsword in it. Just as the big man breathed a sigh of relief, Xiaofeng circled around behind him like a ghost, and in his hand, he had a long sword entwined with a dull purple mist at an unknown time. His hand rose and fell with the sword. His movements were clean and sharp without the slightest delay, and the cold aura of the sword blade flashed past the other man's neck. The big man's pupils contracted dramatically. His mouth squirmed slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he failed to make a sound, and his whole body fell straight down. After the fallen sword had killed the opponent, the light emitted by itself became more and more intense, which meant that the blood and chi stored within the body of the sword had become even greater. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Xiaofeng's mind. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 410 points of fallen value. Xiaofeng could not help but pause for a moment when he heard that he had gained more than 2,000 points of fallen value in one go, and apart from being shocked, there were only 2 words left to describe his feelings at this moment. Crap! This instantly gained more than 2,000 fallen values. Wouldn't that mean that the 4,000 fallen values in the target was already close at hand? A delighted smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face, while the group of people who were blocking him couldn't help but thump in their hearts when they saw the scene, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. The scene was immediately filled with screams. Demon! Demon! One of them stared dead ahead at Xiaofeng, who had already killed his eyes, only to see that his body was stained with bright red blood, and this person was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't help but retreat back and forth. Suddenly, he felt that he could not move and his consciousness gradually blurred as his entire body gradually lost consciousness. Xiaofeng shook his arm and the fallen sword disappeared. While listening to the system's constant beeps, he walked quickly in a certain direction. However, the direction he was heading towards was not the hotel he was staying at, but towards the direction of the Evil Dragon Bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained 71 points of fallen value, and now the accumulated fallen value has reached 4,981. Which is enough to redeem the early stage cultivation of the 4th grade Inner Dipper realm. Do you want to redeem it? Redeem! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the 4th grade Inner Deity realm cultivation. As soon as the system's voice fell, a stream of warmth rushed straight to Xiaofeng's heavenly aura, and he could clearly feel a subtle change in his own body, and his control over his body became more precise and sharp. At the same time, his own strength and speed instantly increased by 50%, while his breath storage was directly tripled. Xiaofeng clenched his palms tightly, feeling the amazing changes in his body, and secretly sighed in his heart, worth it, too worth it. One must know that in this world of martial arts practice, although 4,000 fallen values could be exchanged for 400,000 cash, if one wanted to use 400,000 cash to break through from the middle of the 3rd grade to the 4th grade, it would be almost like a pipe dream, and even 4 million might not be enough. Xiaofeng nodded silently, extremely satisfied with this result. With that, he turned his head to look at the man in the black suit. At this moment, the man was blocked in a dead end by Xiaofeng. His face was filled with panic, and his eyes were staring with death at Xiaofeng, who was slowly walking towards him. Xiaofeng grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and asked expressionlessly, "Where is your master? That is, Wang Zikai, right now? Tell me honestly and I can spare your life." The other party swallowed saliva with difficulty, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. I don't know." Before the words fell, Xiaofeng violently swung a punch towards his face. The man in the suit closed his eyes in shock, but the fist did not land on his face. Only the wind of the fist whistled past his cheek. Rumble dash! A crack instantly appeared on the entire wall behind him, followed by a loud collapse. "I'll ask you again, where is Wang Zikai?" After saying that, Xiaofeng slammed his fist fiercely again, and just when it was only a few centimeters away from his face, the other party's fear finally completely overwhelmed his sanity. He is now in the Jade Ring Foot Massage Center. The man in the suit let out a slight sigh of relief as his fist jerked to a halt the moment it was about to touch the other party, Who knows? Xiaofeng changed his fist into a hand blade and swung it violently, knocking him out in one go. Afterwards, Xiaofeng stripped the other person's clothes off, and the two of them swapped outfits. Xiaofeng pressed his hand on his face, and his facial muscles began to wriggle slightly, undergoing subtle changes. Not long after, the police who received the alarm call quickly arrived at the scene. As soon as they arrived, they saw a mess all over the ground. Broken arms and limbs were everywhere, and a body was lying on the ground horizontally and vertically, with different wounds, which were horrible to see. While everyone else was busy investigating the scene, a person who seemed to have a rather high status stood quietly in the very center, his eyes tightly closed, and even though he noticed someone coming over, he did not open them, but only slowly opened his mouth and asked, "How is the situation? Is there anything else missing?" Reporting to the director, we found a person who, the person known as the director seemed to have detected a hint of abnormality. Who is it? He is Wang Zikai, Wang Futong's nephew, Jade Ring Foot Pavilion. Xiaofeng had already arrived not far away. At first glance, he saw the huge pink-colored love plaque hanging above with the words Jade Ring Foot Parlor written on it. Xiaofeng knew at a glance that this place, which sounded like a foot bath parlor, was actually not very serious. However, this was not difficult to understand. Like Wang Zikai, this kind of rich kid, if he went to those regular foot baths, that would be abnormal. At this moment, Xiaofeng had already disguised himself as that man in a suit and was slowly walking towards the direction of the Jade Ring Foot Parlor. As he walked, Xiaofeng's eyes inadvertently glanced at the two security guards standing at the entrance, and without moving, he slightly nodded towards them, and the other party subconsciously made the same response. Sure enough, these two definitely recognized this person I'm disguised as. As soon as they walked into the foot hall, a peculiar perfume smell hit their noses. The two revealingly dressed maids immediately greeted them, bowed slightly, and said in a delicate voice, "Welcome to Mr. Daredevil's visit." After Xiaofeng walked in, he saw the front desk not far away at a glance. He quickly walked over and asked the staff at the front desk, "Where is young Master Wang?" As he spoke, Xiaofeng stole a glance at the menu placed on the desktop, which was leaning against the desktop, and he caught a glimpse of the content of one of the pages. On it, there was a description of each girl, including her stage name, height, bust, waist, and even some special markings. When Xiaofeng saw this, he could not help but wrinkle his brows and secretly thought in his heart, "It's not right. Isn't this an obvious brothel in the sheep's clothing of a footbath? It is impossible for the officials not to know about it, so how come they haven't seized it yet?" While pondering, Xiaofeng heard the girl's reply, "In room 601. Xiaofeng nodded slightly as he heard this. However, since this was his first time here, and the place was very large with many rooms, this made him a little dizzy for a while and he could not find his way. After he managed to find the elevator, he waited quietly at the elevator door. Ding dong dash, the elevator door slowly opened, and from inside came out a young man wearing expensive suits, with a clear brow and a very handsome look. His arms were still wrapped around a young girl whose clothes were half exposed, and his face was overflowing with a look of unfulfilled desire. Chapter 19, Footbaths. Xiaofeng was greatly shocked inwardly when he saw this person. He recognized this person as the son of the mayor of Baobao City and the heavenly pride of Baobao Gaowu No. 1 Middle School, Wang Yao. Wang Yao's face was flushed red at the moment and his walk was a bit crooked. He looked like he had drunk a lot of alcohol. As for who the girl next to him was, Xiaofeng did not recognize her and could only see that the other party was very young, 17 or 8 years old. This can also be encountered? Xiaofeng did not deliberately look at him for fear of being discovered. Besides, he could clearly feel the strength of the two bodyguards on the other side. One was in the middle stage of the 5th grade outer deity realm, and the other was in the late stage of the 5th grade outer deity realm. Xiaofeng knew that he was not able to deal with two 5th grade as well as a 4th grade expert at the same time at the moment, and besides, today's target was not him in the first place. After seeing off the back of the other party, Xiaofeng boarded the elevator, pressed the button with the number 6 on it, and walked towards the upper floors. Ding dong! Soon, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. Xiaofeng walked out and looked towards the nearby sign with the room number, which read 630. Looks like it's still a bit ahead. The building here was very luxurious. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and the corridor was carved with various kinds of flower patterns, making it even more high-end than some 5-star hotels. On his way to 601, Xiaofeng saw quite a number of revealingly dressed ladies passing by with dignified bigwigs. Soon, room 601 appeared in his line of sight, and at the door stood two bodyguards wearing black suits just like him. Judging from the aura emanating from them, their strength should be around the mid-4th grade. The other two did not react too much when they saw Xiaofeng after transforming. Xiaofeng stood in front of the two and coughed lightly twice, simulating the corresponding timbre and tone and said, "I want to report something to young Master Wang that is very important." "What is it?" "The target who went to encircle and intercept has escaped." He killed quite a few of us and seems to be heading towards young Master Wang. The other party also asked me to bring a message to tell young Master Wang personally. What Xiaofeng said was half true and half false, in order to make it easier for the other party to be convinced. Hearing this, the two security guards turned around and knocked on the wooden door carved out of mahogany. Young Master Wang, Black Dog is back and has something important to report. The room was silent for 2 seconds before Wang Zikai's voice came out. Let him come in. Yes. One of the security guards stretched out his thumb and pressed it towards that fingerprint lock. A robotic voice came from the fingerprint lock. The password is correct. Please enter. The mahogany door slowly opened and a strong smell of lubricant came out. Xiaofeng looked at the dark room inside, swallowed his saliva and slowly walked towards it. Since the room was rather dim, he could only observe the situation inside through the subtle light. What is it? Wang Zikai's voice came from the front. Xiaofeng looked in the direction of the voice and saw two figures, one of which was none other than Wang Zikai himself. The other could not be seen clearly. He only knew that it was a female with a slim figure, lying motionless on the bed. Xiaofeng understood what the other party was doing in his heart, and put on a look of not being surprised on his face. Young Master Wang, we found that person and fought him head-on. Knowing his real identity, his name is... Xiaofeng deliberately dragged out his voice, and the sword of the fallen in his hand had already been silently sheathed. Wang Zikai on the opposite side listened carefully, and even some cannot hold back, asked, what is it called? The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth rose slightly. He roughly guessed how the fallen value gained from killing a bad guy was calculated, and this person in front of him was just the right person to use as a test. Immediately, he raised his head fiercely and stomped his feet forward. His entire body attacked Wang Zikai like a cannonball. Wang Zikai just realized that the situation was not right and wanted to shout, but he could not make a sound. This was the skill attached to Xiaofeng's fallen sword, the great martial skill silent speech. Before he could make any reaction, Xiaofeng had already instantly flashed in front of him with the instantaneous movement skill of his fallen sword, and a pitch-black long sword ran through his heart, leaving Wang Zikai frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. These two skills were new changes to the fallen sword after Xiaofeng advanced to the 4th grade inner deity realm. In addition to being able to store breath and being immune to 100 poisons, it had also added 2 new skills, looting and instantaneous shift. Looting could extract one of the killed person's martial arts skills, storing up to 5. Instantaneous shift, as the name implied, could instantly move within a range of 20 meters at will. Xiaofeng pulled out the sword of the fallen, and strangely enough, no blood came out from the other party. At the same time, the sword of the fallen also gained 2 of Wang Zikai's grade B martial arts skills, namely, gliding and perspective. Xiaofeng felt that he had made a lot of money this time. He originally wanted to kill someone to prevent future problems, but he did not expect to obtain 2 additional martial arts skills. Of course, apart from that, there was something more important, fallen value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 23,000 points of fallen value, although Xiaofeng had been mentally prepared. But when he heard the number 20,000 his heart still thumped. He expected that the other party had done a lot of bad things, but he didn't expect so much, and all of a sudden he earned 20,000 fallen value. Xiaofeng subconsciously opened the perspective to try the effect. After opening the perspective, his eyes appeared a touch of turquoise flame. He looked around and through the walls of this room. He looked at the next room, room 602. He only saw 2 humanoid silhouettes with red flames burning in their hearts, looking in the same direction in a strange position. Xiaofeng's face flushed and he subconsciously shifted his gaze, but he accidentally saw the motionless woman lying next to Wang Zikai. Xiaofeng froze for a moment after seeing this woman, not only because of the other party's scanty clothing, but more importantly, there was no flame in the other party's heart. Xiaofeng brought his finger close to the other party's nostrils and confirmed that the other party was no longer breathing. There were multiple wounds on the girl's body that looked like they had just been created not long ago, and there were also a few micro-small red dots on her arms. He took a step forward and accidentally kicked the paper towel that had fallen on the floor. Taking a look around, the room was filled with various props, handcuffs, whips, etc. And there was also something similar to a whip on the floor, which was stained with a bit of blood. Xiaofeng sighed deeply. He knew that he was powerless to help this girl. This is her life, but also the grayness of this society. Xiaofeng opened the window and a breeze blew into the room. The odor mixed with lubricant and perfume dissipated a bit. He leapt down from the 6th floor, and with the help of his gliding martial arts skill, he sped towards the distance. I don't know how long it took, but the bodyguards who sensed something was wrong shouted outside the door for a while, and when no one responded, they entered the room. The 2 who broke and opened the lights inside the room and saw Wang Zikai's face was hideous, and a huge hole appeared in his heart after the sky collapsed. Chapter 20, Misunderstandings. Xiaofeng re-entered inside the hotel. Lying on the bed he was always worried and had trouble sleeping. He wasn't sure if he had been locked up or not, and was even worried that someone would find him tomorrow morning and drag him to some hidden corner for a secret execution. The good thing was that at the moment his identity should not have been revealed. Only his looks were known to a small number of people. Fidgeting, he decided to go to the Compass Black Market to see if there was anything useful. After all, he now had 40,000 fallen values. Xiaofeng first looked to see if there were any S-grade martial skills, and there were, but the price was ridiculously high, requiring millions of fallen values to redeem. And even a grade martial skills required more than 100,000, with those that were slightly more effective requiring more than 500,000 fallen values. Wow, I suddenly feel so poor. Xiaofeng helplessly laughed to himself and then closed the holographic projection of the Compass Black Market. But there's no need to worry too much. Now Wang Zikai has done so many bad things. He must have quite a few enemies. They shouldn't be able to associate me. A nobody whose strength and their intelligence is only a mere 3rd grade innate realm. After some self-compassion, Xiaofeng barely managed to fall asleep, and when he opened his eyes again, the sky had already dawned. He had exchanged $50,000 last night for a rainy day, and after buying 2 buns at a roadside stall and casually eating a few bites, he walked in the direction of the school. Because he went earlier, most people hadn't arrived at the school yet, except for the resident students. He simply found a cafe nearby and sat down, chose a window seat, ordered a latte, and slowly savored it while swiping the news on his phone. Soon, Xiaofeng found the news he wanted to focus on. Shocking! Counselor Wang Fuxi's son, Wang Zikai, was brutally assassinated. The murderer is still unknown, and it is suspected to be the work of Counselor Wang Fuxi's opponents or enemies. Xiaofeng slightly revealed a smile when he saw this piece of news. This political struggle can be really powerful. The death of a son can be utilized to strike a rival. From what was reported in this news, the other party obviously did not know who the assassin actually was yet. His hanging heart finally fell to the ground, which also gave him a chance to catch his breath. Time passed quickly. The number of people coming to school gradually increased, and Xiaofeng stood up and walked towards the inside of the school. I remember that new students seem to be brought to that trial tower for testing the next day. This year should be similar, right? As he was thinking, someone suddenly greeted him. Hey, good morning. Xiaofeng turned his head to see that it turned out to be Guo Xiaoyi who had come beside him at some point. Today, she didn't wear the conspicuous Lolita-style skirt from yesterday, but changed into a pink and white sportswear, which complemented her pure, cute, lively and beautiful young girl image, only to see her say mysteriously, "Do you remember that person who tried to take advantage of me the day before yesterday? It was the one that you also killed a few of his bodyguards." Xiaofeng frowned and thought, this guy wouldn't know that I did it, right? No, the destiny diagram hasn't arrived yet. While he was hesitating to find a chance to get rid of this girl, Guo Xiaoyi innocently spoke. To tell you the truth, that bad guy was killed last night. However, I don't know who did it, but they were able to break through the heavy security and kill him. It was really awesome. Heavy security? Isn't it just those few unimpressive bodyguards in the immodest foot bath store? Xiaofeng secretly mocked twice in his heart, but his face showed a surprised expression. Really? Guo Xiaoyi secretly sighed in relief when she saw Xiaofeng's reaction. Luckily it's not him. Along the way, many men threw envious gazes this way, but none of them did anything too drastic, and the two of them calmly walked into the school building like this. At the stairway, Xiaofeng stopped. Guo Xiaoyi turned her head in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaofeng shrugged his shoulders and said rightfully, "Of course you go in first. I'll go in later. We're just working together. If it's misunderstood, I'm really afraid that those guys will find me in a one-on-one fight on impulse." Guo Xiaoyi was speechless, thinking, I'm not afraid of being misunderstood even if I'm a girl. What are you afraid of if you're a big man? She puffed out her cheeks and took a step towards the stairs, and when she reached another corner, she turned around and made a face at Xiaofeng before leaving with quick steps. Xiaofeng was also speechless. Of course he understood what Guo Xiaoyi was thinking just now, but for him, hiding himself and being inconspicuous was the most important thing at the moment. In the past few days, he realized that he should try not to get too involved with Guo Xiaoyi, and if not for the fact that she might know some clues about the destiny diagram, he would have long ago avoided going far away. Guo Xiaoyi drummed her cheeks, a little angry, quickly climbed the stairs, and soon arrived at the door of the classroom on the 3rd floor, which was written as Class Ding 1. At this time, the classroom was very noisy and filled with the smell of various foods. Just as she walked into the classroom, several boys' eyes lit up as if they had been waiting for a long time, each of them holding delicate gift boxes containing pastries in their hands. Hey, Yi-san, did you have breakfast? I bought some extra here. Xiaoyi, me too. Try mine. Mine is even better. Guo Xiaoyi was a bit helpless. Thank you all for your kindness, but I've already had breakfast. Speaking of this, her eyes twinkled. Hey, Chao Yuan, you don't want to keep a low profile? Then I'll prefer not to let you lay low. She turned to the group of boys delivering the pastries and intentionally raised her volume so that everyone could hear. Chow Yuan has already invited me. I think he's quite nice, and I'm considering going out with him. These words came out like a heavy bomb. The group of boys who delivered the pastries were immediately struck by lightning, frozen in place, wailing in their hearts. No, how is this possible? One of them was also the one who wanted to find Xiao Feng for a one-on-one fight last night, and at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Damn it, I've been fooled. I told you, how could anyone reject such a cute girl? Dai Chungrong, who had just walked to the classroom door and was also holding an exquisite pastry gift box in his hand, happened to hear what Guo Xiaoyi said. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Chow Yuan. With a forceful hand, the entire box with the pastries inside was crushed flat. Xiao Feng waited in place for about 5 minutes before walking up the stairs unhurriedly in the direction of the classroom. The floor where the classroom was located was abnormally noisy, and everyone seemed to be discussing something enthusiastically, and he thought to himself, it seems that the homeroom teacher hasn't arrived yet. Just as he stepped out of the stairway, Xiao Feng was keenly aware that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Xiao Feng subconsciously looked around and realized that several boys were staring at him like wolves. Their bodies revealed a fierce murderous aura, as if they were ready to fight Xiao Feng at any time. Chapter 21, Defusing. Just as Xiao Feng was wondering what had happened, Dai Changrong suddenly took a step forward, and his right fist, which carried some cold air, fiercely blasted out and heavily smashed towards Xiao Feng's face. Xiao Feng slightly frowned at the situation, and with a slight movement of his body, he grabbed his opponent's wrist. Dai Changrong, who was grabbed by his wrist, was stunned, and before he could react, Xiao Feng had already exerted a slight force at his waist, and with a forceful fling of his wrist, he pressed the other party against the wall. He had one hand pressing down on the other's face, and the other hand was ready to deal with unexpected situations. Dai Changrong was confused the entire time, originally furious and wanting to teach this person in front of him a lesson. He didn't expect to be taught a lesson himself instead. Why are you sneaking up on me? As he said that, Xiao Feng's arm that was holding down the other person's face slightly increased in strength, and a slight crack appeared on the wall behind it. Everyone was stunned. They knew who Dai Changrong was. He was the genius who had won the first place in grade A of the entrance examination of the first middle school of the Treasure Bottle High Martial Arts. A strong person at the late stage of the first grade body tempering realm, far beyond the strength of his peers, was just taken down by someone he had never heard of before. Dai Changrong himself was shocked, originally thinking that the other party was just a smooth-talking rich family's son. He didn't realize that his strength was so strong, far exceeding his. He hadn't even heard of the existence of such a person. Xiao Feng's eyes swept a glance at a few male students at the back who originally wanted to make a move but had now given up, and those male students could not help but feel a chill down their spine when they saw Xiao Feng's eyes looking over. Xiao Feng sighed helplessly in his heart after seeing those people. At this rate, he would not be able to hide. Sooner or later, he would be dragged down by Guo Xiaoyi. On the other side, Guo Xiaoyi's whole body got goosebumps and the back of her hands could not help but tremble after seeing the eyes Xiao Feng looked over. She had only seen Xiao Feng display this kind of eyes, the kind of eyes that made one feel like being eaten alive after killing a few people that night. Xiao Feng withdrew his eyes and realized that the situation was not quite right. What's going on? He had just had a moment where the thought of finishing Guo Xiaoyi off arose. Xiao Feng shook his head slightly and sighed silently as he looked at Guo Xiaoyi. He had already decided one thing in his heart. The destiny diagram was certainly important, but his own life was more important. At the same time, Xiao Feng knew that generating the idea of killing Guo Xiaoyi was not just as simple as an impulse. The great events that he had encountered in the past few days were more than what he had encountered in the past 18 years combined. Could all of this be a coincidence? Some would say that it was the arrangement of fate, but Xiao Feng felt that it could be the destiny diagram at work. After letting go of Dai Changrong, Xiao Feng understood that it would be almost impossible for him to keep a low profile in the future. He, who might be targeted by the destiny diagram, had to go all out to improve his strength to deal with the crisis that might come next. As Xiao Feng was pondering, a familiar figure slowly walked towards the podium, and this person was none other than Guo Xiaoyi. Most of the people in the class could not help but cast their gazes towards her in confusion, only to see that Guo Xiaoyi stood in the center of the podium, bowed deeply to everyone and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I lied to you all. In fact, it was because I wanted to purchase a supreme treasure in the hands of Chow Yuan's classmate, and I had a bit of a conflict with him, and I wanted to prank him, but I didn't expect to cause such a situation, for which I'm very sorry. For this, I once again." Xiao Feng was silent and could only say in his heart, 666 it can still be like this. Guo Xiaoyi just quietly solved the heavy doubts of the crowd, and all of this was finally explained. In their opinion, why was Guo Xiaoyi so enthusiastic about Xiao Feng? It was because Guo Xiaoyi wanted to purchase a supreme treasure in the other party's hands. Why was the other party able to hang on to Dai Changrong, who was grade A, Even though his enrollment score was clearly grade D like most of the people present, it was all because the other party had a very powerful treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for Guo Xiaoyi to die trying to buy it from the other party. And Xiao Feng, also known as Chao Yuan, was able to hang the other party because he possessed this supreme treasure. When someone thought of this, his heart was greatly relieved, but he was also a little worried. They were relieved because their own white moonlight had not been captured by someone else, but they were worried because Xiao Feng had a very powerful treasure in his hands, which might cause them to be left far behind. Xiao Feng was also relieved. To be honest, he was ready to single out the entire freshman boys, or directly change his identity and run away. After Guo Xiaoyi explained it so seductively, things didn't seem so serious. Dai Qingrong's heart was also greatly relieved after hearing Guo Xiaoyi's explanation. He had fallen in love with the other party from the first moment he saw her in middle school. Although he had failed to impress the other party with the many attempts he had made along the way, he believed that with his own efforts he would one day succeed. Soon, the bell for class rang and everyone quieted down to wait for Yan Lily's arrival. Today, she was dressed as plainly as usual, and there was still a touch of confidence in her eyes. She organized the papers in her hands and said, "Everyone, today is the second day of school, and we're heading to the trial tower for the ranking test." Trial tower. Hooray! Finally we can go to the trial tower. Someone shouted out excitedly upon hearing that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. That electronic trial tower is the foundation for first middle school to stand on. Oh oi, I heard that there are a lot of prizes to be redeemed inside, even S-class ones. Hearing this, Xiao Feng, who was not far away, helplessly shook his head and said, S-ranked feats are not that easy to obtain, and the number of times they have been exchanged seems like it can be counted on one hand, right? The students followed Yan Lily in the direction of the trial tower with apprehension and excitement. A bus had already been parked downstairs of the teaching building. These were used to send the students over. Someone couldn't help but wonder, how come we still need to take a bus to go to the trial tower? Don't you know? The trial tower is built in the Class A campus, which is a bit of a distance from us. Xiao Feng got on the bus and casually found an empty seat and sat down, and not long after, a person he did not recognize sat next to him. The bus slowly started and drove towards its destination. Xiao Feng rested one hand on the window and looked at the scenery outside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A voice came from the seat in front of him as if it was talking to him. Xiao Feng turned his head in confusion and saw that it was none other than Guo Xiaoyi, only to see her smiling and saying, Hey, you've forgiven me, right? Let's continue our cooperation, huh? Xiao Feng was speechless for a while, thinking that he had never seen such a cheeky person. Guo Xiaoyi saw that the other party did not say anything and continued to speak. If you don't answer, I'll take it as you agreeing, Forgive what? What happened, How come I don't know? Seeing this, Xiao Feng opened his mouth to answer its question, which was also equivalent to a disguised promise that no such thing happened. Chapter 22 Opening of Accounts. The bus slowly approached the neighborhood of the A-class campus, and its gorgeous Chinese and European architectural styles amazed many students who came to the campus for the first time. Fountains, sculptures, triumphal arches. Xiao Feng looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar buildings and could not help but fall into deep thought. Previously, he had lived here for a period of time, and then, as everyone knew, moved out. During the time the bus stopped, Xiao Feng paid attention to the expressions of everyone inside the bus, and most of them showed colors of yearning and envy. After everyone got off the bus one after another, they quickly lined up neatly, and after the teacher counted the number of people and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he left first to the trial tower to communicate about the matter. Xiao Feng was extremely familiar with this place and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and quietly slipped out of the line and walked in the direction that teacher Yan Lily had left. He breezed around a grand and magnificent building, and a huge tower with a black body and a towering spire appeared in front of him. People on the ground would look up and realize that the top of the giant tower gave off a shocking feeling of being on top of the sky. Entering the trial tower required a full-body scanning security check, and Xiao Feng walked over with trepidation, confirming that there was no abnormality before his heart was relieved. It seems that the guy who called himself the Black Emperor didn't lie to me. This divine grimoire mask grade is indeed not low. Even the scanners used by 8th grade Jindan realm powerhouses failed to find even a trace of it. Entering the interior of the trial tower, which was the first level of the office hall, it was bustling with people, and apart from the grade S students of this campus, there were also quite a few students of other grades. The decoration style inside differed greatly compared to the outside, favoring more simplicity and clarity. Xiao Feng came to a service desk and took out an ID card that belonged uniquely to Chao Yuan and said, Hello, please help me activate this account. A smile appeared on the face of the young lady at the service desk and she received the ID card with both hands. Okay, classmate. The help desk lady swiped the identity card and all of Chao Yuan's information surfaced on the computer screen. She glanced at the information on the screen and frowned when she saw the word ding, etc., and subconsciously glanced at the time. However, her tone became less polite as she picked up Chao Yuan's identity card with one hand and casually placed it in front of the counter. Alright, it has been activated successfully. Xiao Feng was instantly a bit helpless. He knew that there was serious grade discrimination in the first middle school. He just did not expect it to be so outrageous. Forget it. Xiao Feng sighed helplessly and walked in the direction of the third floor of the trial tower. On the second and third floors of the trial tower, there were hundreds of sensing chambers built respectively, which could accommodate up to 1,000 people at once. These sensing rooms had single, double, and even 10 people to a room. The reason why Xiao Feng came over so early was that apart from wanting to occupy a single room, there was a more important reason. Soon, he found his destination, single sensor room 91. Xiao Feng took out the identity card in his pocket and inserted it into the machine at the identity card slot. The machine emitted a sound. Trial tower account activation is successful. You can use the 24 hours of trial time given free by the school. The extremely technological door slowly opened, revealing the titanium alloy body sensors inside. The corner of Xiao Feng's mouth rose slightly as he walked in, closed the door, and put on the body sensor device. Data being transmitted. Ding! Xiao Feng opened his eyes. It's coming. Congratulations. For your first account opening choice no. 91 single machine room. You have been given an opportunity to double open an account. The so-called dual open account was that a person's identity card could open 2 accounts, while others could only open 1 account. Xiao Feng intended to open an account for Chao Yuan and another hidden account. The one for Chao Yuan would just casually paddle and kill time, while the hidden account would desperately earn points. This was a hidden benefit that Xiao Feng had stumbled upon when he first opened his account, so that he could use 2 numbers and earn 2 shares of points. After Xiao Feng set up the accounts and hid one of them, he pulled his card and left. He knew that he might be discovered if he stayed here for too long. Just as he went down to the service hall on the first floor, he saw a huge holographic projection. Just moved out? I didn't see it when I first came in and thought it was broken. Xiao Feng looked at the huge holographic projection. It displayed the ranking records of the Alchemy Tower. There were 2 lists here. One was the historical list and the other was the updated list of current students. In the history list, the first ranked person was a Baobao history first talent who had already graduated and enrolled in the capital martial arts school Ouyang Jie, whose record in the trial tower was the 5th floor 51 levels. Ranked second was the name of an old acquaintance of Xiao Feng's, Wang Yao, who was the most likely person to break Ouyang Jie's record in the history of Baobao Gaowu no. 1 middle school, whose record for the trial tower was the 4th floor 77 levels. Each level here has 81 levels, and as the number of levels rises as well as the progression of levels, their corresponding difficulty increases. In the school update list, the first place was naturally Wang Yao's 4th level 77 levels. The second place was Gu Lina's 4th level 61. The third place was Shinju's 4th layer 9 levels. After that, it was ranked all the way up to the top 100. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the outside, returning the way he came. However, just as he reached the neighborhood, he sensed that something was wrong with the situation. 2 groups of people were facing each other. Both of them were aggressive and looked like they wanted to fight. Xiao Feng did not want to meddle in this kind of idle business, but after seeing the 2 who were the leaders of one of the waves, he stopped in his tracks. On one side was the group of Ding freshmen led by Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong, and on the other side Xiao Feng did not recognize them. Chen Dong, what are you doing here? Dai Changrong looked at the other party suspiciously. The person known as Chen Dong smiled coldly. Of course I came to see you and Guo Xiaoyi. And I'm also curious as to how the 2 of you went to the Ding class campus and hung out with that group of Ding class losers. He, Chen Dong, aren't you also a loser? I remember that you almost didn't make it to grade A, right? Guo Xiaoyi sneered at him. Guo Xiaoyi, you. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and stretched out his finger to point at the other party. At this moment, Dai Changrong took a step forward and blocked in front of Guo Xiaoyi. What? Want to fight? Just you are not worthy yet. If you have the ability, call Long Ting Tian here. Oh, exempt. Dai Changrong, after not seeing you for such a long time, you've gotten quite arrogant? A second-grade blood condensation realm aura erupted out from the crowd, and the crowd was startled as they looked in the direction the voice came from. Long Tingtian slowly walked out of the crowd and came to Chen Dong's side. Chen Dong hurriedly saluted. Big brother. Long Tingtian looked at Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong and coldly mocked. Yo ho, you 2 are still in the late first grade ah? Oops, I accidentally broke through to the second grade yet. Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong's faces couldn't help but sink when they saw this. Chapter 23, A Strike. Just as the 2 sides were at a standstill, Xiao Feng walked up through the crowd and swept a glance at Long Tingtian and Chen Dong before landing his gaze on Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong and said, Alright, it's almost time. The teacher is calling us to go over. Hearing this, the 2 of them, although their hearts were unwilling, they could only silently nod their heads. swallowing their breath for the time being and preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Long Ting Tian mocked at them. He, you two grade A even listen to a grade D waste. You can really disgrace the word grade A. Yeah, two wastes. It's good to go to the D grade side in advance. At least you won't be so humiliated when you are transferred there in the future. Chen Dong also chimed in. You. Guo Xiaoyi was so angry that she turned around, but was gently pulled back by Dai Chungrong and shook her head at her. Xiao Feng sighed helplessly and took a few steps to walk in front of Long Ting Tian and Chen Dong. Seeing this, Long Ting Tian sneered disdainfully. Yo ho! What? You, a Ding Tao waste, still want to stand out? Xiao Feng ignored him and raised his hand to scratch his ear as he calmly said, apologize to them. Ha! Long Ting Tian froze for a moment as he thought he had heard wrong. What did you say? Apologize to all the students of Ding class. Xiao Feng repeated. When the nearby D-rank students heard this, they were first stunned. Some were moved by the fact that someone had stepped forward to defend them, but it was only for a moment. In their hearts, grade A was an unattainable goal that they aspired to but did not dare to hope for due to the difficulties. They don't know what they are afraid of. Afraid of getting hurt? Afraid of working hard and getting nowhere? In fact, Xiao Feng was also afraid. But at this moment, a common thought bubbled up in the hearts of all the Ding students. This person who stood up for them was going to have bad luck, just as the others, including Dai Chungrong, were a bit worried. Guo Xiaoyi had an excited look on her face, as if she was expecting something. Ha ha ha! Long Ting Tian suddenly let out a loud laugh, patting Chen Dong's shoulder hard while laughing. Chen Dong, did you hear that? He even asked me to apologize to this group of Ding Tao losers. As he laughed, his face sank and his laughter came to an abrupt end as a powerful aura erupted from within his body, pressurizing the crowd present. Say that again? Some of the weaker people couldn't stand the pressure of this aura and retreated back and forth. It's over. It's finished. That grade A genius is angry. Don't ever spread to me. Who is this fool? He doesn't even look at his own weight. He's going to suffer after him. Dai Qingrong's face was gloomy and his steps hesitant as he inwardly debated whether or not to help. Although he hated Xiao Feng before, at this moment, Xiao Feng was standing up for them. His image wasn't that bad in his eyes, and he seemed to have some strength. Just when he finally decided to take that step, Guo Xiaoyi reached out and stopped him. No need. Let's just watch the show and be careful of being mistakenly injured. Mistakenly injured? Dai Qingrong froze. What do you mean? Which side does it refer to? Guo Xiaoyi didn't answer, just signaling him to watch well. Quite a number of Ding and other students had already run away. Some were afraid of being affected by Long Ting Tian's anger, while others ran to call their teachers. Finally, in full view of everyone, Long Ting Tian made his move. He clenched his right hand into a fist and violently swung it towards Xiao Feng. This fist had no reservations and carried the determination to kill. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly closed their eyes, as if they had already seen the tragic situation of Xiao Feng being hit and having his brains burst out. However, after a while, nothing happened. Some people curiously opened their eyes and saw an unbelievable scene. Xiao Feng merely stretched out a single finger and resisted Long Xingtian's powerful, all-out strike. When Long Ting Tian saw this, his pupils contracted violently and he hurriedly leapt backward away. Ah, this! Dai Qingrong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He had already understood the meaning of what Guo Xiaoyi had said at this point. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the strike that Long Ting Tian had just made was with his full strength. But it was just like this that Xiao Feng had easily defused it with a single finger. Not simple. This guy is definitely not as simple as he appears. Dai Qingrong secretly came to this conclusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Task 1. Beat the 2 to death on the spot. Rewarded with a 5th grade outer deity realm. Task 2. Beat the other party to death. Reward a grade martial art 10 shadow kill. Task 3. Let the other 2 go by this point. Reward a grade martial skill Misty Incense. Xiao Feng paused briefly after hearing the system voice and then made a choice. He took a step out and instantly arrived in front of Long Ting Tian. And following Long Ting Tian's earlier example, he clenched his right hand into a fist and fiercely struck towards his opponent's side door. Long Ting Tian had not yet regained his senses from the shock of being caught by Xiao Feng's full force strike with a single finger just now. When he saw the other party's fist rapidly zooming in front of his eyes, his brain reacted, but his body could not keep up, so he could only stare in horror. Boom! Xiao Feng's fist heavily smashed into Long Ting Tian's face, and Long Ting Tian's entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly hitting the wall and raising a cloud of smoke and dust. The crowd was stunned. Their minds went blank. The image that they originally thought Xiao Feng would be sent flying by Long Xingtian was completely reversed. In their eyes, that lofty and powerful Long Tingtian, whose strength far exceeded theirs, was actually knocked down by a punch from a person of the same age. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Long Xingtian's miserable condition gradually appeared. At this moment, he was paralyzed on the ground. The left half of his face was sunken down in a large chunk. and there was a puddle of blood mixed with teeth on the ground. Chen Dong was dumbfounded, thinking in his heart, how did my formidable big brother get seconded in one go? Suddenly, Chen Dong felt an icy cold gaze shoot at him. He shivered and goosebumps rose. He didn't need to think about it to know who it was. Before Xiao Feng came over, he kneeled down with a thud and just wanted to open his mouth to admit his mistake. But Xiao Feng had already arrived in front of him like a ghost, and punched him to the point that he was blinded by his eyes. The scene was silent, except for a small number of people. No one knew what had happened. It hadn't even been a minute before or after. Two geniuses with grade A qualifications were actually seconded by a guy with grade D qualifications. What's the situation? Did you guys see it? The crowd shook their heads, in a state of confusion. Dai Qingrong was also greatly shaken inwardly, and before his mind could return to his senses, his opponent had already been resolved. Then his strength is at least the peak of the second grade blood condensation realm, or even the third grade. This thought had automatically surfaced in its mind. Hui Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was filled with excitement, and its hands couldn't help but wave. Right, that's it. Beat the crap out of these two. Xiao Feng did not pay attention to the others, but pulled out 2 bottles of potions filled with light red liquid from his pocket and poured them into the mouths of the two lying down. Soon, the stronger Long Tingtian was the first to wake up, and after coughing violently, a few more teeth were spat out from his mouth. Teacher is here. Teacher is coming. Chapter 24 Challenges and Rewards. Yan Lily was led by a few classmates as she quickly walked through the crowd, a touch of gloom surfacing on her face. She didn't expect something like this to happen just a short while after she left. I hope nothing happened. However, Yan Lily was dumbfounded when she just squeezed through the crowd and saw the two people kneeling on the ground with swollen noses. However, when she fully saw the faces of the two, she was first angry and then puzzled. It was impossible for her not to recognize Long Tingtian and Chen Dong as the new grade A students who had enrolled in the school. But what she was puzzled about was how these two grade A students had been beaten up like this. You guys rounded them up together? Yan Lily asked suspiciously. One had to know that in the Bao Bao Gao Wu No 1 middle school, private fights would be punished extremely harshly, especially in a situation like beating up grade A students. Someone suddenly shouted, "It wasn't us, it was that Chao Yuan guy. All of it was done by him alone." Suddenly, that person froze for a moment, sensing what seemed to be dozens of gazes being directed towards him. Many people were looking at this Eton fellow and couldn't help but spit out his evil deeds. Yes, teacher, I did it, but I was forced to fight back because I was in self-defense, only that I hit a little harder. Xiao Feng patted the corner of his coat with his hand and replied in a serious manner, then stretched out his hand and pointed towards the duo of Long Tingtian and Chen Dong. The two of them can prove it. After Long Xingtian, who was already kneeling on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, heard the other party's words, his entire body was confused. This was too shameless. Where was the heavy hand? That is clearly want to beat to death. Just as he wanted to retort, he realized that the other party's words seemed to be quite right, and it was indeed he who had struck first. Yan Lily looked at the other duo who were frantically nodding their heads and sighed helplessly, while silently memorizing the name Chao Yuan in her heart. She turned around and said, "Seeing as you're both freshmen, I'll let this matter go. I hope there's no next time." The matter was easily resolved by Yan Lily like this. She gave both sides a step down. One was in a private fight and the other was out of line. If the punishment was really to come down, both sides would not feel good. Xiao Feng slowly let out a sigh of relief when he heard Yan Lily say this. Other people might still doubt that a D-class teacher could have such power, but Xiao Feng would not. He knew that behind Yan Lily was that first school director. Hu Xiaoyi suddenly trotted over and slapped Xiao Feng on the shoulder, unable to help but marvel at him. Awesome. He gave us a bad breath and taught those two guys a hard lesson. Dai Qingrong beside her also silently nodded his head as a kind of recognition to the other party. Through this incident, he knew that Xiao Feng was far from simple. Long Tingtian, who was being supported by Chen Dong, looked at Xiao Feng's back and gritted his teeth viciously. "Chao Yuan is it? I will remember you. Wait for me." Chen Dong was also lightly injured at the moment and asked with some concern, "Brother Long, what should we do?" "Humph." Long Tingtian just sneered twice before he couldn't help but cough. That guy should only be in the late second grade or peak second grade. He relied on certain more powerful supreme treasures or martial arts techniques, coupled with our carelessness, which caused this result. The wind is too strong right now. Let him have a good time after a while. It wasn't long before the magnificent and majestic tower that towered over the clouds came into everyone's eyes. Most of the students who had never seen the world couldn't help but gasp as they looked at the huge black tower that rose into the sky. Yan Lily clapped her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, the front is the trial tower. You will have to activate the identity card in the service hall on the first floor, and then you can go to the second and third floors to experience it. It's a little after 1 in the afternoon now. Let's gather here at 5 o'clock. Good." A group of people swarmed towards the hall on the first floor of the trial tower, because today was the day for new students to activate. The school had already banned any older students other than new students from entering on that day. This was mainly because they wanted every new student to experience the trial tower. This year, there were more than 500 new students enrolled in Bao Bao Gao Wui High School, so it was reasonable that everyone would be able to have a seat of their own. Hey! Xiaofeng turned his eyes and realized that it was Guo Xiaoyi. She asked, Going to activate the card together? Forget it, I have a few friends over here. Xiaofeng shrugged at this. Fine. Alright. Only after seeing the other party leave did Xiaofeng slowly let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be known by others that he had activated his card in advance. The service hall was crowded with many people, and the line formed a long line of new students who were going through the activation of the trial tower. I hope there's still a single room left for me. Compared to the first floor, the number of people on the second and third floors was dozens of times less, and apart from some of the new students who had already gotten their cards, many of them were wandering around with the mindset of a curious visit. Xiaofeng quickly found the single room he wanted, inserted his identity card, put on his sensors, and his consciousness was already teleported inside the trial tower. Please select a login account. 2 accounts with Chao Yuan's name appeared on the holographic screen, and Xiaofeng chose one of them to log in. Xiaofeng opened his eyes and realized that he had arrived in a pitch-black city. This place was more familiar to him. It was the first level of the trial tower, Sin City. Players needed to play the appropriate role in the city, and passing the 81st level would lead them to the second level of the trial tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Passing the 4th level of the trial tower to reach the 5th level of the trial tower will reward you with the 5th grade of the Big Dipper realm. Passing the 4th level to the 25th level will reward you with a mid-level cultivation of the 4th grade inner deity realm. When you pass to the 50th level of the 4th floor, you will be rewarded with the late stage of the 4th grade inner deity realm. If you pass to the 4th level 75, you will be rewarded with the peak cultivation of the 4th grade inner deity realm. Xiaofeng could not help but feel happy after hearing the quests issued by the system. The main reason why he had built 2 numbers was to better hide Chao Yuan's true strength. If one directly used Chao Yuan's number to directly kill at the 4th or 5th level, how would others believe that he or she was only at the 2nd or 3rd rank level? On the other hand, if you directly hide Chao Yuan's account, but because the ranking is too high will inevitably usher in suspicion. In the trial tower, one could utilize the clearance points to exchange for quite a few good things, and Xiaofeng did not want to miss out on that. As he was pondering, a message from the AI inside the trial tower came through. In order to celebrate the opening of this school, the quality of the admitted students has reached the best level ever. This school has decided that whoever ranks higher in the freshman rankings at the end of today's 4:30 p.m., the richer the rewards will be. The rewards given out by the school this time are a total of 3 A-grade martial skills, which the top 3 in the rankings will be able to obtain, with the first place being chosen first, followed by the second after that. Xiaofeng could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard this condition. Holy, so generous, directly sending a grade martial skills, this can't be understated now. Chapter 25 Ranking. The first level of the trial tower's trial site was named Sin City, and all players who entered it had to do was to break through the challenges of the trial tower. In the center of the trial tower, at the top of a skyscraper, Xiaofeng stood quietly on top of the building tower, waiting for the official opening of the trial tower. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trial tower. Officially opened. Have fun breaking through. Xiaofeng's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of sky-blue pupils quickly looked around at the surroundings. He leapt down from a high altitude, and at the same time, he summoned the weapon that the trial tower was equipped with in his hand. That weapon was reddish in color and was in the shape of a long blade. During his descent, Xiaofeng judged the direction where the monsters appeared by observing the NPC humans simulated by the computer, only to see that a large group of people were running screaming below, and looking in the general direction they were running, they saw a monster with a black body, 4 claws on the ground, and its entire body covered with scales. The monster's mouth spewed out a stream of flames, setting the nearby area ablaze. As it spewed, it sensed something strange. It seemed that something was flying towards it at high speed over its head, and looked up. The monster was taken aback and quickly condensed a larger flame ball in its mouth and violently sprayed it into the air. This flame was even more fiery red and hot and majestic than the one it had spat out before. However, Xiaofeng did not dodge and did not flash. His left hand that was gripping the long sword was swung violently, and a very strong blade astral deity burst out from the body of the sword. This was the strength of the 4th grade inner deity realm, being able to condense a chi and blood from within the body and launch it outside the body, thus enabling the sword body to form a blade dipper. The moment the flames came into contact with the blade astral deity, the flames were split in 2 from the center by the blade astral deity. The dagger astral deity was not weakened in the slightest by the flames and chopped straight at the monster. The ground was stirred up with a puff of smoke and dust, The monster let out a miserable scream and then stopped moving, while Xiaofeng slowly stepped out from the smoke and dust. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the first level of the first level and gained 10 points. Next open the second level. Xiaofeng, who had just stepped out of the smoke and dust, saw two monsters that looked exactly the same as earlier appearing in front of him. So boring. How long is this queue going to last? Guo Xiaoyi squatted on the ground with a bored face, looking at the long queue-like line in front of her, and helplessly spat out. Dai Qingrong followed behind her, holding a paper fan in his hand, slowly shaking his wrist to fan her. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! Look! Look! Someone has already entered inside and completed the first pass." Accompanying this shout, everyone's gazes involuntarily looked towards the large holographic projection screen. Which one of those 10 grade A geniuses will it be? Ha! Why do you say it's those 10 grade A geniuses? Isn't it possible that they are still in the queue? You're silly. Regardless of whether they're freshmen or not, as long as they're class A, they can go straight up to the 4th floor, where there's a special desk. Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong beside them looked at each other with a burst of embarrassment. Waiting for nothing. Guo Xiaoyi was just about to open her mouth to speak when she was interrupted by someone else's voice. Quickly look quickly. The names are out. It's. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Besides that unfamiliar name, there was also a word that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because this word was usually seen often. Unfamiliar because this word rarely appeared on this big screen. Ding, etc. Chao Yuan. Ding et al. Chao Yuan? Who the hell is this? Hui Xiaoyi, however, jumped up happily. Yay! Immediately after that, someone else shouted, "Look! Look! Look! The second person to pass the level has appeared. Grade A. Long Ting Tian. Quick look! It's Class A Dragon Interceptor. Ka. I heard that he is already in the second grade blood condensation realm." However, while they were still marveling, the line belonging to Xiaofeng changed again. The third level of the first tier, followed by the values jumping rapidly, was almost 5 seconds a level. 5 seconds a level. Before the crowd could regain their senses, the displayed number had already arrived at the 76th level of the first layer, while that Long Xingtian was still struggling in the 19th level of the first layer. On the way, one after another, people passed the first level of the first tier, and most of these people were students with grade A qualifications, but this only drew a tiny amount of attention from them as they were nowhere near as shocking as the first place. People were silently counting the levels Xiaofeng had passed in their hearts. 79, 80, 81. At the first 81 level, Xiaofeng also only stayed 5 seconds longer than before he passed the first 81 level and came to the second level. Some people could not help but exclaim in astonishment at this. This is open and shut. How long did it take to get to the second level? Has it been 10 minutes? No, right? However, in their eyes, the madness from Chao Yuan was far from over. Chao Yuan was still charging through the levels, and although the clearance speed was slower compared to the first level, it was still very fast. Of course, this was all Xiaofeng's operation. As long as he was willing, the speed of clearing the second level would be about the same as the first. If it wasn't for the lure of the grade A martial skills, he was planning to just pass 2 levels casually and use another hidden account to pass the levels and gain points afterward. Long Tingtian had just decimated 5 mutant first-grade intermediate body-tempering realm monsters and barely managed to break through the 5th level of the first tier when he felt his chi and blood overdrawn and he couldn't continue to break through the level. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Humph. My strength at the early stage of the second-grade blood condensation realm could barely make it to the first level 20 levels on the first day. No one should be higher than me. Luckily, entering the trial tower is transmitted virtual data, or else I, who was injured quite a bit, would have suffered a considerable loss today. When he thought of this, Chao Yuan's face appeared in his mind and he gritted his teeth viciously. Chao Yuan is it? When I get my hands on an A-ranked martial skill, I'll make sure that you'll have your ass handed to you. He had just opened the leaderboards, wanting to see who was in the top 10 rankings. Suddenly, Long Tingtian's pupils contracted violently as if they had been greatly stimulated. First place, Ding et al., Chao Yuan. Second level 60 levels. His head boomed. How is this possible? Xiaofeng retreated from the trial tower. Having earned 2010 points, he was ready to go to the exchange office to exchange for something. It's 4 points now. No one should have surpassed me. Let's go to the point store and see what's available for redemption. Xiaofeng familiarly bypassed the crowd and came outside the trial tower, heading towards the redemption street that was constructed on one side. It was a large place, but probably because the new students were still busy rushing through the levels right now, the crowd was rather sparse. Quite a few people with stalls were yawning in boredom. Yoo-hoo! I can't believe that someone has come out at this point. Little brother, come and see me here. Xiaofeng stopped and looked in the direction of the person who spoke, and after sweeping a circle up the stalls, his eyes rested on a bunch of long swords. Chapter 26, Bargaining. The long sword was turquoise in color, with a bit of starlight faintly surrounding the sword. Xiao Feng's eyes stared and he walked over towards the stall where the longsword was located. He first casually fiddled with it for a while, then held the longsword and asked, "How much does this B-grade sword cost?" He nailed the grade of the sword with a single word, intending to caution the other party that he knew the true value of the sword. The stall owner was stunned, and with a hefty smile, he stretched out a finger. "Looks like you're a connoisseur as well. Alright, I won't lie to you. This sword only costs 3,000 points. Xiao Feng was speechless and threw down the longsword and turned around to leave. "No buy. A B-grade weapon dares to ask for 3,000 points. 3,000 points I can go get an A-grade weapon." Seeing this, the stall owner hurriedly ran forward to stop him. Hey, senior, how much did you say you would pay?" The corner of Xiao Feng's mouth rose slightly as he looked at him. 1,000 points. The stall owner frowned, then revealed an overjoyed expression. 1,000 on 1,000. Deal. Xiao Feng could not help but frown at the situation. Am I overpaying? However, the deal had already been completed, and the stall owner was afraid that the other party would renege, so he hurriedly packed the turquoise longsword and threw it to Xiao Feng, muttering to himself, "From now on, this handsome man will be your master, don't ever bother me again." Xiao Feng proceeded to stroll around a few times and did not find what he wanted, and once he saw that the time was close to 4:30, he simply went back. On the way back to the trial tower, Xiao Feng drew out the turquoise-colored long sword from its scabbard and thrust it back and forth a few times, but did not find a single abnormality. What's going on? This sword looks quite ordinary. Suddenly, he realized a key question, which was what was the skill or effect of this sword. He had been pondering over the stall owner's reaction when he bought the sword on this journey, and had completely forgotten to inquire about the characteristics of this longsword. Crap, this sword's negative effects can't be great, right? He tried asking the system, but received no response. Forget it, there's nothing to fear. Let's see when the time comes and throw it away if it doesn't work. The main reason why Xiao Feng had purchased this longsword was because the fallen sword could not be used at will and was limited to the school area. He was worried that if he pulled out the sword of the fallen, a dozen or so people would come to attack him. Therefore, he needed a weapon to transition. Inside the service hall on the first floor of the trial tower, a large group of people gathered in the center of the hall waiting for the final results. Apart from the first place Chao Yuan, who had no doubt with a score of 60 levels on the second floor, there was turbulence in the rankings of the top 10, which included Long Tingtian in the second place. The main reason why these guys were fighting so fiercely was because those with high rankings had the right to prioritize the selection of A-grade martial arts. Competing with Long Tingtian for second place was a girl named Lan Ningxue, and the two of them were chasing each other in the last few minutes. Bell. As a bell rang, it meant that the freshman list was completely closed. First place Xiao Feng. Second level 60 levels. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing this name and score. Second place Lan Ningxue, 26 levels on the first floor. Third place, Long Tingtian, 25 levels on the first floor. Fourth place, Hui Xiaoyi, first level 18. Fifth place Dai Chengron, first layer 17 levels. After waiting for the last place results to be announced, an old man's voice came out through the radio. The above 10 new students, please go to the 5th floor. Meeting room 121, at 3 p.m. tomorrow to pick your martial arts skills. Xiao Feng exited the gate on the first floor of the trial tower and walked in the direction of the bus. Suddenly, someone shouted at him, "Chao Yuan." Xiao Feng frowned and glanced to the side, only to see a group of people running towards him. This group of people Xiao Feng had some impression of. They all seemed to be students from the D class. Other than this group of people, the people around him also looked over in unison, looking at him with a look of a rare animal. NB he's Chao Yuan the one who stepped on a bunch of grade S students. Chao Yuan NB. You're so proud of our D grade students. Let's see if they still dare to look down on us in the future. The matter of Chao Yuan bravely winning the first place in the newcomer list with his entry grade of D, and far surpassing the second place, quickly spread within the grade S school district and made a big fuss. Once the news was spread, the crowd quickly gathered, and it didn't take long for the bus to be packed with people around it. What is this situation? Am I too hot? Right at this moment, Xiao Feng heard someone outside yelling, "That guy is Chao Yuan." The moment this voice came out, the surrounding area instantly quieted down, and everyone looked towards the direction of the yell in unison. The visitor is not good. Xiao Feng felt bad, but still fearlessly looked over there and opened his mouth to ask, "I am Chao Yuan. What's the matter?" Long Yunshan. Someone in the crowd seemed to recognize the visitor and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Long Yunshan. That bigwig ranked 10th in Treasure Base 1, late 3rd grade in 8 Realm? What is he doing here? Long Yunshan instantly locked onto Xiao Feng's location and walked over with large strides. "Humph, you are Chao Yuan? Have guts." Xiao Feng glanced at the other party. He naturally recognized Long Yunshan and knew the other party's character. What is this battle maniac doing over here? I didn't provoke him, right? Suddenly, something flashed through his mind and a bad premonition surged through his heart. My younger brother Long Tingtian was beaten by you? Indeed. This was more or less the same as what Xiaofeng had guessed. Speak up, how do you want to settle this? The crowd of melon eaters on the side smelled a hint of gossip. This Long Xingtian is actually Long Yunshan's younger brother. He's here to help his brother take revenge, right? Looking at him like this it must be. His brother's first and second place were taken. That second place has a bit of a background, so he can only find the first place with no background to take the piss. You guys are being shallow. You don't know, do you? That Chao Yuan just not long ago beat Long Dingtian into a serious injury. If not using a not low-grade healing potion, today's freshman ranking athletics he might not even be able to participate. Then this Chao Yuan is going to be unlucky. Now that he can at most reach the second level, the 60th level, he must be at the late second grade, and at the peak of the second grade at the end of the day. But Long Yunshan is a late third grade big brother. Unless he can bring in a backer who is even more powerful than Long Yunshan. How is that possible? Long Yunshan is the 10th in the entire school. There are only 9 that are stronger than him. So how could that Chao Yuan find a helper? Xiaofeng and Long Yunshan stared at each other with an undaunted look. Long Yunshan was the first to speak. It's simple. I'll give you 2 choices. Xiaofeng was subconsciously stunned when he heard the word choice and sighed helplessly. Tell me. First, let my brother beat you up. Second, go to the dueling arena with me to fight one-on-one. Before the words fell, the entire room was in an uproar. Just as Xiaofeng was about to open his mouth to respond, another voice came out. What if neither of you choose? Chapter 27, She in Blood Testing Room. The crowd looked in the direction of the person who spoke, only to see a boy dressed in white shirt and black pants, with a pair of gold glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking like a gentleman. Long Yunshan see the person's face. The heart cannot help but thump. Secretly thought, this guy knows Shinju. The crowd curiously sized up Shinju and consciously made a path for him. I remember. It's Shinju. He's Shinju, the third one in the whole school. Shinju? Why is he here? Xiaofeng could not help but look puzzled when he saw the other party. Shinju took a big step forward and wrapped his arm around Xiaofeng's shoulders, completely ignoring the presence of Long Yunshan in front of him, and with a smile on his face, he said, how is it? Brother Chao Yuan wasn't hurt, right? Lena recently went out on a mission, and she specifically instructed me to take care of you. Brother? Lena? Long Yunshan was confused and filled with doubts, not understanding what the other party meant by that. Shinju straightened up and spoke in a questioning tone. What? I heard that you want to fight with me alone? These words were spoken with a strong attitude, clearly telling Long Yunshan that Xiaofeng was under his protection. Shu, don't be too arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Yunshan's eyes revealed a hint of fury. It looked like he was refusing to give up today. Shinju stuck his hands in his pants pockets. An aura instantly surged out from his body, and the people present were actually shocked into taking 2 steps back. 4th grade inner deity realm. Long Yunshan's face changed, and then he added, not right, it's a pseudo 4th grade. It's surprising that you've already reached this level, but don't think that I'm afraid of you just because of that. In an instant, the air currents around the 2 men collided with each other, and the powerful impulse caused many people present to be unsteady on their feet. Just as they were about to fight, a voice came from not far away. All right, all disperse. The voice seemed to carry a strange power, and the breath on Shinju and Long Yunshan instantly retracted back into their bodies. A trace of surprise surfaced on the faces of the 2 as they raised their heads in unison and looked in the same direction. Xiaofeng stood still and did not move. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest because he knew who the visitor was. A lady dressed in a black robe slowly floated down from not far from the sky. A touch of the setting sun's afterglow sprinkled on her face, adding a bit more beauty. The crowd was busy gulping, bowing and saluting unevenly, shouting, good day, teacher. Yan Lily's starry eyes quickly scanned through the crowd and soon locked onto Xiaofeng's position. Chao Yuan, come over with me. Yan Lily did not state a reason or cause. Xiaofeng had expected this and roughly guessed the other party's purpose in finding him, thinking that he could not hide, so he might as well reveal some of his strength. So he answered, yes, thank you big brother Shinju. Little brother, I will definitely not forget this favor. Xiaofeng smiled at Shinju. Shinju nodded silently. I should. Suddenly, he stopped and pulled Xiaofeng aside, lowering his voice. Remember to put in a good word for me in front of Lena when the time comes. Xiaofeng was speechless, thinking that this guy is worthy of being the campus goddess Lena's first licking dog. Really admirable. Okay, just like this. Xiaofeng followed Yan Lily towards the center faculty area under the gaze of the crowd. Along the way, both of them were silent, and Xiaofeng felt a little awkward. Fortunately, the center teaching area was not far from the Class A campus, and they soon arrived at the place. Wait here for a moment. You can come in when I tell you to go in, Yan Lily said indifferently. Xiaofeng nodded silently. Okay, thank you teacher. Seeing Yan Lili leave, Xiaofeng slowly let out a sigh of relief and looked up, only to see that the plaque in front of the room's door read Qi and Blood Testing Room. He had been here before and knew that it was to inject Qi blood into the apparatus and judge the grade based on the amount of Qi blood. Not long after, Yan Lili walked out from the room. Alright, come in. The Qi blood testing room was dimly lit and filled with all sorts of equipment used to test Qi blood. Yan Lili brought Xiaofeng to a steel machine that resembled a test of boxing force and said bluntly, the school administration feels that there is a large discrepancy between your results and your grade and suspects you of cheating, so they want to test your Qi and blood grade first. Straightforward enough, but it's within my expectations. Xiaofeng nodded. Okay. Yan Lili took out a pitch-black wooden box from her pocket, and when she opened it, the dark blue crystal stored inside emitted a dazzling light in the dark room. Xiaofeng was a little shaken by the light and couldn't open his eyes, and in his heart, he screamed, oh no, how could I forget that old Ben has this thing? Don't ever find out that I'm wearing the Godhead mask. The dark blue crystal in Yan Lili's hand was called the Scouting Crystal, capable of detecting if there was a problem with the object of exploration. As the blue light flashed by, Yan Lili was silent for a moment, her eyes staring at the crystal. Xiaofeng gulped in the weird atmosphere and thought, no way, could it really be found out? Is it too late to run? But old Ben is a 6th grade. Unexpectedly, Yan Lili suddenly spoke. Ha, what's going on? Is there a turquoise-colored long sword in your nascent sword? Xiaofeng was first stunned, then he hurriedly replied, yes, yes, yes. With that, he took the long sword out of his nascent sword and explained, I just spent 1,000 points to buy this at the Points Market stall in the trial tower. Xiaofeng pulled out half of the body of the turquoise longsword and a touch of soft turquoise light emanated from the sword. Yan Lili's eyes stared as she took half a step back and said, I suggest you stay away from this sword. Ha? Xiaofeng looked confused and did not understand what she meant. When Yan Lili saw his look, she explained, this is called the sword of good luck and bad luck. When Xiaofeng heard the name of the sword, he could not help but spit out. What kind of name is that? Yan Lili continued, even though this sword is B grade, sometimes its effect is stronger than a normal A-grade supreme treasure. It will randomly bring bad luck or good luck to its owner, but most of the time it's bad luck, and once it recognizes its owner, no matter how far you throw it, it will come back to you in some form or another. Xiaofeng was speechless and secretly grumbled in his heart. No wonder that guy was so happy after selling it. It turns out that he found me, the wrongdoer. Alright, that's all I know about this sword. Let's start testing it. As for how it works, you should know, right? Xiaofeng nodded. Aha, I'll start. He stood in front of the breath testing machine. One of his hands raised and slowly injected the Qi and blood in his body into the machine. The moment the Qi blood was injected into the machine, the long black tube at the back of that machine lit up. Xiaofeng could see the numbers written on it very clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The black tube gradually vaporized and became transparent, revealing the tray-like thing inside. Chapter 28, Female Ghosts. Xiaofeng's wrist exerted a slight force, guiding the Qi and blood along the meridians and slowly injecting it into the Qi and blood testing machine. The tray at the back of the Qi and blood testing machine slid rapidly, instantly breaking through the 1st grade body tempering realm and reaching the 2nd grade blood condensation realm. 2nd grade blood condensation realm early, middle, late. When Xiaofeng saw that it was almost time, he manipulated the Qi and blood on his face to spread in all directions, causing his face to turn pale. He hadn't done this kind of thing many times before, and it had never been detected. Finally, the tray of the Qi and blood testing machine swayed back and forth at the critical point between the late and peak of the 2nd grade blood condensation realm before Yan Lili called a halt. Alright, hearing Yan Lili's words, Xiaofeng pulled out his hand that was resting on the Qi and blood tester and slowly sighed in relief. Well, thank you teacher, no need. That said, with your strength, you can completely become a grade A student. Why did you deliberately suppress your score during the entrance exam? Yan Lili raised her own question while recording Xiaofeng's test data with a pen. Why? How do I know? This identity was given to me by someone else. Xiaofeng smiled and thought of a good excuse. Teacher, you can understand it as thick and thin. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Yan Lili nodded silently. Alright, you can go back. The bus should have driven back to the school by now, allowing you to be dismissed early. Really? Xiaofeng asked doubtfully. Aha! After getting a definite answer from the other party, Xiaofeng hurriedly thanked him before running out of the school. Just as Xiaofeng left, a white silhouette flashed in the room and appeared beside Yan Lili. Well, Elder Chen, do you see any problems? Yan Lili asked. The old man known as Elder Chen shook his head. No, but what I can be sure of is that his strength is definitely more than late 2nd grade or peak. Are you saying that he might already have the strength of the 3rd grade innate realm? Yan Lili looked towards the other party. Xiaofeng did not leave the school directly, but returned to the stall where he had just bought something, intending to return the sword of good luck and bad luck to the stall owner, as this thing was really too pitiful. However, after looking around the stall for a few times, he didn't see the person who sold the goods earlier. Seeing that he couldn't find anyone, Xiaofeng simply tried to sell the sword to someone else. "Boss, do you accept treasures? Sell it cheap." "Oh, this sword is of good quality, but it's a pity that I've spent all my points recently. I'm not taking it. I can't sell so many things myself." In short, Xiaofeng was rejected by all sorts of reasons. He even tried throwing the sword into the trash can on the way, but the sword would somehow return to him just like Yan Lily said. The sky gradually darkened. Xiaofeng sat paralyzed on a bench in one of the parks, looking at this turquoise-colored long sword beside him, and sighed deeply and helplessly. Pitiful this is. Suddenly, a very enchanting female voice came from the toilet next to him. Nasty. Accompanying the female voice, there was also a man's voice that came out. He, baby, don't be afraid. No one will come to this park at night. Ha! Xiaofeng frowned as some unpleasant images surfaced in his mind. Crap, it can't be. He was just about to get up and leave without disturbing the other party when a man's scream came from the toilet. Ah, monster! Xiaofeng frowned, and before he could figure out the situation, the half-naked man ran out of the toilet furiously. Xiaofeng looked at the other party suspiciously, and just as the man was about to step out of the door of the toilet, a pitch-black, hairy tentacle reached out from the toilet. A monster with ghastly white skin, dark and empty eyes, mouth split to the root behind the ear, and toes hovering off the ground slowly appeared at the doorway of the toilet, accompanied by gusts of fury black wind, as well as miserable, fearful, and shrill voices. Honey, what's wrong with you? Don't run. Don't I look cute now? In this dark, windy and eerie scene, Xiaofeng's scalp went numb for a moment. He had never seen such a disgusting monster before. Just as he was about to flee, a scream came from behind him. Help me! Xiaofeng did not even return his head. I'll save the hell. Judging from this monster's aura, it is at least a 5th grade outer deity realm. However, just as Xiaofeng wanted to leave, the monster also discovered him, and a frightening and creepy voice entered his ears. Yo, this little brother is very handsome. Would you like to be my husband? Just as it finished speaking, the street lamps built on the sidewalk flickered dimly, and the moon, which was originally covered by dark clouds, reappeared in the night sky, deep red and eerie. Xiaofeng swallowed deeply, knowing that he had been locked by the other party and had nowhere to run. His eyes glanced at the sword of good luck and bad luck, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It can't be this thing that's messing with us, right? Little brother, are you willing to be my husband? The female ghost repeated her previous words again, while at the same time, a tentacle wrapped the entire body of the man who had just run out of the toilet. The man was strangled, his body twisting and struggling, wanting to shout for help, but could only make whimpering noises as his mouth and nose were blocked. Eventually there was a click and the man did not move. Xiaofeng grimaced. He could clearly feel that the female ghost's aura was climbing, all of a sudden rushing from the 5th grade outer deity realm to the 6th grade god-gathering realm. He simply stopped hiding and directly summoned the fallen sword into his hand. Oh, you're trying to fight me. The female ghost's voice paused for a moment, then violently raised her head and opened those scarlet eyes. Fight! At that instant, countless thick tentacles turned from hair came from all sides of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fallen sword instant transmission skill was activated. His figure instantly disappeared from his original location, and when he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away. This caused the tentacles to pounce on him, and entangled with each other. The female ghost turned around with a dull expression, and suddenly opened her mouth that was split to the back of her ear, and sucked violently, generating an extremely strong suction force that forcibly sucked Xiaofeng, who was not far away, back. It can still be like this. Xiaofeng was sucked up by the hurricane and adjusted his stance in midair. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a turquoise-colored long sword flying in. There is a chance. Xiaofeng once again performed instantaneous shift and grabbed the hilt of the sword of good luck and bad luck with his right hand. With a turn of his body, 2 slashes of varying strength shot out, cutting off the tentacles on both sides that were trying to sneak up on him. The suction gradually decreased, and just when Xiaofeng thought he was about to get rid of it, it suddenly disappeared. Xiaofeng froze, and the female ghost, as if sensing something, turned around and ran. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, the earth in the center of the park cracked, and rocks splashed and fell. Rumble, rumble, a snake python that was tens of meters tall broke out of the ground. Crap, Bobby Q is up. Chapter 29, Mission? The snake python's entire body was covered in black scales, and a pair of transparent wings grew on both sides of its huge body. The snake's letter spat out, emitting a squeaky sound, and a pair of turquoise snake pupils stared at Xiaofeng in death. I Lu a bean. Xiaofeng swallowed his saliva deeply. The other party was a monster of the 7th grade Zhongshu realm. This good luck and bad luck sword is also too pitiful. Only bad luck is visible, not good luck. A wave of heat spewed out from the snake python's nose, uprooting the surrounding trees. However, Xiaofeng realized something was wrong. The snake python's body flickered like a shadow. A false shadow? Just as he was puzzled, the good luck and bad luck sword floated up out of thin air and slowly landed in front of the dark blue triangle at the forehead of the snake python. The snake python's figure was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually turned into a blue light that was injected into the good luck and bad luck sword. The blue light appeared so bright and dazzling in this dark night that it shook Xiaofeng's eyes and drowned him in it. It was unknown how long it took before the blue light gradually receded, revealing Xiaofeng's figure. He opened his eyes suspiciously and looked around at his surroundings, realizing that he was still sitting on the chair. What's going on? Xiaofeng was puzzled when he swept over the good luck and bad luck sword beside him. He realized that a black snake python had been engraved on the body of the sword at some point. At this time, the system's voice came and answered his doubts. The good luck and bad luck sword and the natural disaster serpent python spirit have fused with each other, evolving into the serpent python sword, a semi-S grade treasure. The snake python sword possesses the following effects. Effect 1, able to drive away any giant snake monster below grade 7. Effect 2, able to produce poison on the hit target, which possesses effects such as paralysis, mental retardation, and disorientation. Effect 3, detoxification extracts toxins, thus doing so for the purpose of detoxification. Serpent python's side effect of this sword, overeating, needs to provide it with the essence blood of a monster of the 3rd grade and above every day. Aha! Xiaofeng was first flabbergasted when he heard the system's voice. Then he was ecstatic. This is hitting the big time. A B-grade supreme treasure was actually promoted to a half S-grade supreme treasure by signing a contract with the snake python. At the same time, Xiaofeng roughly understood what was going on with the image he had just seen. He had mistakenly entered the habitat of the snake python spirit body that was harboring the 7th grade Zhongshu realm because of the good luck and bad luck sword, and that snake python had no choice but to merge into the sword, probably because its spirit body was about to dissipate. In other words, Xiaofeng had picked up a great bargain. He. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a frightening and fearful cry for help once again came from the side of the public toilet next to him. Help! There's a monster! He. Honey, didn't you say you wanted to do something exciting with me? Aren't we exciting now? Xiaofeng froze. Nice guy. I thought that was just an illusion unfolding, only to see that countless hairs of the finest imagination were drilling out from the corners of the public restroom, and a female ghost wearing bright red clothes was slowly floating out. The vicinity of its mouth was stained with blood, but unlike before, its true strength was only at the early stage of the 4th grade inner dipper realm. Xiaofeng was holding the S-grade supreme treasure fallen sword in his left hand and the half S-grade supreme treasure snake python sword in his right hand, so he was not afraid of it in the slightest. The female ghost naturally discovered Xiaofeng not far in front of it. Yo, what a handsome little brother. Are you willing to become my husband? Who knows? The next second, Xiaofeng had already disappeared into thin air, and with a flash of his body, he had already arrived in front of the female ghost. He did not give the other party a chance to react at all, and the fallen sword in his left hand cut off its head with a single slash. However, the female ghost whose head had been cut off did not die, and the entire person stood in place as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the long black hair behind it fluttered up and grew, forming a black mass similar to a silkworm chrysalis, attempting to wrap Xiaofeng in it. However, Xiaofeng once again used his instant transmission skill to make it fall short. At the same time, he waved the snake python sword in his right hand and fiercely stabbed into the opponent's body as his figure flickered again to the top of one of the surrounding trees. I wonder, how effective is this intense poison? Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the headless female ghost below. She did not make any move and just stood frozen in place. The wound was eroded by the green venom and rapidly spread throughout her body, and eventually the female ghost flopped and collapsed. It's a bit more powerful than expected. Xiaofeng put away the fallen sword and slowly walked in the direction of the female ghost, confirming that the other party was not pretending. He raised the snake python high and stabbed down. The snake python sword emitted a turquoise light, extracting some kind of energy from the female ghost, like a greedy eater feasting on a meal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1510 fallen values. Xiaofeng was not surprised by this and glanced around. I think the martial artists stationed in Baobao City will arrive here in no time, and quickly left the place after confirming that there were no cracks left at the scene. Indeed, shortly after Xiaofeng left, 4 people wearing dark red cloaks arrived at this place. Seeing the hairs and tentacles scattered all over the scene, they could not help but be puzzled. Captain, the monster seems to have been resolved? The person who was called the captain nodded silently. There might just happen to be a certain high-ranking person passing by this place. Xiaofeng had more than 43,000 fallen values in his hand, so naturally, he was not short of money and simply found a 5-star hotel to stay in. He who had just come out of the bathroom did not intend to go to sleep yet, and sat on the bed boredly brushing the compass black market, intending to see what good things there were. 100,000 fallen values for an A-grade martial skill. This is too pitiful, right? Xiaofeng had just finished spitting out his words when his eyes stared and he realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, the lamps inside the room flickered. A touch of scarlet penetrated into the window. The air turned dry, and a group of bats entered Xiaofeng's room through the tightly closed window. For this reason, he gulped deeply. This kind of feeling he had felt before, coming from that 8th grade Jindan realm blood-sucking duke. Xiaofeng hurriedly got up and looked at the group of bats gradually synthesizing the figure of the blood-sucking duke. The other party was still wearing that bright red suit, with miserable white skin and deep red pupils. Xiaofeng did not know why the other party visited in the middle of the night, but knew that the other party was definitely not here to chat with him. Mr. Decapitated Man, Lord Black Emperor has ordered that these two be captured and brought to the evil dragon bar for 500,000 fallen values for the female, 1 million fallen value for the male. The blood-sucking duke took out the photo of those two people and Xiaofeng could not help but be flabbergasted when he saw it. He recognized these two. Crap, Wang Yao and Lu Royale? The blood-sucking duke expression remained cold. Well, at the same time, the Black Emperor asked me to give this to you. Chapter 30, Coincidence? The blood-sucking duke slowly stretched out his hand. A purple crystal suspended in his palm. This is a teleportation crystal. The Black Emperor has already grasped the destiny diagram clue. The Black Emperor has already grasped the clues of the destiny map and will launch an operation in a month's time. After you receive the notification, pick it up and crush it within the school district. After saying that, its figure flickered, leaving behind the piece of amethyst before disappearing. The destiny diagram has been found? So soon? Xiaofeng stretched out his hand and picked up the purple crystal and scrutinized it for a while, but did not find anything special about it. Forget it, since this is the case, I don't necessarily have a chance to get my hands on the destiny diagram, but the fallen ones actually want to capture Wang Yao and Lu Roiqin. What's the point of arresting them both? To help me out? The Black Emperor isn't that boring, right? Xiaofeng, who had been pondering for a long time, could only think of one possibility. Could it be that Wang Yao or Lu Roiqin know the clues to the destiny diagram? Early in the morning, Xiaofeng woke up early and walked towards school. Today was Friday, and after a half day of theory class, he would be released in the afternoon. Good morning, Xiao Yuan. Guo Xiaoyi revealed a smile on her face. Where are you going to play tomorrow on vacation? Xiaofeng shrugged at this and seemed to have long gotten used to the other party's character. To the training ground? Where else? Oh, training fiend. I'm not going. I'm going to the Lily Flower meeting tomorrow. Guo Xiaoyi opened her mouth with a look of disgust. Suddenly, she glanced around and after confirming that there was no one, she muttered in a low voice. Hey, I'm telling you, I dreamed about that demigod grade supreme treasure last night. Oh, Xiaofeng showed a look of interest. You're not lying to me, are you? How could a demigod grade supreme treasure be dreamt by you? Guo Xiaoyi spat out her tongue at him. Believe it or not, pull back if you don't. I'm still not happy to tell you. Why don't you follow the rules? Xiaofeng could not help but secretly spit in his heart, but he did not choose to continue to ask the other party, because if he took the initiative to inquire, if the destiny diagram was really taken away at that time, he might cause unnecessary suspicion. Hey, why don't you beg me to tell you about it? Guo Xiaoyi saw that Xiaofeng was walking fast as well, seemingly not caring about that so-called demigod-level treasure at all. The less you want me to know the more I want to know. She hurriedly chased after him, originally wanting to say it out loud, but fearing that she would be heard by bystanders. She turned to lower her voice. Hey, that demigod-level supreme treasure casting skill is on a certain two people in our school. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's footsteps lurched, but he quickly returned to normal. At Guo Xiaoyi's words, he instantly associated it with the bounty that the Duke of Bloodsucking had given to him last night for the capture of Wang Yao and Lu Roiqin. Couldn't it be the two of them? Could it? If that's really the case, then all of this makes sense. Wang Yao and Lu Roiqin were affected by the destiny diagram, and the Black Emperor locked their location through special means, and the two who were affected by the destiny diagram are said to be important and unimportant. Aha, got it. Hurry up and go to the classroom, or else you'll be late later. Xiaofeng deliberately acted like he was indifferent and used excuses to deal with the other party. Xiaofeng had just walked into the school building when he realized that there were countless strange gazes projected towards him from all directions. He couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Why is everyone looking at me like this? You still don't know? I thought you were prepared by strutting around like that. You're a big celebrity in the school now, Guo Xiaoyi explained to him. After Guo Xiaoyi told him this, Xiaofeng instantly remembered that he had accidentally rushed to the second level 60 level in the trial tower yesterday in order to stabilize his ranking. And when he went out, who would have thought that second grade blood condensation realm's Long Ting Tian couldn't even beat the second level? Oh oi, see that? That's Chow Yuan, the one who crushed a bunch of grade A geniuses with a grade D status in the trial tower test. Yes, that's him. I was watching yesterday. He even answered Long Yunshan's letter of request for the 10th best fighter in the whole school. And the fight will take place next week on Friday. Wait. After hearing the words about him answering Long Yunshan's battle letter, Xiaofeng couldn't help but stare. When did this happen? How come I don't know? Immediately, he thought of someone and violently turned his head to look at Guo Xiaoyi, who was carefully walking towards the front on the side. Guo Xiaoyi sensed the other party's line of sight and hurriedly ran away. That's something. I still have things to do. I'll slip away first, ha. Like a gust of wind, the person disappeared. Xiaofeng was speechless for a while. He probably guessed why others thought that he had taken Long Yunshan's battle cry. Shortly after he was called away by his teacher Yan Lili, Guo Xiaoyi and Dai Changrong also came near the bus. Seeing a bunch of people talking about something, holding curiosity, first casually inquiring about it, she understood the cause before and afterward, after which, she helped Xiaofeng to agree to it, because Xiaofeng did not indicate the corresponding attitude before he left. Guo Xiaoyi, who often walked together with him, naturally thought that it was Xiaofeng's intention when she helped him agree to this matter. Xiaofeng helplessly walked inside the school building under the gaze of the crowd. Walking into the classroom and returning to his own position, he saw that there were a few more envelopes in the hole of the table at some point. Xiaofeng suspiciously took them out and took a look, thinking that it was some guy who looked at him with displeasure and gave him a letter of war. But when he opened it, he realized that something was wrong, and the envelopes carried a slight fragrance of flowers. He opened one of them and found the time and address written inside. Can you come to that pavilion in the northeastern part of the forest and rainforest after school today? The handwriting was very neat and beautiful, not at all like a war letter, more like a love letter. Holy, it can't be? Xiaofeng hastily shook his head and instantly thought of a good idea, took out the envelope in the table hole, stood up, and righteously opened his mouth. Anyone who wants to challenge me in the same way as these people who have given me a war letter, next Saturday, come directly to the martial arts arena, and let's not see each other. When the class heard this, they fell silent, and some thought in their hearts, is this the legendary Sigma man? Soon, today's lecturer walked into the classroom, and that teacher was none other than the class teacher, Yan Lili, who was responsible for teaching the content of monsterology. Listening, Xiaofeng gradually discussed the knowledge of fishing with his tablemates. On the way, there were several times that Yan Lili woke up to answer questions, but what made Yan Lili strange was that Xiaofeng, who didn't even seem to have read the textbook once, was able to answer the questions correctly, which made a lot of people a little more impressed with him. Time passed quickly, swimming in the sea of knowledge. Half a day passed quickly, and it was time for a pleasant vacation. Hearing the bell ringing, Xiaofeng popped up punctually as if he had set an alarm clock and walked quickly towards the restaurant outside the school. Chapter 31 Repression. After finishing his meal, Xiaofeng did not waste any time and walked quickly in the direction of the trial tower. He did not make any disguises, feeling that this would instead cause unnecessary suspicion. Because today was a Friday vacation, fewer people stayed in the trial tower, so quite a few spare equipment rooms appeared. Punching a list today, Xiaofeng sat on the body sensor and logged into another hidden account. Hello, please register your name. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment and said, Stingy. Confirmation completed. Opening the trial tower test. Currently the first level of the first level. Xiaofeng carried the snake python sword in his hand, and once again leaped down from the tall building, killing the floor at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to the third floor 80 levels. On the other hand, a girl wearing a blue and white dress walked into the door of the service counter on the first floor. She had originally planned to practice in the trial tower for a while, and then go to receive her grade martial skill in the afternoon afterwards. However, she saw quite a number of people gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Quickly look, who the hell is that mean? It's already almost rushed to the fourth floor. Holy, who is it? It's at least a fourth grade inner deity realm bigwig who wants to rush to the fourth floor. Ha, he hasn't moved for a long time. He couldn't have gone offline, right? Lan Ningxue's beautiful eyes swept gently, not caring much about such things. For the current her, improving her strength was the most important thing. On the staircase between the second and third floors, a figure accompanied by a breeze brushed past her. Originally not caring, she asked with a slightly puzzled and uncertain tone, Xiao Yuan? Xiaofeng froze, turned his head, looked at Lan Ningxue in the back, and asked, You are? Lan Ningxue, I think we will meet often in the future. After finishing her sentence, Lan Ningxue continued to walk in the direction of the third floor. Inexplicable. Xiaofeng did not pay too much attention to the other party and walked towards the exchange hall on the first floor. He did not go there last time because there were too many people and he was worried that the road would be blocked. The point store was operated by the AI and was located in a corner of the service hall on the first floor. Xiao Feng entered inside and casually slid through the items in the store, feeling somewhat bored. Now that he had nearly 5,000 points, he could exchange them for quite a few good things. Does an A-grade martial skill only require 4,000 points? But unfortunately, it's not what I want. As he swiped, his eyes suddenly lit up. Great, a supreme treasure, soul-pinning rattlesnake. Being able to knock it produces a sonic attack, which is extremely damaging to wronged souls. This is it, although it costs 5,000 points. I think something big might happen in the school soon, and it's hard to say if I can remain here at that time. Xiao Feng was playing a small game in his heart, and after looking at the time and thinking that it was almost time, he walked towards the 4th floor of the trial tower. Just after walking to the 3rd floor, Xiao Feng met up with Lan Ningxue head-on again. Both sides just nodded to each other and did not greet each other. How did I run into her again? Her name is Lan Ningxue, right? What a familiar name. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. Suddenly, he realized that the other party was also heading towards the 4th floor and instantly remembered. Oh, that second-ranked girl. Ah. The two walked side by side without saying a word on the way, which made Xiao Feng feel a little awkward. Finally, Xiao Feng saw the 4th floor plaque in front of him, and his heart could not help but feel relieved, but inexplicably felt a hint of nervousness. Finally, I've come here again once again. Just after taking a step inside, Guo Xiaoyi suddenly poked his head out with Dai Cheng Rong right next to him. Surprised or not? Xiao Feng was speechless for a moment and pointed to Lan Ningxue next to him. There's a lady here. Guo Xiaoyi froze, narrowed her eyes and sized up the other party and asked, you two know each other? Xiao Feng shrugged and replied, can't be considered to know each other, just ran into each other. Oh, then hurry up and go. Everyone is waiting for you too. Guo Xiaoyi led the two of them towards the front. Suddenly, Xiao Feng sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. A sharp eye shot from the front, accompanied by a small murmur. Oh oi, Brother Long, is that him? It doesn't look very powerful. Could he be cheating? I heard that loser Qindong was scared to tears by the other party. Xiao Feng was speechless in his heart as he secretly thought, sure enough, it's still the same as before. These guys with grade A qualifications really think they are superior. Xiao Feng's figure flickered and disappeared in plain sight. He intended to give the crowd a warning so that they would stay away from him in the future. As for the target of the opening, everyone was taken aback, and their eyes frantically scanned their surroundings, but they didn't find any traces. A cool breeze blew by, and a faint sound of dry heaving came from beside them, and all of them turned their heads violently, only to see Long Tingtian being lifted up by Xiao Feng with a stranglehold on his throat. None of the people present sucked in a breath of cool air, and their hearts were greatly shaken. Most of them present knew each other and were clear about each other's strength. Long Xingtian was recognized as the top 3 among all of them, and now he had even broken through to the 2nd grade, leaving almost everyone far behind except for Lan Ningxue. However, it was such an existence that made them all fear 3 times, but he was actually like a defenseless baby, being lifted up by the other party like a chicken in front of their eyes. Xiao Feng smiled coldly and swept a circle of the strangers and said, what? Some of you are not convinced? You can try. It doesn't matter if you go together. A blonde-haired, tall, thick and rough-looking person with that blonde hair flowing up from his back and his whole body glowing with golden light suddenly spoke. Too arrogant. I'll show you what armor is. Clang. The man froze and looked down. Xiao Feng's fist had already landed on his chest. Only hearing a click, his entire eyes went white and he was sent flying backward several feet by the force of the fist, hitting the wall heavily and fainting on the spot. I'll go. Wang Mang's A-ranked martial skill golden bell shield was shattered by his opponent's punch. How many grades does this kid have? So outrageous. Other than Guo Xiaoyi, Lan Ningxue, and Dai Cheng Rong, everyone else took up defensive positions. What? You guys still want to spar with me? A bunch of so-called grade A trash. Inside a conference room. Director, are you still not going to step in and stop that Chao Yuan? If the fight continues, I feel like something is going to happen to those grade A students. By then, idiot, when did you put on colored glasses too? Can't you see that in front of this group of grade A geniuses? Isn't this Chao Yuan more like a true grade A genius? But, isn't this quite good? I see that Chao Yuan is measured in his strikes. He won't cause them serious injuries, and they can recover after drinking 2 bottles of healing potions. This can also suppress their anger at the same time. Isn't it good? Do you now know why you couldn't elect the deputy director? It's because you're too stupid. Chapter 32, Puppetry. Punt. Another person collapsed, half kneeling on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrinking, his face filled with disbelief and incomprehension. Xiao Feng rubbed his wrist. What? Is that all a grade A genius is? At the scene, everyone fell silent. At this moment, 3 people had already collapsed on the ground, and there was still one who still had not gotten up. This greatly dealt a blow to most of the grade A genius young people present who thought that their destiny was extraordinary. After seeing that no one dared to respond to the battle, Xiaofeng's heart let out a huge sigh of relief. After being bullied by that group of grade A guys for so many years, he was finally able to take revenge. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng subconsciously had an idea in his mind: if he gave those grade A geniuses a little blow from the grade D trash, what would their expressions be? Anyway, in a month's time, the fallen ones were going to start their operations, and he would definitely not be able to hide his identity at that time. So since that was the case, why not give these guys a little bit of a shock? Moreover, the reason why Xiaofeng dared to do this was not simply because there was someone at the top. He was very clear about a hidden school rule of Bao Bao No. 1 middle school. Strength is greater than everything. This was something that was recognized by almost the entire school's leaders, teachers, and students. A touch of gloom surfaced in the eyes of the grade A freshmen on the scene, who had truly seen the huge gulf between strengths. However, Guo Xiaoyi acted as if nothing had happened. Chao Yuan, hit harder. I've long since gotten a kick out of those guys. As he said that, he waved his fists. Xiaofeng coldly looked at Long Tingtian, who was half kneeling on the ground with panic surfacing on his face, squatted down and approached his ear. You don't think that I wouldn't dare to do anything to you just because you have your brother covering you, right? We'll see when the time comes. Click click dash. The stone office door slowly opened, and a silhouette in pure white robes slowly emerged from within. He swept a glance at the two people lying on the ground, and after confirming that the other party was only unconscious, he silently nodded his head, saying nothing and doing nothing. Chao Yuan, come in first. Xiaofeng nodded and slowly walked towards the inside of the room under the gazes of the crowd. Click click dash. The door closed. Seeing the door close, the crowd barely breathed a sigh of relief, and someone asked directly towards Guo Xiaoyi, "Hey, Guo Xiaoyi, who is that guy? Is he really just a ding class? That guy is already at least in the 3rd grade innate realm." Most people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing the phrase 3rd grade innate realm. This meant that the other party already fully possessed the qualifications to become a grade A qualified student. How long had this school year only started? Not even 2 days yet, right? How did this guy cultivate? Doesn't a full 18 body only produce breath? The dimly lit room was very simple, with only a long table and 11 chairs. On the tabletop was a wax oil lamp with 10 scrolls of different colors. Xiaofeng's throat rolled and he slightly swallowed his saliva as he waited for the other party's instructions. These 10 scrolls of a great martial skills are of different styles, so pick one. Xiaofeng nodded and walked forward, opening and browsing the effects of each scroll one by one. Big Dipper decision. Can increase strength in a short period of time, but the side effects are too great and you will suffer extreme trauma after using it. Dragon Wind Blade. The power is okay, but I have the 10 Shadow Kill. Finally, Xiaofeng hesitated for a long time and picked up the most inconspicuous scroll. I'll take it. That white-robed old man nodded without asking the reason for it, and with a wave of his hand, that stone door opened. Xiaofeng walked out under the gaze of a crowd of curious eyes. Guo Xiaoyi saw this and hurriedly ran forward. Chao Yuan, what did you choose? When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly perked up their ears, trying to understand a thing or two. Secret. Xiaofeng turned around and walked towards the stairs, waving his hand at it. I have something to do, so I won't wait for you guys. Xiaofeng's footsteps quickened as he walked down the stairs, quickly rushing towards his 5-star hotel. Sitting on a chair, he pulled open the unassuming scroll he had chosen. Puppetry Art Scroll, Skill None. The effect should be to refine puppets for one's own use. Xiaofeng chose it because he had seen a similar residual scroll on the Compass Black Market, which was also called Puppetry Art Residual Scroll, only he did not know if it was the one he wanted. For this reason, he chose to take a risk. Opening the Compass Black Market, he quickly searched with apprehension and finally found the Puppetry Art Scroll. Because it was a scroll, it was only priced at 40,000 fallen value. Xiaofeng did not hesitate and directly clicked down to purchase it. He had learned a proverb from Earth: high risk, high reward. Not long after, the compass itself emitted a pitch-black light, and a reddish scroll appeared on its desktop out of nowhere. Xiaofeng could not help but feel happy when he saw the surface of the scroll. The scroll of puppetry art remnants that he had gotten was black while this one was red, which meant that the two were most likely not the same scroll. He had just taken out the pitch-black puppetry technique residual scroll from his nascent sphere when the two scrolls seemed to have a sense, like two old friends who had not been together for many years bumping into each other. A mass of red light and a mass of black light merged and changed with each other. Xiaofeng's eyebrows rose slightly. It's working. As time passed, the fusion of the red and black light mass gradually leveled off and turned into a dull red color. A dazzling red light shone out from the inside. Xiaofeng, who could not help but cover his eyes, felt the strange red light, which was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. After a while, Xiaofeng's consciousness gradually dulled. Not good. There is something wrong with this scroll. We have to get rid of this state quickly. Xiaofeng's sixth sense told him that something bad would happen if he continued like this. What? To do? Right. Xiao Feng's sluggish head thought of something. The black totem on his left hand emerged, and with a gentle movement of his fingers, a long sword entwined with pitch-black mist was held tightly in the center of his hand. Phew dash! That black mist on the sword of the fallen suddenly kept spreading, wrapping all of the dark red light of that puppet art. It seemed to be swearing that this was its territory, and it would not allow you to act recklessly. In the end, the black mist along with the bizarre dull red glow of the puppetry technique gradually receded, and a seemingly plain scroll automatically floated smoothly above Xiao Feng's desktop. After Xiao Feng, who had retrieved the sword of the fallen, he rubbed his forehead and a smile appeared on his face. It really works quite well. Afterward, he took a deep breath and cupped both sides of the scroll with both hands, pulling it open with one hand. A faint dull red glow slowly infused Xiao Feng's forehead, and memories of the puppetry technique automatically surfaced in his mind. A puppeteer, also known as practicing puppetry, could refine living people or monsters into puppets for his own use. There were several conditions for performing puppet refining. Condition 1. The object of puppet refining must be a dead person. Condition 2. You must have a puppet talisman. Condition 3. Prepare 3 grade B and above supreme treasures. Chapter 33 The Field. After Xiao Feng packed up the dark red scroll, he headed towards the school's trial tower. At this moment, the top priority for him was to raise his strength to the 5th grade outer deity realm as soon as possible. In the next few days, Xiao Feng soaked in the trial tower almost all day long, and after passing through all the obstacles along the way, he was able to break that hidden account to the 4th level 79, and his strength had successfully reached the early stage of the 4th grade inner deity realm. For a while, the news that a hidden account Stingy had broken through to the 4th level of more than 70 levels set off a furor in the school's forums. Many people were speculating on the forums about who this hidden powerhouse was, and were even discussing whether or not it was possible for him to reach the 5th level, which could only be touched by the 5th grade Big Dipper realm. Even though it was the middle of the weekend, all corners of the trial tower were packed with people, and everyone seemed to want to witness the subsequent performance of this mysterious strongman. Quick look, Stingy has broken through level 79, and it's coming up to level 80. Crap, who the hell is this? It's so awesome. In the middle of the barren desert, golden light flashed, and sand and dust flew wildly under the gusty wind. A young man wearing a black cloak was struggling to withstand the wind and sand, building up his way forward step by step. It should be not far ahead. Xiao Feng tightly gripped the holographic map and moved quickly in the direction of the black dot looming ahead. Who dash! A fierce wind violently blew through, lifting up layers of sand waves on the ground, instantly completely blocking the view ahead of him. Suddenly, in the midst of the wild sand, a sharp boomerang wrapped in a strong wind came towards him at high speed. Xiao Feng's eyes flinched as he quickly drew out the turquoise-colored snake python sword from his waist and struck the boomerang away with a forceful slash in the form of a battling sword slash. Clang! The two weapons collided violently, emitting a crisp and sharp steel-knocking sound. Oomph! Finally found you! Xiao Feng flung his arm and ripped off the black robe that was draped over his body. At the same time, the half-S-grade treasure snake python sword in his right hand blossomed with an even more dazzling turquoise light. Xiao Feng swung out his sword violently towards the left front, and an unrivaled and domineering sword deity instantly shot out. The powerful airflow generated by the blade was so swift and fierce that it split the mud and sand floating in midair in half, and a long, deep scratch was made on the ground. The dark figure seemed to have sensed the danger, and did not choose to fight head-on, but quickly lowered its head and directly drilled into the ground, looking like it wanted to escape from this place. Oomph! Want to run? Not that easy. The gold-colored god grid mask that Xiao Feng wore on his face slowly emerged, and since he had risen to the peak of the 4th grade, he had gained a certain degree of initial control over this item, only to see a small golden ball shoot out from within the golden mask, straight into the sky, first coalescing briefly in mid-air, and then turning into countless channels of golden light, falling from the sky like raindrops. Boom boom boom. Wherever the golden light fell, it caused huge explosions one after another. However, Xiao Feng also suffered from a splitting headache, and his body was extremely tired as he half-kneeled on the ground. This was the price of activating the god's grimoire mask, and using it just once had drained almost all of the chi and blood in his body. Congratulations, you have cleared the 4th level, level 80, and will soon be teleported to the resting platform. After exiting the trial tower and returning to the real world, Xiao Feng slowly took off his sensors and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He rubbed his aching forehead, and before long, the system's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared to the 4th level 80, and receive a reward, promotion to the 5th grade outer deity realm. Finally, a stream of warmth instantly rushed straight to his heavenly aura, and Xiao Feng clearly felt the chi and blood in his body begin to surge and boil, and channels of golden streaks gradually surfaced on the surface of his body. It was only after a while that Xiao Feng came back to his senses from the surprise, and in his heart, He secretly rejoiced that this breakthrough had gone so smoothly. But before he could start celebrating, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has the conditions to open a domain, and is in the process of extracting a domain. Domain? Xiaofeng was shocked and delighted. He knew that this thing was generally only possible for strong people of the 6th and 7th grade to possess, and only a very few people with exceptional talent were able to open their own domains when they were of the 5th grade. Domains were categorized into 3 levels: heavenly, earthly, and human, with heavenly level domains being the most powerful and possessing more mysterious and unpredictable abilities, while human level domains were relatively weak and often only produced some simple effects such as blessings. I'm really curious as to what my domain will be like. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Guile Soul domain. Guile Soul domain? Xiaofeng could not help but freeze for a moment after hearing the name of this domain, because before this, he had never even heard of such a domain existing. The Guile Soul domain initially possesses the following characteristics. Characteristic 1: Soul Control. Can use this domain to control ghosts for their own use. Characteristic 2: Soul Mimicry. Can simulate the ghostly form of mythological creatures with his imagination. Characteristic 3: Soul Swallowing. Can acquire the power and ability of a specter for a short period of time by devouring it. Trait 4. Create sphere attributes. Sounds pretty powerful. Maybe this has already reached the heavenly level? Gotta go and try it out. Xiaofeng stepped inside the trial tower once again, and this time, he planned to properly test out the domain ability that he had just obtained. This time, he was not teleported into that desert as usual, but instead came within a weird and gloomy ruin. Mission: find and defeat the Dark Spectre King. Dark Spectre King? The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth rose slightly as he said in his heart, this is really a coincidence. He had just taken 2 steps towards the ruins when he saw 2 pitch-black little ghosts dressed in black armor pouncing towards him with their teeth and claws open. Just in time. Let's take you two and try your hand at it. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a low gulp. Eerie Soul Domain. Phew dash. A chilly cool wind blew by, and the already dark and gloomy environment suddenly became even more terrifying, and vaguely, it seemed as if one could still hear bursts of gasps if not gasps. Xiaofeng stretched out his hand, aimed at a ghost in front of him, and shouted under his breath, Imperial Soul, only to see a ball of black gas instantly appear in his hand, invisibly generating a powerful suction force that instantly grabbed that ghost tightly. That little ghost first struggled desperately for a few moments, but soon, a smudge of black mark appeared at its forehead, and when Xiaofeng saw this, he knew that his soul sentinel had succeeded. With a wave of his arm, he pointed at the other specter and ordered to the small specter that was being imperialized, Go! Finish it off! The little ghost that was successfully soul sentenced charged towards the other ghost without hesitation. Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction and thought in his heart, next try the second trait, simulating the ghost form of a mythical creature. I don't know if it will work. When he thought of this, Xiaofeng suddenly realized that in this world, mythical creatures were extremely rare, and most of them existed in the realms of the strongest people in the 8th grade Jindan realm or the 9th grade Martial Sage realm. So with his current strength, it was not easy for him to see a real mythical creature. Just as he was about to give up on trying this skill, there was a sudden flash of light in his mind. Didn't he still have some of the memories of the Earthlings fused into his memories nowadays? I wonder if the mythical creatures of Earth can be simulated, saying and doing. Anyway, at this moment, he was inside the trial tower. Even if he failed, at most, he would just be teleported to the rest hall. There was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng closed his eyes tightly and began to carefully contemplate the appearance of the great summer mythical creature in his mind with his memories of Earth. The first thing that surfaced in his mind was the image of a dragon. Chapter 34, 5th Grade Inner Deity Realm. Xiaofeng violently opened his eyes. A flash of black airflow surged out from his pupils, and the space around him rippled. He fixed his mind and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes as he reached out his hand towards the void and grabbed it violently, the first half of his hand instantly disappearing into the void, and immediately afterward, he violently pulled it back, and a purple juvenile dragon was yanked out of the void by him stiffly. Soul Mimic, Xiaofeng shouted in a low voice. Seeing this young dragon, he could not hide his joy and could not help but exclaim in a low voice, Holy, it's really possible. He carefully scrutinized the young dragon and thought in his heart, this state at the moment, I think it must be because my realm is not enough. Maybe when my cultivation improves, the form of this dragon will still change. After thinking about it, Xiaofeng did not hesitate to cast the third characteristic, Soul Swallowing, only to see that the young dragon that he was holding tightly in his hand instantly transformed into a fluttering, extremely young spirit body that slowly floated towards his mouth. Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, and immediately, a powerful force originating from the mythical creature dragon surged within him. He gently moved his fingers, and the surface of his skin was instantly covered with a layer of dense and hard scales. Xiaofeng, who possessed the S-class supernatural regeneration ability, slightly frowned, and without any hesitation, He gripped the snake python sword in his right hand and ruthlessly slashed down towards his left hand, which was covered with dragon scales. Clang! With a loud sound, the snake python sword was bounced off, and at the same time, the sword body flickered with the light of lightning and flames. Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with joy. The defensive power of this dragon scale far exceeded his imagination. Suddenly, bursts of mournful cries of ghosts came from the surroundings, and just by listening to the sounds, one could tell that the number of ghosts was extremely large. Just in time. Try the fourth characteristic. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and fully expanded the eerie soul domain under his control to the extreme. In an instant, with Xiao Feng as the center, the eerie and piercing air current spread wildly in all directions like a tidal wave, and the group of small ghosts that came whistling instantly stopped in their tracks, trembling in fear under this powerful pressure, not daring to take a further step forward. Suddenly, a deafening roar came, and Xiao Feng looked along with the sound, only to see a tall dark specter king that was more than 4 meters tall standing not far away. It was clad in armor as black as ink, emitting a dark purple glow all over its body, and a long tail dragged on the ground, raising gusts of dust. Oh wow! Coming? The corner of Xiao Feng's mouth rose slightly, outlining a confident arc. If he hadn't comprehended the guile soul domain before, facing such a strong enemy, he might still have to do some maneuvering and pull some strings with it. But now, Imperial Soul! Xiao Feng shouted and fiercely extended his hand, grabbing straight towards the Dark Spectre King. The Dark Spectre King sensed the danger and wanted to dodge, but to his horror, he realized that his throat felt like it was tightly locked by a large invisible hand and he could not move. Although Xiao Feng had not been able to instantly kill it completely, this time, it had also greatly restricted its movement. Xiao Feng dragged his snake python sword and walked towards the Dark Spectre King step by step at a steady and slow pace, the light of certainty flashing in his eyes. When he came close, he swung his sword violently and slashed down, ending the Dark Spectre King's life. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared level 81 of the 4th level, opening level 1 of the 5th level. A mechanical and cold voice resounded within the empty space. Inside the service hall on the 1st floor of the trial tower, everyone looked at the mysterious person named Stingy who had broken through all the way to the 5th level, surpassing Wang Yao and becoming the 2nd strongest person in the history of this school in one fell swoop. And for a while, everyone was stunned and looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say. This meant that there was a super expert whose strength was at least at the peak of the 4th grade, or even reached the 5th grade of the outer deity realm, hidden in the middle of this school. Wang Yao was currently mingling in the crowd of the service hall on the 1st floor, and beside him, holding his arm, was Lu Ruoqin. The two were equally filled with shock and disbelief. How could it be? Yao, who exactly do you think that person is? Lu Ruoqin's face was worried as she asked softly. Wang Yao took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly, leading Lu Ruoqin towards the stairs on the 2nd floor. Yao, why are you going? Lu Ruoqin asked after him with a heart full of doubts. Humph, I expect that guy shouldn't have come down yet. As long as I keep guard here, I'm sure to bump into him. Next, line up everyone who came downstairs. I would like to see who it is that is hiding so deeply. A touch of persistence flashed in Wang Yao's eyes. Many people in Wang Yao think the same way, have flocked to the stairway, looking forward to a glimpse of Stingy, the true face of the mountain. Suddenly, there was a shout from somewhere. Hey, isn't that Wang Yao? Wow, it's really him. 4th grade inner deity realm, the #1 pride of our school, Wang Yao. With this shout, the people present all turned their eyes sideways, their gazes swiping towards the man with a duck-tongue cap and a mask on his face at the entrance of the staircase. Wow, it's really Wang Yao. He's even more handsome in person than in the photo. Ha, who's the one next to him? Idiot, what are you talking about? Someone reached out and slapped the previous person's head. That's of course his girlfriend, Lu Royale, Fairy Lu. That's a girl with a good heart and looks like a heavenly fairy. When the crowd heard this, they swarmed up, and in the blink of an eye, they blocked the two stairways. Xiao Feng took advantage of the chaos to blend into the crowd and overheard the bystanders praising Lu Ruoqin as a fairy and saying one after another that she was beautiful and kind-hearted. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly as a mocking smile appeared on his face. He, beautiful person with a good heart? Is she worthy? Xiao Feng snorted coldly in his heart. After mixing into the crowd, Xiao Feng did not leave the trial tower in a hurry. He knew in his heart that if he left rashly at this moment, he would inevitably attract suspicion. Everyone, please make way. Wang Yao put his arm around Lu Ruoqin, and with his profound cultivation of the 4th grade inner deity realm, he hardened himself and squeezed out a narrow passageway, and the two of them slowly moved their steps towards the doorway. The crowd pushed and shoved their way towards the door, and Xiao Feng did not move as he blended in. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone directly on the huge, blue and white gemstone ring on Lu Ruoqin's finger, and the bright light instantly stabbed Xiao Feng's eyes. At the same time, Xiaofeng felt that the god's character mask he was wearing on his face suddenly became hot, and its temperature rose sharply. Wait, this is... Xiaofeng was startled in his heart, and a passage that the drunkard had once said instantly appeared in his mind. When the godhead mask is abnormal, then it means that the destiny diagram has appeared. Xiaofeng only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the sky. Could it be that destiny diagram is in the hands of Lu Royalchin? How can... Xiaofeng's heart was filled with thoughts. His head was racing, weighing the pros and cons in his mind and making difficult choices. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Task 1. Intercept the destiny diagram in the hands of Lu Royalchin, rewarding the removal of the hidden dangers planted by the Black Emperor in the Divine Grimoire mask. Task 2. Abandon the interception of the destiny diagram and tell the Fallen One about this news. Reward S-grade martial skill time travel. When Xiaofeng heard the system beep, his head was hit with a loud bang. From this short moment, he had acquired two crucial pieces of information. One was that the jeweled ring on Lu Royale's finger was most likely the legendary destiny diagram, and the second was that the Black Emperor had indeed tampered with the godhead mask he was wearing. No wonder. I said, how could that Black Emperor be so assured that he wasn't afraid of me slipping away after getting the destiny diagram? So it turned out that he had done something in the divine character mask. Chapter 35, Secret Room? Surprise? Xiaofeng lowered his head and followed Wang Yao and Lu Royalchin not far away. To be honest, if it wasn't for the problem with the God Sphere mask, he would have chosen to leave immediately, but at this moment, he was hesitant to make a move. Wang Yao and Royal Lu were getting closer and closer to the school gate, which meant that Xiaofeng did not have much time to think. Seeing the duo getting into a limousine, Xiaofeng couldn't help but exhale a cloudy breath and muttered, "Forget it, I might not live through today if I go and rob that thing. The news doesn't need to be told to the fallen ones yet, at least let me be a bit prepared first." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing mission 2, and obtaining the reward S-rank elixir Tree God Dan. Taking this elixir, and being killed within a minute, you can obtain a chance to resurrect. After leaving the school entrance, Xiaofeng did not continue to follow the duo. Walking in a sea of people, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Someone was following him. Xiaofeng did not startle the snake and did not intend to catch the other person in flagrante delicto right away. Instead, he pretended not to know and continued to walk forward. When he reached a corner, he suddenly accelerated and ran wildly. The person who was following him could not help but be flabbergasted and shouted, "Discovered! Then what are you waiting for? Go after them!" During this process, Xiaofeng did not use all his strength to escape, but deliberately slowed down his speed to lure the other party to follow him. One side of the two sides intended to let the other side catch up, while the other side desperately chased after him. It was self-evident in whose hands the initiative lay. "Where is everyone?" One of the two stalkers realized that Xiaofeng had disappeared and quickly looked around, trying to find some hints. They were led by Xiaofeng to a deserted alleyway entrance. Desolate and dim was synonymous with it. The duo's hearts tightened as one of them trembled and said to the other, "Boss, this place seems to be haunted." "Haunted, you sister?" The one called Boss slapped him across the face. "Did you watch too many horror movies?" True boss. If you don't believe me, look." The man trembled as he stretched out one hand and pointed towards the roof of the building. The boss looked up and saw a female ghost in a white robe with hair covering her face. "Ah, it's haunted." The two of them scattered their legs and ran behind them, but just as they turned around, they saw a person standing right in front of them, blocking their way back. The two immediately recognized this person as the target of their stalking, and one of them shouted out in horror, "It's you!" Xiaofeng rubbed his wrist. A strange smile appeared on his face. Just now he used the soul mimicry ability of the Guile Spectre domain to simulate the image of a female ghost. Eerie Spectre domain. Open. The silent and eerie dimness began to spread out with Xiaofeng as the center, arousing the fear of the two people in front of him. At this moment, Xiaofeng was like a bloodthirsty beast in the eyes of the two of them, ready to turn them into his lunch. "Monster! Monster!" One of them shouted out and turned around, ready to escape. Looking at the two who ran in the opposite direction, Xiaofeng frowned. He did not expect the other party to react so greatly and wanted to run away without even fighting. "Come back!" Xiaofeng reached forward and grabbed. An invisible suction force arose from his hand and grabbed the duo who were trying to escape back. Punt dash! The two kneeled on the ground with their knees, their faces revealing panic and uneasiness. "Who sent you guys to follow me?" After this series of events, Xiaofeng roughly confirmed that both of these people were not of a high rank, and were only of the first or second rank this way. "Yes, it's..." One of them was still hesitant to speak out or not. "Speak, who is it?" A black mist appeared in Xiaofeng's palm and slowly covered towards the other person's face. The fear effect of the eerie specter domain was further strengthened, and the other person's entire body had goosebumps, and he could not help but tremble. "It's Brother Wang, Wang Yao. He told us to find out who Stingy is." After the person finished speaking, a breeze blew up and Xiaofeng's figure disappeared. Xiao Feng walked slowly down the street, his face grim as he passed through the crowd noiselessly. It's him again. For the umpteenth time. It's really a shadowy soul. Xiao Feng turned the corner and for some reason, walked back to his former residence not far away. It was a small house that was neither too big nor too small, with its own yard and garden, while a small luxurious car was parked outside the yard. They actually came here? Xiao Feng revealed a flash of surprise as he naturally recognized that the car was the same one that Wang Yao and Lu Royakin had sat in earlier. It really is a narrow road between enemies. Xiao Feng's body lurched as he turned on the concealment function of the God's Grimoire mask, and at the same time, he utilized the ability of the Thousand Faces to change his height and appearance. He sneaked himself into the shadows, and with his familiarity with the house, he slowly felt his way in. With the help of the old tree planted in the yard, he jumped to the second-floor balcony in one leap. Xiao Feng held his breath and secretly poked his head inwards, seeing the scene inside through the transparent window. The room was very messy, with scattered clothes and items spilled out on the wooden boards, and a relatively unfamiliar queen-sized bed covered with some bulging quilts, with something squirming up and down inside the quilts. Xiao Feng violently shrunk his head back. I Lua go. Play so flower? Still in my house. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, purposely turned it off to mute, turned on the video recording function, and secretly stretched his hand out, hiding himself behind the window. Originally he wanted to cough twice to get the other party's attention. Who would have thought that in the next second the two of them would be naked and crawling up from the bed, searching for the clothes that belonged to them on the floor. Nasty. You're so hard every time. So that you don't also rejoice? Taking his cell phone back, Xiao Feng took a look at the video. His face couldn't help but blush, and was about to leave when Lu Roiqin's sighing voice came from inside, saying that we're in this house. Will we bump into that guy coming back someday? How could that be? That guy is a fallen one. At that time, he was being chased by so many people. He must have already died. How could the court just auction off this house? Furthermore, even if he comes back, so what? My father said, that guy's 8th grade Jindan realm strength was only obtained briefly with the help of the fallen sword. Right now, that guy is at most at the 3rd grade innate realm or the 2nd grade blood condensation realm. I can pinch him to death with a single finger. Wang Yao sneered as he spoke. Alright, let's not talk about that guy. Let's go. Go to that secret room down there and take a look. I didn't expect there to be surprises in this house. Secret room? Surprise? Xiao Feng was listening in a daze, because he had lived here for so many years. He simply didn't know that there were any surprises here. Alright, keep your voice down. Be careful of being heard by others later, Lu Roiqin said as she put on her clothes. Chapter 36 Settlement. Don't worry babe, no one will know what's going on here. That said, the gift I gave you last time, do you still like it? Wang Yao asked in an extremely greasy tone. Hearing the word gift, Xiao Feng immediately thought of the gem-like destiny diagram, and secretly said in his heart, maybe it's here. Just in time to scare these two guys, Xiao Feng quietly unfolded his eerie specter domain, which was wide enough to cover the entire house. At the same time, he turned on his sigil mask and utilized its concealment feature to wrap the surrounding area to prevent it from being detected by passers-by. Under the effect of the eerie specter field, the surroundings gradually became dark and gloomy. Inside the house, Wang Yao, who was holding Lu Royalchin, was the first to notice that something was wrong and turned his head violently, looking out the window. What's going on? Suddenly, a white shadow flashed past the window, which was a ghost simulated by Xiao Feng using the soul mimicry technique. After the white shadow drifted past the window, the eerie atmosphere of the scene intensified. Lu Roiqin hid behind Wang Yao. Her whole body could not stop trembling. Goosebumps rose all over her body, and her voice was filled with inexplicable fear and trembling. Yao, did you see that? What is that thing? Pretending to be a god. A strong aura erupted from Wang Yao's body. Roiqin, wait here for a while. He smashed the window with force and looked around the surroundings, and with a sweep of his gaze, he saw a white figure looming behind the tree trunk. Found you. Wang Yao smiled coldly and leapt down from the second-floor balcony, pouncing straight at the white figure behind the tree trunk. Not long after Wang Yao left, a black figure took advantage of his inattention and leapt into the room silently. With flames wrapped around his fist, Wang Yao shouted, Inferno fist. He fiercely blasted his fist in the direction of the tree trunk. Boom! The tree trunk exploded in response, and the ignited debris crashed to the ground. Wang Yao landed flat on the ground, and the flames on his fist gradually dissipated. A small ghost dares to pretend to be a ghost in front of me. However, suddenly his pupils shrunk. As the smoke dispersed, the white figure vaguely appeared and dissipated. He realized that this white figure in front of him was just a projection. The next moment, Lu Roiqin's scream came out from the room. Wang Yao was shocked in his heart. Oh no! Fooled! With his feet, he ran in the direction of the second-floor balcony. Before he could jump up, A figure fell from the second-floor balcony. This person was none other than Lu Royalchin. Wang Yao was quick on his feet and rushed over and wrapped one hand around her, lessening the impact when she landed. "What's going on?" Wang Yao asked eagerly. Lu Royalchin was already lightly injured at this time, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She shook her head. "It's not clear. A black shadow broke in and sneak attacked me shortly after you went out." Before the words were finished, a figure slowly walked out from the balcony and looked at the two of them in a downward stance. "Greetings, you guys, long time no see." Xiao Feng had a smile on his face, and in his left hand, he was holding the sword of the fallen that was wrapped in mist. "It's you, Xiao Feng. You actually didn't die." A trace of surprise and disbelief appeared on Wang Yao's face. "How is it? How does it feel to have a broken arm?" Xiao Feng evoked the memory of Wang Yao's arm being broken by him. After saying that, his gaze shifted to the side of Lu Royalchin. He only saw Lu Royalchin's eyes dodge as she looked at Wang Yao and said, "Yao, that guy is now a fallen one. You have to be careful." "Humph." Wang Yao suddenly laughed coldly. "He's nothing but a waste of space who only raised his strength with the help of external forces." With that, Wang Yao looked at Xiao Feng. "Nowadays, you're a third grade at most. Even if you're holding that fallen sword, there's no way you can be a match for me." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as his fifth grade outer deity realm aura radiated out. "Why do you think that I am only a third grade?" At the same time when Xiao Feng's fifth grade aura erupted, he opened his eerie specter realm to its maximum, and the surroundings of the house became even more terrifying and bizarre. "Fifth grade, outer gang realm," Wang Yao said somewhat breathlessly. "Nope, how is this possible? It's only been a long time. This guy must have used an external object to forcefully raise his strength, or he's in disguise. Right, it must be a fox and a tiger. It must be a disguise." Wang Yao could not accept that Xiao Feng had broken through to the fifth grade outer deity realm in such a short period of time and decided that he was bluffing. Thus, he took out an eyeball-like object from his nascent sack. Grade B Supreme Treasure Eye of Truth. Capable of seeing through the fog and solving puzzles, Wang Yao placed the Eye of Truth in front of his eyes and tried to recognize the so-called disguise on Xiao Feng. He had just raised his head and looked towards the second-floor balcony when he realized that Xiao Feng had disappeared. Wang Yao was startled in his heart and looked around, subconsciously jerking his head back, still not finding Xiao Feng's figure. "Oh, are you looking for me?" Xiao Feng utilized the instantaneous shift skill that came with the fallen sword and instantly appeared behind him. At the same time, Xiao Feng turned his palm into a blade and slashed at the back of his neck, and Wang Yao's eyes became disoriented and unconscious as he fell to the ground with a thud. The expression on Xiao Feng's face did not change in the slightest, and he remained calm and relaxed. He could have killed Wang Yao, but doing so would cost him a lot, not to mention the possibility of exposing his identity. He would also lose 1 million fallen values, which was equivalent to the price of an S-class martial art in the Compass black market. Of course, Xiao Feng had another option, which was to tie Wang Yao to his side and threaten his father in exchange for high benefits, but the risk was too great. On the side, Royal Lu had not yet regained her senses when Wang Yao beside her just collapsed, and her face was filled with shock and fear. She trembled as she raised her head and looked at Xiao Feng in front of her, only to see that the other party was holding the gemstone ring that Wang Yao had given her. "You? What the hell do you want? Are you trying to get back together with me? I promise you, as long as you don't hurt me, I'll sever all ties with Wang Yao from today onwards." Xiao Feng glanced at her coldly. "Shut up, you're too noisy." With a flick of his hand, he unknowingly removed the gemstone ring that Lu Royalchin was wearing on her right index finger. "No, this isn't the destiny diagram. What's going on? It's impossible for the system to misjudge." Suddenly, Xiao Feng remembered a sentence Gua Xiaoyi had said about the destiny diagram. The destiny diagram could appear in the form of anyone or anything. In other words, this destiny diagram was this ring for a while? Xiao Feng did not return the gemstone ring to Lu Royalchin. Although the ring did not have any special attributes, the gemstone was quite valuable. Approaching, he raised his hand and ate him unconscious in one go. The problem now was how to unobtrusively transport this 1.5 million fallen value lottery ticket to the evil dragon bar to redeem it. Chapter 37 None. Xiao Feng stood in place, his brows locked, pondering how to transport the 2 fallen value lottery tickets of Wang Yao and Lu Royalchin to the dragon bar to cash in their prizes silently. Just as he was deep in thought, a roar of an engine came from far and near. Xiao Feng alertly looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a black, exaggeratedly modified SUV like black lightning speeding towards him, braking violently not far from him, the tires rubbing against the ground, emitting a sharp sound, raising a cloud of dust. The car door opened, and a tall and sturdy man jumped down from the car. He wore a black baseball cap with the brim pressed down so low that it almost covered half of his face, and he was wearing a tight black undershirt with firm muscle lines that were hidden, and his arm was tattooed with an evil dragon with fangs and claws, which glittered with a strange luster in the sunlight. "Xiao Feng?" The man opened his mouth, his voice low and hoarse, with a few hints of temptation. Xiao Feng was slightly stunned, carefully sizing up the man in front of him. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, but he could not recall who he was for a moment. "You are?" The man pulled off his hat, revealing a face full of stubble but unusually resolute. Grinning, "What? It's only been a short time since I've seen you, and you've forgotten me? I'm Ali." Xiao Feng's eyes instantly widened as memories flooded in like a tidal wave. Ali was a partner he had once befriended when he was on a mission in a secret organization. The two of them fought side by side and formed a deep bond. Later, when the mission ended and the organization was disbanded, they broke off contact. "Ali, it's really you!" Xiao Feng shouted in surprise and quickly stepped forward to embrace Ali. Ali patted Xiao Feng's back and let go of his hand before his gaze fell on the unconscious Wang Yao and Lu Royalchin on the ground and raised an eyebrow. "What's going on with these two?" Xiao Feng briefly recounted the whole story to Ali. After listening, Ali rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "I can help you with the matter of transporting them to the evil dragon bar. The circle that I am now mixing with has a bit of power in this area, and there is a way to transport people there silently." Xiao Feng was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. With the help of Ali, they carefully lifted Wang Yao and Lu Roiqin into the car. Along the way, Xiao Feng's mood was both nervous and excited. Nervous because he was afraid of any accidents during the transportation, and excited because he was one step closer to obtaining the 1.5 million fallen values and unlocking the secret of the destiny diagram. Finally, the SUV stopped steadily at the back door of the Dragon Bar. Ali and Xiao Feng moved Wang Yao and Lu Roiqin out of the car and smoothly entered the bar. The owner of the bar frowned slightly when he saw Xiao Feng bring in two unconscious people, but after Xiao Feng explained his intentions, he allowed them to use the bar's secret room. In the secret room, Xiao Feng followed the prize redemption process provided by the bar owner and successfully transformed Wang Yao and Lu Roiqin into 1.5 million fallen values. The moment the system beep sounded in his head, showing that the fallen value had arrived, Xiao Feng felt his heart skip a beat. He couldn't wait to take out the destiny diagram and silently prayed in his heart, hoping that all of his efforts would be rewarded with the final answer. The moment his fingertips touched the destiny diagram, a dazzling light blossomed out from the destiny diagram, illuminating the entire secret room as if it was daytime. Xiao Feng subconsciously closed his eyes, and when the light gradually dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was in a mysterious space. Colorful mists filled the surroundings here, and there was nothingness under his feet, except for an ancient book suspended right in front of him. Xiao Feng curiously walked forward and picked up the book, and as soon as he opened it, a section of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. It turned out that the secret hidden in this destiny diagram was a shocking truth about the fate of the entire world. This world seems to be calm, but actually hides a huge crisis. An ancient and evil force was secretly rising, and they were trying to collect all the fallen values in the world, so as to open a door to the dark world, and let the evil envelop the whole world. Xiao Feng, as a person who unintentionally obtained the destiny diagram, was chosen by fate and became the key person to stop this disaster. Xiao Feng's face became grave, and he knew that he was shouldering a great responsibility. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating and resolutely decided to step forward. He walked out of the secret room and told the secret to Ali and the bar owner. After hearing this, both of them were shocked by this truth, but both of them also expressed their willingness to fully support Xiao Feng. In the following days, with his wisdom and courage, as well as the power brought by the 1.5 million fallen values, Xiao Feng joined forces with Ali, the bar owner and a group of like-minded partners they had gathered, and started a thrilling battle with the evil forces. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with both sides going back and forth without giving way to each other. Xiao Feng gave full play to his various skills. The eerie specter field made the enemy fall into fear and confusion. The sword of the fallen was wielded in his hands with great vigor, and every attack inflicted great damage on the enemy. Li and his partners were also not willing to show weakness. They worked closely with each other, with their unique abilities, and fought with the enemy to the death. At the critical moment, Xiao Feng discovered the weakness of the evil forces, and he concentrated all his strength and launched a deadly attack. With a flash of light, the evil forces were completely defeated, and the door to the dark world was successfully sealed. When the last trace of darkness dissipated, the sunlight sprinkled on the earth again, and the entire world regained its usual calmness. Xiao Feng and his companions became the heroes who saved the world and were admired and loved by the people. Xiao Feng, too, finally understood his mission and value, and with a vision of the future, he continued to embark on a new journey, because he knew that there are still more unknowns waiting for him to explore.